As you go to school, you study English. How do you know English without being taught or having somebody who understand who talks English and then you learn? So that is the same thing. You can interact with something that you haven't come across.
You're saying you can't interact with something that you haven't come across.
That's
right?
the point.
That's the point, you say. How does that explain that you're interacting with the creator? I'm sorry, it doesn't explain anything. You said spirit is the part of you that communicates with your creator. And I asked how you know there is such a part, and your answer didn't make any sense.
It
Ken,
can make sense. It can make sense because the spirit inside you
Ken,
understand. Yeah,
through
sure.
the spirit that I'm asking how you know that that's there. It'll make sense through the spirit, you say. That doesn't quite make any sense. So I'm curious, Ken. Um, you can't question your beliefs, you said. So why did you request to be on this panel?
Because I was wondering which kind of belief do you believe? That is the question that I want to pose. That's why I'm.
Oh, I see. So you saw the panel that says, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? And you decided that was a good idea to come up and ask me what I believe because you
Yes.
can't question your own beliefs.
And then with my humble request is that I'll try to explain my belief so
I'm
that
not
and then,
interested in an explanation from someone who can't question. I might as well talk to someone who believes that
okay,
the
what is
world
your
is flat. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I would have loved to find out more about his beliefs if he could question them, but he said he couldn't, and he demonstrated that he couldn't. But maybe you can demonstrate what it is to question your beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for some sort of verbal competition. I just want to know if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And another one down. More ghosts in the queue, and all of them are ghosts, apparently. We are just getting started, and, well, I may have been a little late getting the YouTube up and running, but we are running over there now, too. So, if you're watching over there and you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, you'll have to hop on over to TikTok to request up and see if you can question your beliefs. And if you do have a belief and you can question, well, there's boxes on the screen just for you. We are off to a kind of a slow start here. There's only 11 of us in the room, but we're at 5,000 likes already, so if we all tap that screen just a little bit, I'm sure that we could entice a few more people to come in from the FYP. If they can question their beliefs, well, then maybe they'll find their way up to the panel. And we can find out what they believe and why. Oh, and if you haven't already, see, I forget almost every night. If you haven't already, you can hit the bend arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen and find one of those buttons that matches what you want to do, like reposting, adding to your story, or sharing it with friends. Either way, the more shares we get out, the more people from the FYP find their way in, and maybe they'll be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. But welcome in both sidesing. Welcome, Witty. Good to see you. Welcome in Delilah's Scissors and Danny Grax. Welcome, Brandy and Scooby the H-Town. Welcome also to Deftone Dude, to Tia, to Drummer CFH, to Chief. Anybody who's just joining us has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on that. Legion says, Thrayle, no worries, help is on the way. Did you call Mighty Mouse? What do you mean help is on the way? Help? What kind of help? Ah, the viewer count. I get what you mean, Legion. Yeah, all that tapping and sharing does help. I could do that thing where I get impatient and restart the live, but I don't think we need to do that. I think we started early. But it does help if we keep tapping. Excellent. Yeah, I saw a few friends live when I started, so I'm sure our bats are scattered across the platform right now. But maybe somebody new scrolling in right now with a belief in a god or gods or higher power or something else like that. And maybe, just maybe, they're capable of questioning that belief. If that's you, well then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down. I just want to know if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And I don't want just the name or just the book. What are the bones? What is the structure? What is the blueprint? What actually shapes that belief? And then what holds it up? What supports it? What is the reason that you hold to that belief? Is it something that you were just taught and it's always been there? Or is it something that you had to make fit? Is it something that you've chosen? Or do you feel that it chose you? Welcome back, Mac. We've spoken before.
Yes, we have.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
38, you say. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. Okay, I'm gonna stop that.
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
great. And which
I,
god is that,
I
Mac?
several things, and I didn't really figure it out what the real question was, but I did, and I do believe.
You do believe.
Yes, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
In my opinion, the all creator, Odin Allfather.
Say that one more time. In your opinion, a creator,
The all creator, Odin
the
Allfather.
the All-Father Odin.
Yes.
And for you, Odin, the All-Father, exists as an actual entity that created things.
Yes.
Did he create the earth from Ymir's bones? From the skull, I think.
It's Yggdrasil. That's the creation of everything. So that's the root is the earth, the stem is something else, and the branches are the is heaven, in a way. So
Did Odin
yeah,
create Midgard?
he created Midgard from. Odin actually didn't create Midgard. That's that's the
I'm
tree of
not here
life.
to fact check you, I'm just seeing what you believe. So you believe that Odin created the tree of life?
Yeah,
From what?
that's kind of fact checking, but from.
No, it's still saying what you believe he created it from. I'm not looking at the Eddas to tell you you're wrong.
I don't think he created it. It's the ruler.
So he's not so much a creator as he is a sovereign, a ruler, a king,
He's the one that
a
is the
laird.
father of everything. He sees all.
You say he sees all.
Yeah, and that's why he gave up his eye.
He gave up his eye to see all.
Yep,
Why do you believe these things?
because I have to.
Why do you have to?
Because in who I am.
How is it rooted in your bones?
Because of my ancestry.
You're saying because of who, in generations before you, copulated with each other, that you are somehow required to believe that Odin is all father.
No, not required to believe. I feel it in my every being. When I'm out, when I'm
You
walking through
feel
the
what?
forest, I hear the forest. I hear whispers. I hear everything around me, surrounding me, like a warm hug, whispering to me.
You hear things around you like a warm hug whispering to you.
I'm
It's
not an idiot. I'm not a psychopath, something like that.
I didn't say you were.
No, but I don't want people to interpret it the wrong way.
Do you feel like you're coming off as less than sane?
You know what? I don't give a shit.
Okay. I'm not here to judge you or tell you that you're crazy or wrong. I'm just asking you what it is you believe and why. And so I'm trying to understand the why more. You believe that Odin exists. You believe that he is a ruler of all, potentially a creator, though you're not sure. Why do you
No,
believe? Did I misstate something?
there is a tree of life.
Tree of life. Did he make the
That's
tree
called
of life?
Yggdrasil.
I'm
That's
familiar with
that's the
Yggdrasil.
root of all beings.
You
And
say it's the
Odin,
root of all beings,
yeah, everything. It's connected with
including
everything.
Odin. Is Odin? Is
Yes,
it the root of Odin as well?
yes.
So so he is dependent on the tree to exist.
We all are.
Where is this tree?
The tree is not really something you can touch. It's like it's like a connection more, a gateway, a portal. Not a portal, a gateway.
Is it actually a tree even? If it's a portal, is it a tree?
Well, you have to understand that back in the old days, people just used their knowledge the way they could because they were not as smart as we are nowadays. So they used figures of speech.
Are you saying that the tree is a metaphor?
I think,
That there's no
yes.
real tree?
No, there's no real tree. That's a metaphor.
What is it a metaphor for?
Connections.
So the tree is a metaphor for connections. Do these connections, are they things that you've decided exist, or are they things that would exist without you or someone believing like you deciding?
Well, now we're going back to beliefs, right?
The whole conversation is about belief, isn't it?
So if I can't decide, but if I did so, and if I decide that that tree is a metaphor for my beliefs, is it real or not? I think it's real.
You think
What
it's
does
real.
make something real? That's belief, right?
So is it real as a concept, or is it real as in there are actual physical connections that you refer to as Yggdrasil?
I think there are actual connections. But that's what I believe.
Can you give me an example of one of these connections that you are attributing to Yggdrasil?
For example, when I'm out in the forests, in the woods, and I find a stamp, like a cut of tree, that's a loss, first of all. But when I sit down on that stamp and I go to meditate, exit my own physical body.
When you say you exit your physical body, what is exiting?
That means that my physical flesh-like body stays at the place I left it, and I float above it, and I
You say
can go.
you left it, you float above it. what is the you that is leaving this body? What is that?
The you is my spirit.
And what is spirit?
That's exactly who I am. That's exactly who everybody is. And that's what we lost nowadays.
You say it's exactly who you are. It's exactly who everybody is. But when you say it's who they are, where is that?
In your soul.
What is a soul?
Soul is you. It's your being. It's the definition of you. It's the essence of you.
The essence of you, the definition of you. Are you talking about your identity, your thoughts? Are you talking about feelings?
Everything.
You say
The
everything. I'm not sure what you mean.
the sole purpose you are. How you know? I talk with a lot of people, and a lot of people ask me, "Do you know who you are?" And I say, "Yes, I know exactly who I am." And many people say that's lost.
Okay, well,
They lost their essence.
sure. You're not quite clarifying what essence or soul is. You're just saying that some people don't know who they are, and that in not knowing who they are, that's them losing their soul. Are you saying that soul is identity?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Who are you?
so if I identify as a faceless question or a bag of bones, is that my soul?
If you want to identify it, if you feel like it, no, not if you want to, but if you feel like that's who you are, then that's who you are.
Who you are. So a soul is who you are. Is that something that exists apart from the way my brain thinks about who I am and your brain thinks about who I am? Is there a
Yes.
physical thing that exists there?
No.
Oh, it's not physical.
That's
Physical thing that is your identity.
exactly.
So when you say it's a non-physical thing that is your identity, what separates that from the thoughts in my brain, the processes where I think about who I am or what I am? Or is that soul?
Okay, that's a hard question.
It's fair to take a moment to think about it. It's all right, Mac. I'm going to thank everybody for getting us up to 7,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. There's nearly 30 of us in here. If we all tap that screen a little bit more, I bet we break 10K in no time. And maybe get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
So that's a low. I think so.
You've
Yeah.
described, you've really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I thank everybody for helping us with that gift goal. So thank you to Delilah Scissors and Danny Grax. Appreciate you both so much. You were saying that soul is identity and it's who you are. And I'm just trying to see if, like, do you think that's something separate from the processes that my brain goes through when I ponder who I am or identify myself? Or are you saying that those processes in my brain are the soul?
That's not for me to answer, because I don't know what's going on in your brain.
Well, the reason I ask it is because you described having an experience of leaving your body, the soul leaving your body, and it would raise without the brain. If it's leaving the brain behind in the body, are you sure those processes actually exist outside of your skull? Or could you have imagined this experience?
Well, to answer your question, wouldn't it be arrogant for me to say, well, I had an out-of-body experience?
I don't know. I'm not here to assign arrogance or not. Unless you're overtly arrogant, you're not being that way. So I don't see anything arrogant about saying what you think you experienced. I would if you didn't question it, though. And you're up here to question, so that's... I don't see a problem, Mac. I'm just wondering, like, if you think it was an out-of-body experience, how have you differentiated that from you imagining an out-of-body experience?
Well, a person can argue about what is what, right? But my experience was real to me. What is real to me doesn't mean that it's real to you. Doesn't mean that it's true. Doesn't mean that it's exact. Or does it that it exists? I don't know. I don't know. That's
I don't know is
that's the
perfectly
belief.
fine, Mac. It's not about proving to me that it happened or that these processes exist. It's about seeing if you can question it and understanding why you've decided that they do exist.
You know what? I can tell you something, multiple things, many things, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. I was driving in the middle of the night, and I had my child's seat in the back of my car, like the seat children need. And I saw, in the middle of a road, I saw a white rabbit. And I thought, what? I never saw, I've never seen a snow rabbit before. I thought, what? That's strange. Okay, I braked, the rabbit went along, and so I drove along. And then I saw a deer in the middle of a road again, like maybe 2 minutes later. And then I felt very, very strongly that there was an old lady sitting in the back of my car in the seat of my child. To look in the mirror. I was scared to look back over my shoulder. And I thought, why are you scared? What the fuck are you scared for? So I looked back and I saw nothing, but I felt it. I felt it. I knew it. There was somebody there. She was there for 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. You felt like she was there for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
you didn't look behind
and
you.
then
And
then I
when you
stopped the
did
car.
look behind you, there was no one there.
And I could not see nobody, but I knew there was somebody. So I stopped the car. I had to pee and drink something, and I thought, get yourself together, man. It's imagine this. It's the middle of the night. Snow everywhere. Full moon. the moon lights up all of the snow. The crystals of the snow light up.
It's
It's
bright.
magical.
Okay.
It's magical.
You say it's magical. The full moon lighting up snow is magic.
Of course, it's marvelous. And then I went back in the car, and nothing. Everything was gone. And I drove along.
Sure. So, just to clarify, you saw a white rabbit, then you saw a deer, then you felt like an old lady was in the car, and then you pulled over and you saw the moon glowing off the snow, and you got in the car and everything was fine. I'm not hearing what about this experience leads you to believe that there's souls or gods or anything,
Well,
besides a feeling that you had in the car. You said you didn't look behind you, and when you finally did, there was no one there. So I don't know why
I said I couldn't see nobody there.
you couldn't
I
see.
knew there was somebody there because I came back to work and somebody said to me, okay, our dear friend, the old lady, died last night.
So you went back to work the next day, and an old lady that you knew had passed away.
Yeah.
And you think
And she was in the back
that
of my
you
car.
had, and you think that that was the woman that was in the back of your car after you saw the
100%.
deer. Why do you make the assumption?
Because I believe.
Right, why?
I feel it. I feel it in everything. That's my belief. That's the pagan belief. You feel it.
So for
You have
you,
there's
it's
no
about
proof.
feelings. When you feel things, you believe them because you felt them.
Yes.
Is that a good reason to believe something just because you felt it?
I think so.
Why do you think it's a good reason?
Because I felt it in my every fiber of in my not every fiber. It's like a connection. It's like a strong connection. Like I was
So if
driving the
somebody
car.
feels something, then they should believe that that feeling is the truth and a lens on reality. All feelings are.
Okay, I know where you're going. I don't like it that much, but I understand that's why I'm here, because that's the question, right? If you feel something, if you really believe something because of feelings, yeah, of course, of course.
Can feelings be wrong?
Sometimes,
Is hatred a feeling?
oh yes.
Is that something you should assume is true because you feel it?
Well, did you ever see John Wick? The movie?
I don't know how that's going to help you, but yes,
I think it's gonna help you.
help me understand why you think feelings equal truth.
No, that's not my point. Hatred.
Okay,
They killed the dog, right?
okay.
The dog died. People get
Yeah.
angry. That's why the movie was successful, because people get hurt. People hate. People get angry.
Okay, really quickly, I'm gonna
That's
speak
why it's
past you
real.
for just a moment, and it's not to be rude, but I'm definitely gonna thank everybody for helping us hit 10,000 likes. I appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Really does help every little bit. Thank you, guys. You, you're saying now the movie's successful because it made people angry does not tell me that hatred equals truth.
But what is truth, though? What is truth to you? How do you define
Mac,
truth?
Mac, we're trying to understand your beliefs and your understanding of these gods existing and how seeing an old lady in a car made you feel, or I'm sorry, not seeing, but thinking or feeling that there was an old lady in a car that you couldn't see made you feel like it was truth that spirits or gods existed.
Right?
So why who you can't see make you believe that spirits or gods exist?
Because that's what I experienced. That's what was real for me. Doesn't mean it's real for you.
Why was it real for you?
All right, here we go. Do you know some things you see, some colors you see, other beings on this earth don't see them in see the colors in the same way you do? Did you know that? So that's real for me. Doesn't mean it's real for them. Doesn't mean I see the same things as they do.
The
But
light
for me, it's
waves
real.
that cause you to perceive the colors are hitting your eyes. We can measure those. We may not perceive them in our brains exactly the same way. It doesn't tell me why you think that a feeling equals the existence of a spirit or a god.
Right. So if I have an experience, what's real for me in my beliefs, even though somebody else doesn't really acknowledge it in the way that I did, why does that make it less real?
Why are you avoiding every question with a question that seems literally like a deliberate dodge? I didn't say it makes it less real. I'm asking you why you believe that the things you feel equal things that are real.
Right. That's a big question. When I looked over my shoulder, I didn't see anybody, but I felt it in my whole body. I literally
You say
new.
you felt it in your whole body. What makes you believe that your body can feel the presence of someone in a back seat, for instance?
All right. Because it's similar to goosebumps,
Have you ever been surprised?
like a present.
No. I mean, like, has anyone ever stood and wait around a corner to jump scare you, to startle you for fun?
A real person,
Yes.
or like a physical person, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a friend or a sibling waiting to prank you, to
Yeah.
catch you off guard and see you jump.
Yes.
Did you feel their presence? Did you know they were there?
In a way, yes.
Are you sure that you knew that beforehand, or is that something you added in retrospect?
Are you a smart person or something? Okay. Who knows? Because the mind can fool you. You have fake memories, you have fake beliefs, you have a lot of things, right?
The mind can fool you.
Yeah.
How do you know that your mind didn't fool you that day in the car?
That's a very good question, to be honest. But I know because my mind didn't experience it. It was my soul.
You say your mind didn't experience it, that your soul did. But how do you know the difference? What tells you there's a difference between what your mind claims to experience versus what you claim is your soul?
Really, yeah, okay, I get what this life's about. Okay, it's difficult to explain. Um, I don't really know if I can put words on it. I don't. It's just you know or you don't know. There's no words for it. I don't really know how to answer you. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Max. Is it fair to say that you're not sure or don't know how to differentiate what you claim is soul and what you claim is mind?
No, that's not fair to say
Okay,
because there's a big difference. I just can't put any
you can't
words on
put
it.
it to words,
No,
but you
because
feel that there is a way of knowing.
there's a way of knowing. Yeah, definitely.
Is it possible that that way of knowing is an assumption and could be wrong?
In theory, if you put it to the test, yeah.
Do you think that there?
Excuse my friends. Motherfucker. That's a good question. That's a fucking good question.
Do you think you could, and you don't have to do this, but it's a thought, would you ever consider making a list of all of the occurrences where you feel like you've done something or felt something soul related, and write down what the occurrence was? And if you did that, do you think you could look at what you've written and think of other explanations?
You know what? I don't want to.
Understandable. You don't have to do it, Mac. It was just a thought.
It's a good question, though. It's a really good question. Because, what are you after? Because you have a reason to be here. You have a reason to question those things. Just can we not?
Thinking. I just want to see people question the things that they assume to be true, to see if they can.
I never said it was true.
I find that in questioning, it can go both ways. Sometimes people find more reason to believe, and sometimes people find less. And sometimes people just don't want to think about it as much as they thought they did. I'm not here for any particular outcome or another, just to see if people can question. It seems like you're capable. I mean, it seems like that's likely what's led you to Norse paganism in the first place, is some kind of questioning of what you were told. But I wonder if you have stopped questioning for the comfort's sake. And it's sounding like you're getting a little uncomfortable. And I think that's a good thing, especially if it's for critical thinking.
Yeah, that's a fucking good point. Yeah, because if you get too comfortable, you stop questioning that and stop being creative.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Important to believe things that are true.
If it's important to believe things to be true.
To believe things that are true. Would you rather believe things that are true than believe things that are false?
Well, that's the whole, in my opinion, that's the whole definition of belief. There's no true, there's no false. That's belief, because you don't know. So seeing is believing. That's the question, maybe.
Not quite. I can ask it a different way. Do you want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible?
Do you want to believe as many true and as many false things as
As
possible?
few false. So many true and few false. Do you want that or the other way around? Or does it matter?
I don't think it matters. As human, you want to believe everything. You want to believe more truth than false. And if you're a Christian, you want to believe more false than true.
I don't know if
So,
that's true, but
but that's a whole that's another topic. But
right. So, Mac, another question that might be similar and tied to this. Would you rather have your life be under the umbrella of an uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie?
now that's loaded for sure.
Very.
um, you know, in my beliefs, the way I was raised, we say there's a dark cloud above you, and we react and answer to that like, well, I live perfectly fine under the black cloud. So that's maybe an answer. I don't know. That's I don't think I can answer that question right now.
Understandable, Mac. That might be a really good question to leave it on. And I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. But if you think about it and you come to some decision one way or the other as far as whether you'd rather live in an uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie, then come back and let me know. But I think we're going to go ahead and move on to
I
the
have
next
an answer.
guest.
I have an answer straight away now.
I'll let you give it.
I would rather live in an uncomfortable truth.
I
Now
think
that's fucked up.
it is fucked up,
This is
isn't
a paradox, man.
it? Well, the question is to assess whether you prefer comfort over truth. Which one is more important to you? Comfort or truth for you? I wonder if your questioning will bear that out the next time we talk. But I appreciate you, Mac, for being here. I think I'm going to move on. Thank you so much for coming up and answering the questions. You did great.
You're welcome.
Keep asking questions. And if anybody else does have a belief or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Maybe Deftone Dude, but it was real. He was, there were some epiphanies there at the end, and I liked hearing them. But maybe somebody who's just scrolling in has a belief. Maybe they believe in a god, or maybe they believe in a pantheon of gods or some kind of energy source, higher power thing. And maybe they're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. And maybe, just maybe, they'll hit the request button and actually be respectful and sober and old enough to question their beliefs on a TikTok live. But while we wait for such a person, such a figment, I'm definitely gonna make sure, and if I haven't already, I've got to make sure and thank Heather's Descent in 96 for helping with that previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. Thought we had a request there, but then they disappeared. We've got a legion.
Yes, you do.
Hey, Legion, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. I have COVID right now, so my voice sounds really fried, but I'm good.
That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Hope you get better soon. Drinking plenty of fluids and all that. So I'm sure you had something to add or ask to the previous guest, but do you, just a reminder to our audience, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
In general, no. I was a devout believer in the Mormon version of Christianity for most of my life, but am now a very rigid atheist at this point. Deconstructed rather thoroughly, but I do occasionally dally with like questions and thought, if you will, just like thought experiments. It's possible for other entities like that to exist outside of what I understand of the actual empirical evidence we have for the universe.
You say
And
possible for entities like that, like a god.
yeah, like, meaning I will occasionally play with the idea of, okay, so I know that in my view that the Abrahamic God is a myth and a bad one, but does, outside of that, does that mean that there couldn't be some, like a matrix style deist setup where we were set in motion by something that had that capacity at one time and no longer does for whatever reason. And so I'll play around with stuff like that, but um, those are just ways to keep my mental faculties sharp and my willingness to question sharp as well.
What is the
Because
most likely scenario involving a godlike entity? What kind of god is that?
in my view, if one were to exist, chances are that it would be inevitability, basically. Start out as single cell, get to human, give it, billions of years, and eventually we will become something resembling our description of a god. We already are pretty close to it, as far as all knowing. We have access to the majority of human thought process and knowledge, thanks to Google, and all present. We're in a police state, basically. All powerful. We have the ability to end life on this planet as we know it, or to save it. So I mean, there's plenty of things that we already resemble a god in. So I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say that there could, given billions of years, be something like that out there. But I don't see any evidence that there is. There could also be, an octopus holding the universe together, but there isn't any evidence for that either. And so Likely, yes, or plausible, maybe, but likely, no.
There may not be any. Fairly certain there's evidence for a bat goddess. I don't have the nebula ready, but I can pull it up later. Well, Legion, I appreciate you coming up. Did you have a thought you wanted to throw out quick about something before I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. It was just my question for the previous guest. I don't think he was actually trying to dodge the question, or at least that I don't think he realized that he was, because he was at least willing to acknowledge the contradiction, and I respect that. But I wanted to ask to him and I guess to the audience, like you were saying, on whether it's more important to believe things that are true, or whether the belief itself is the important factor. Because
like
if
faith
it is
the thing.
Yeah, if the belief is the important part, then doesn't that automatically tell you that it's non-existent? Because if it's more important to believe, that almost is a situation where you protest too much, and where it's held in place by fear rather than anything positive. So that was the question that I had, was just which is more important? Because if the truth is the primary important factor to these people, to anyone really, then yes, please keep asking questions and you'll get there eventually. Whether right, wrong, or whatever, keep questioning and we'll get there.
Absolutely. It sounds like he might be, and he did much better this time. It was a much shorter conversation with, I think, a more productive ending. So,
On that note, I'll let you call up your next one. Thanks, man.
yep. Appreciate you, Legion. Absolutely. Take care. And if anybody's got, of course, it happens literally every time there was somebody in line, and as soon as Legion left, they disappeared. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up here. I'm not here to debate or argue or tell you that you're wrong. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And Marcus may be joining us if he ever loads in. There we go. Hey, Marcus, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like
that? Kind of neutral at the moment. Like, you don't remember me. It's my second time speaking, and I was wild and crazy because I was new to TikTok, and you put me in my place in the way that I felt like I didn't know what was going on, what was happening. You know, first time emotion, and holy jeez, man. And then I experienced other pages. I liked them. I went super good. And then I kept swiping toward, like, rejecting you. Fuck it. And tonight, I'm letting, I don't know if it's a way I should be putting it, like questioning belief, but tonight is different. You said something, like, right away. The feedback you said to him is his second time, and it was quite better. You know, wow. For me, that you got back my respect. I thought you were a jerk just because I think you didn't. I think I was expecting, expecting a result that wasn't happening, I guess. Just going out wild without rules.
Yeah.
no values, that you may not know nothing about this person, so you might trigger them with a word, just one word, one saying. So you got to watch our words, what we say, because our perspective is ours and none to project on another
Right.
one to understand.
I think I understand you there, Marcus. Just really
Can I
quick,
speak louder?
do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like it?
Well, now you ask my age, 42, and I along my journey, I did carry one with me for a crutch, I guess, but today I realize, like if a baby is born, like you put him in his environment and you just protect it and you watch the environment, well, you can actually predict a lot more after the outcome. You can start stereotyping and being correct. Like, we are super more advanced than we like to admit sometimes. We're being watched lots, and people don't realize what they're actually putting out there is actually to some say is control us. But why not change our beliefs, right? Ironically, and try to, instead of controlling, let's take it at our advantage and take the power away just from the words. Watching, like, it was like what I'm trying to say is like,
Yeah,
simple.
Marcus, we're kind of losing the plot from the question.
Okay. Well, yeah, I used God along the way, and now I don't tend to need. Once you carry your wisdom, you don't need to prove anything, because it's into. Yeah.
So for you, does God exist?
There's a creator that created. Yeah, I don't come from rocks and just random. No, absolutely not. Like,
there's a creator that created. What does that mean? Created.
It means it means, like, I guess it's like me watching my boys play a game. There's rules. There's a creator. There's a imagination. Let's go back, architect.
Sorry, so you're saying there's an imagination and a creation. You're saying because you assume there's a creator, then you assume it has an imagination. I'm a little lost trying to understand. What is it you mean by creation? What is creation?
I was just saying, first, without imagination, you will never create nothing. So with the creator, first you need imagination. And imagination is when you're first born and you're living pure consciousness without anything disrupt. Yet pure, like
pure consciousness.
Okay? Well, not pure, but I believe.
Can you tell me what creation is?
Well, now you're bouncing into a different. I'll try. You bring me back to wherever you want, okay? Because I'll
We've
get
been
lost.
At creation. You said that you believe there's a creator, that you didn't come from nothing, and I asked, what is creation?
It's someone's imagination. That's exactly it. So if we
creation
live
is
creation,
someone else's imagination.
Absolutely, someone else's. Yeah, because it's someone else's imagination. If we're all in the same creation, we're all seeing the same friggin' thing. We're all in the same friggin' creator. I'll believe that. It makes logic. We're all seeing.
I'm sorry, you're saying it just makes logic. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. So just to clarify, because we all exist within the same thing, then it must be something's imagination.
It must
I'm
be
trying to understand why you think that the something that we all exist in is something that you would call creation. What is the word creation? Like, what does it mean?
Just me listening to you properly and letting my ego aside is questioning my belief. But I just realized something because I'm listening right now, and it's not very often I listen, because I have to really listen and let go of what I want to say next and go on a lot.
I appreciate you actually listening,
Fuck, man.
Marcus.
Thank you, man. Just the questioning you're doing, everything, man. Everything I don't like, really not comfortable, that's exactly it. Thank you. Fuck yeah. So thanks, yeah. So let's go back to the point. I really think that, like, just let me, I guess, don't try to, I guess, every, like, I know, I'm saying it too, like, words are important. So they must mean everything. They must be a part, like, it means something to everybody. So you're like making sure what you're doing is when you hear somebody talk and you hear a word, you need to try to put yourself in his shoes and understand how he's using that word. Because I'm seeing a bunch of people going around and just using a bunch of words and not caring. And then they're getting what they're wanting. And then some get confused. Why am I getting this? Well, look, I'm your friend. I know. And I went to therapy, and they teach you other people that loves you around you. They know you better than yourself. So, man, when I'm not uncomfortable with what I'm hearing, it's a reflection of what I'm not facing. And this guy, thank you, because you are aware, you're really listening. And you know what?
I am really listening, but I'm also waiting kind of back at that question where it was like, you believe in a creator. So what is creation?
It's like I say, first it needs. If you want, like, first it needs it needs a thought. It needs an image. It needs an imagine. You need a, that's the beauty of life. First, if you strip away, like, the possibility of your own. If you get stuck in your perspective, your own belief, you believe that we're all in the same place. Like I've been trying to say, but really, I don't know, man. That's why he's keeping on making sure I question my own belief all the time.
Are you coming up against an I don't know right now when I say what is creation?
So I'm confused myself. Like, I'm trying to, like, I'm not. I don't think I'm here to actually find that answer. I think, I'm really great at my passion. I think so. For a question like that, try to convince yourself, man. I think this is what it is. That the point is just make sure you friggin' listen and you really question your own beliefs. So I gotta leave it like that. I cannot go on.
Questions, and I hope that you keep asking questions. Take care. That was something. But if you also believe in something, and it's godlike or gods like or higher power like or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question it. Well then, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And also, thank you, Mira, for the panther paw. Appreciate you. Oh, and thank you, Shell, for the manifesting. Thank you. Appreciate you all so much. And now we've got both sides serenading us in the comments. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. Hello, Nemo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I would say yeah.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe God is the energy more so that bounds all of creation, all the universe, just everything, and it's the same very essence that brings random people together on silly little platforms like TikTok and stuff like that.
So you said energy. What is energy?
Energy is a constant base of movements and frequencies, sounds. It's a lot.
A constant base of movements, frequencies, and sounds.
Yeah, it's it's those weird vibes you get almost. Those sudden feelings. All of that is the
What is a
universe.
vibe?
All a vibe. Oh man, that is one of the vibe is that pit feeling stomach. That empty drop. It's
Is it an
that.
emotion?
I wouldn't say it's emotion. I would say it's either a warning or almost a welcoming feeling.
A
Not so
warning
much
or
an
a welcoming?
emotion. Yeah.
Are you trying to describe, like, is it mood?
Well, no, because it could disrupt one's mood. But it's like when you get struck by somebody's beautiful eyes, and you get this feeling, and it's just one of those things that connects. It's one of those things that can't be explained, but
Are you sure it can't be explained?
I don't maybe the human mind. I mean, yeah, we probably could if we got into the science of it. I'm not a scientist per se.
So there may be some scientific explanation for what you're describing. Could it be a physiological,
That is so
evolutionary characteristic, something that we've developed as part of a social species?
Yeah, kind of like primal instincts. And, hmm?
What does that have to do with the idea of a god?
Well, I think that whole base of energy from the universe to how we feel to what we interpret and all of that is the process of what people believe is God, and people
So
just put it.
the base, the energy that you're talking about is um, was primal instinct, things that, like the way we feel when we walk in a room. Um, how is that? How is that related to a god?
Because it's like I think I believe that it's the feelings that we get. They're messages. They're to let us know, like, is it safe? Should we leave? And that's why we get certain feelings, such as though those are warnings. Those are like, hey, listen here, it's not a good spot. Don't go out tonight.
So we get feelings and warnings, and those. I'm still not hearing how that equates to God at all. Could that not be our own
Because maybe
evolutionary
I'm
process?
explaining it. Maybe I'm explaining it wrong, which I would totally apologize. But I'm saying, like, it's those energies that we feel that we can't see that even keeps the moon as close as it is to the earth. We can take it out there if we can. That keeps the water from
Wouldn't that be
leaving.
gravity?
Okay, yeah, but I'm. It's so.
It
This
sounds
is why
poetic,
it is
but
very. Yeah, yeah. It's
as you get more poetic, though, it kind of gets less meaningful, doesn't it?
I suppose. But I mean, that's why I kind of was willing to do this. I like being
I
questioned, and
appreciate that, Nemo.
a lot of these beliefs that I have is from questioning the Bible and questioning why other people believe in what they believe. And in the end, I just kind of felt like I had to come up with my own, but like, this is what I know, like the things that have been passed
Hmm.
down through the neurons from the DNA and all of those things. He said, sing time. I don't understand the gravity of the situation.
So the the neurons in your brain are processing information And that information, could it have come from dubious sources? Could it have come from pop science and spiritual articles meant to inspire some kind of belief or hope in something
Well,
that can't be promised?
if I was the type of person to read magazines, and even believe in propagandas before I have the question about it, then possibly so. I only look things up. I only desire to dive into it if myself is questioning the situation. Is that so? Like, there's no influence thoughts that I'm being given. Oh, the cat.
You say there's no influence that you're being given, but you talk about
There's no worldly influence, I would
mhm.
say. Hmm. So,
Could the information that you are exposed to, you talked about there being some kind of vibration, energy. You talked about a source. Do you come from elsewhere?
yes.
And that those
Elsewhere.
ideas, like other people.
Well, it's that part. My curiosity is often struck by what I will hear from other people. Just like my curiosity struck to have a conversation with here, no matter how I sound about it. Like, this is who I am. I'm happy with that. So, yes, um, they do bring questions to me, and that I appreciate. And sometimes, without even bringing up the subject of how I'm feeling, they could even bring words in the situation that, like, kind of unravels the tangle in your brain when you have like an instinct and a feeling. Um, you know what I mean?
Do you think that your beliefs are based on instinct and feeling?
I would say my belief is based off everything that I've looked into and yeah, I guess in the sense, yeah, I'm going to say this, what I feel is right
When you
for
say
what,
you've looked into, what do you mean by that?
well, I mean, I've looked into uh, Buddhists. I've looked into like Rastafarians, Christianity. I was born Christian and of Christian family. Um, so there's things that I wanted to diverse myself out there with. Yeah.
Do you believe in a version of the Christian God?
Um, they like to be called God. However, I can never strike myself to say I'm Christian.
Do you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Believe Jesus was real, and I believe he was a man of many miracles. And if you take the J and make it into like any, pretty much almost any other language, the way the AJ makes it would be a huh, and it's kind of more like he's us than Jesus. He said that we were
Um,
him. We could do anything he could do.
um, does it matter that his name was Yeshua?
His name could be Yeshua, Yahweh.
Okay,
It don't matter.
so I just thought the he's wordplay, it seems to only really work in English.
It does, it
Um,
does. But
uh,
if they're all knowing, sorry, if they're all knowing, and they created
then they
everything, they
would
would have
know
known
that you
that that would
could do that.
happen.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it wouldn't happen in any other language because English is somehow superior.
it's
So
really weird. Yeah.
that's a little weird. So
Hold on, top 1%. I am
have you?
weird, and I acknowledge
We're
that.
up here talking. The chat's down there, and you can respond to them in chat. But up here, I'm having a conversation with you.
I
So
respect.
so Do you believe that Jesus resurrected?
I can't say I neither believe nor disbelieve that. I cannot actually go back and collect that. I cannot look into that. I cannot. I can read the stories which man written, but I can neither believe nor believe that he
Have you
died and
read the
came back.
stories?
Yeah,
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
not no. I've read a lot.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true?
I believe that. Yeah, the good majority of the Bibles are definitely true. Because if you cross-reference them from the Muslim Bible or other Bibles, a lot of the places, the stories, they're basically the same, just with different names.
Could that not be because they copied one story to the next over
Question is, who
hundreds of
copied who?
years? Yeah, it would be the Jews had copied some ancient Sumerian legends, and
Hmm.
the Christians would have copied the Jews, and then the Muslims would have copied the Christians and the Jews. Kind of works that way in order.
Yeah.
So does it? Do you believe the stories within the Bible are true, like the 6-day creation? Do you think that's true?
Oof, the 6-day creation part. That one, I think it's a mix. It's a mix. Like what a relative God would see as 6 days, saying, I made the world in 6 days. That could have been 1,000 years for each day for us, for like in our time span. If you're living up there in the fucking, sorry, my language, sorry. If you're living up there in the sixth dimension and all those things, like, how do you perceive time? How do you perceive that you did it in 6 days when
I'm sorry,
no man
sixth dimension?
said, yeah, dimensions, like,
No, what is a dimension?
like the first dimension is flat, you can't see nothing, nothing changes. The second dimension, it's a little pop up, it's a little kind of there, you can see a little difference, like a ball coming close, like, like 3D or 3D. And then fourth dimension would be more complex.
And you assume God is in the sixth dimension?
Not per se sixth dimension, I just used a number and shot with it.
I see. And so you think that, so from God's perspective, that 6 days would be more like 6 billion years for us, or 1,000, or what?
I can't determine that one, but I know that there's things that I will never know until I pass on.
So you think but you believe that we were created in 6 God days?
That's, yeah, if you want to put it like that, in 6 God days, yeah, we were probably made in 6 God days.
In that same order given in the book?
Well, there's probably more to it, I would say,
Light
because
and firmament,
like
and plants and sun and moon, animals, man and woman.
Well, the firmament, that's
That's
it's I believe in the ether energy. I believe that is ether.
What is ether?
Ether is essentially the energy around us that allows us to even have electricity. Ether was taken out of the.
Sorry, does it matter to you that ether was disproven by a series of experiments over 100 years ago?
Does it matter? Yeah, it does. It does actually. It does. Because I question it. I do. I still question it.
Have you looked into those experiments?
Yeah, I've looked into a few of them. How, like, there's some of the ripples effects. How they're not really
Ripples effects.
Yeah, the way the frequencies when they go through the air, how a car with the wavelengths, they don't match up with the air goes, and not ergo is just a word of et cetera, et cetera. They don't match up. But it's a good way of explaining that energy that I was explaining. It's something that it could be they might have said it's disproven, but it's like how the Chinese, the Asian cultures have like mana. You know, they were the ones that brought in mana. You can't see mana, but it's
What
an
is
energy.
mana?
It's a energy of the soul that like.
What is
Yeah,
soul?
soul is what I would say a form of consciousness, and consciousness is a form of being able to be aware. Um, However, to exactly say what that soul truly is, some part of me believes it's the it's probably, if it's located anywhere, it's in the heart or it's in the pineal gland in the brain. It's controlled by one
I'm
of
sorry,
those.
the what gland?
Pineal? Did I say that
Pineal?
right?
Do you mean
Pineal.
the one responsible for the release of melatonin?
It does a lot. Yes, pineal gland. Thank you.
It does a lot. How do you know what it does?
A spiritual aspect. I believe that it's kind of what produces the right hormones and balances our brains so we can be above what this world is, but
Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you for the air dancer and the confetti. So the pineal gland, it does what?
you know, it releases the melatonin, it releases the serotonin. It helps balance us. It's
Balances
I think
us.
yeah, it tells us what we
How,
need before we even know.
how do you know?
Well, if you didn't have something that produced said melatonin in your body, how would you know you needed sleep?
I'm sorry. You think that's the only way that
Well, my
really
point
quick
is,
before we go any further, do
mhm,
you have a degree in neurology, or is this all from like Wikipedia?
uh, this is all from my own research. Yes, I know I'm not a neurologist. I don't take claim to having any degree in anything, but I have formed a wide amount of things. I've smashed them together, and these are the things that I do believe
Is there any possibility that you could be mistaken?
every day. Every day could be I could be wrong about anything and everything.
How would you know?
That's the beauty of it. Like
What's the beauty?
you can't know. It's just we get this one life, and we get to believe whatever we want, and let whatever be whatever. No, I'm not claiming that this is the one truth that no everyone's got to believe this. Like I definitely could never be me. I could be wrong about anything. I could be wrong up here, sitting up here, and people are looking at me like, "What's he talking about?"
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've gone through a few backgrounds during this conversation. The one that I didn't pull up is, what the fuck are you talking about? I was thinking it quite a few times because
It's fine.
I'm not. It sounds like you're making a lot of word association connections here with the energy, vibration, source, spirit, soul. These things not quite actually being defined in any way, but by each other.
Um, I have not been fully explaining everything, but that I feel like would take forever because um, I can't talk in a straight line.
What is energy?
Um, energy is it's the motion creates energy. Energy is everything that is. Even our brains is just based on electrons shot through the body. It's
You're
just
saying everything that is energy. There's nothing that isn't energy.
it's even the matter. It runs with energy, like
Is
the
the
water.
matter itself energy, or is energy an attribute of the matter?
It's an attribute.
So that wouldn't.
Got me there. You got me there.
So then, what is the attribute of energy? Like, what does it mean?
The attribute of energy is what gives life the sustaining balance it does.
Energy is what gives life the sustaining balance it does. That kind of sounds like you're making a lot of assumptions.
Okay, well, have you looked at a tree and its roots and how they spread and how they send different waves down and back up, and they do all like how
Different waves.
yeah, like they'll send messages down to the roots when it's hungry. The leaves will. They do all the like it's all connected. The leaves isn't the whole tree, but they still can send those messages down just by the fear, like the pure aspect of it knowing.
The
Like
pure
it's
aspect of it knowing. You're sure there's not like some electrochemical
but that's
happening?
just it. It is an electrocurrent.
Okay, so what is the energy we were talking about? What is energy?
It's been funny, but drop it before it gets too. My bad.
If you read the comments, they always feel like impending doom or harsh judgment, but they're lovely people.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I just got distracted on it. I saw I was tagged. It's you said what is energy? Energy is electrical currents that can flow from one area to another. It goes by the area it's traveled by. It's created by momentum, magnets, lots of things. Like I can't. I don't. I feel like if I took the time to explain it all, I'd feel like the lecturer, teacher.
Could energy just be something as simple as the ability to do work?
Well, yeah, that could be so. Yeah, it could be the ability just to want to get up and do something because sometimes your body does
The
lack.
ability to do.
Well, not ability to do, but the want to do.
Oh, so now energy is a want. Is want an emotion?
Want is not an emotion, but to have a thrive for something.
What is want?
Want is greed.
So energy is greed now.
Okay.
Do you see the roller coaster we're on?
See, I knew I liked you. Okay. Want. I like how you did that. Want. You were like, so it's greed.
Well, I mean, now we're at greed equals MC squared.
You said greed equals MC squared.
What is energy?
It's okay. I feel like I'm being asked the same thing 3 times. I love it. You're really and the currents that vibes do everything. It's runs through the ground,
that
comes through the
vibe
sun.
through everything. Currents that vibe through everything.
In the end, I obviously don't know the best way to describe energy. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know is a perfectly fine answer. So,
Um,
if you don't know the best way to describe energy, why is that the catch-all word used?
why is that the catch-all word? Because for me, when I feel something, when I feel something is true, um, it's just there's this energy that I get. There's this feeling I get. Like everything moves a lot differently, and
Now you said it. Feeling. Is
what?
it a feeling you get?
Well, it's a feeling. It's an energy. It's both.
I'm trying to switch to this graphic. So, um, it's a feeling, it's an energy. The energy is a feeling. Can you be describing an emotion?
Well, I don't get happy, I don't get mad, I don't get excited when I learn these types of things. It is a surge that I feel.
A
And
surge that you feel.
yeah, it's a surge through my body. It is I feel it.
A
Yes.
feeling.
I
Can
know
the
I feel
feeling
it.
can the feeling that you're talking about still be an emotion, an invigoration? Can that be an emotion?
If if what I do feel is an emotion, I have yet to find a name for a tingling vibe running through your whole body when you truly have like when you wrap your mind around that, you know, like you believe that that's true. I
Like biting into a York peppermint patty. No, I'm just messing. Is it is is it possible that this is an emotional sort of invigoration? Invigorating. Doesn't that sound like the word you're describing?
invigorates. I see what you're getting at, but it it doesn't move me as an invigoration type feeling. I'm not like, oh yeah, I discovered something, you know, eureka. It's not like that. It's just a literal, like, kind of like when your stomach drops because you just saw something really bad, but it's not like that. You just feel it. You know, your stomach didn't really like move really. It's still right there. That's what I feel, like a surge. And I know for
Mhm.
me, like that's my click. That power surge is like that's a confirmation for me.
So feeling a power surge is a confirmation to you that you're feeling energy and that energy is somehow related to divinity.
Yes.
Does that not feel like leap after leap after leap?
Sometimes.
Does it matter to you, Nemo, if the things that you believe are true or not?
If I find out I'm wrong, then I get disappointed in myself. It definitely matters if what I have to say is true. Um, that's why I try not to get my actual facts mixed up with. It does happen. I'm not perfect.
Could it be that that's kind of where you are with your beliefs, that they are mixed up with things that you think you know?
It's possible. I'm like, it is.
Would you rather live in an uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie?
I'd rather live in an uncomfortable truth.
If you found that there was no reason to believe in the God that you do, the energy source, would that change the way that you live your life?
It wouldn't change the way that I live my life, but it would be kind of like it'd be a hit on the old ringer. I still try to be a good person, regardless if I believe in a god. For the longest time, I didn't. For a good span in between most things, I wouldn't even call it God. I'd just be like, the universe has its plan.
Right, but you always assumed there was a mind behind what is.
Mm, mind, no.
An intention, a plan, a
A
planner.
plan, a plan, maybe. There is definitely a plan in works.
Why do
Uh,
you assume that?
well, because I'm not often needed everywhere, but I often find myself needed exactly when I need to be there, right on time. And everyone always says, "Where did you come from? You dropped out of the sky. This is the most. Like, I need you now. Like, thank you." These are just feelings. These are just things that I know I got to keep up with.
You know you have to keep up with showing up conveniently for people.
Uh, just being myself. Essentially, I skip out on people for weeks on end, and I just happen to show up, and they need me. It's not like I'm trying to be a good person in that way per se.
Could it be you just happen to show up in those instances, but they need you other times you weren't there?
Mm, I mean, last time I dropped it on somebody, I had three people, same night, all spiritual people.
You don't think there could be any confirmation bias at play here?
Hmm? Sorry?
I said you don't think there's any confirmation bias at play there?
I might be a little biased, but it was the feeling I got from the situation. Right? I might. I go on a course that the universe gives me, and I know that it's all planned out. And not
You
everything's
know
planned
that
out.
it's all planned out.
It's not
So
all planned out.
if you're saying
Sorry.
that you know that it's all planned out, that at least in your world it's all planned out, does that mean that every occurrence around you is part of a plan? Does that
Uh,
include the unalivement of those people in your periphery, the people who you pass by on the street? If
if
someone's going through a rough time in their life, is that part of that plan?
Unfortunately, when you put it like that, unfortunately, yes.
Does that mean infants born with terminal illnesses and only moments of life in
I'm not
nothing but
saying
excruciating pain are part of the plan?
I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm not saying it's right. It hurts.
Is it part of the plan?
But unfortunately, that's part of the plan.
So it's part of the plan for an infant to be um, born, know only pain, and then unalive. That's part of the plan. Does it make you feel better to think of that as part of the plan?
I can't feel, it's not, okay, that started about wrong. Judge what things happen. It's terrible. I can feel bad. I do feel bad. I don't like the things that I see.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, things happen. It's see constantly.
Why do you assume
But
it is part of a plan?
well, things the same thing. Like,
Assume
but
it is.
things one decision can lead to a different end plan,
Why do you assume it
depending.
is part of a plan?
Why be? It's just what I've been shown.
Interesting. What have you been shown that indicates that everything is part of a plan?
Well, my life.
So because of instances in your life things that happen conveniently for you seem planned.
I would not use the word convenient for me. Like that is I wouldn't quite say that. They weren't convenient for me.
Is it not convenient if you're still alive and the example child from my previous analogy was not?
I'm only alive because I got stuff to do, and sadly, unfortunately, just like regrettably, some lives are they're here for a split second, but they're I don't mean to say this in a negative way. They're lessons for certain people around
So they
them.
mattered less. The
No,
life
no,
itself
they
didn't.
anything
The
they
life
mattered more.
itself didn't matter. It's just the example that it can serve for someone else.
The life mattered equally. I believe that it's not okay. I've just been shown that I can't explain this whole aspect of everything that I've been shown and how to process it.
Nemo,
Because
I
yeah,
think that there are a lot of questions that you should be asking yourself about this structure that you feel is a knowledge. But unfortunately, we've had a poll, and I think we're going to move on. I appreciate you being here, and I hope
I
that you keep asking questions.
thank you.
Thank you, Nemo. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. I just want to know if you can question it. Then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
I believe in oneness, that we are all connected.
Fascinating,
Somewhere.
PD. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 40. Sorry, it's early here. It's early. I'm 40 years old. I come from atheist background, all the way down to religious, and all the way down to somewhere in between.
So you were an atheist, but now you believe there's some connection. Do you believe in a god?
Not in a traditional religious sense.
What sense?
I don't even refer to God as God.
What do you refer to it as?
The source of life, whatever it is.
The source of life, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
You think that there's a singular source of life? And does it have a mind?
No, I don't think it's here comes the science, where I'm trying to tie in the science, which I'm not very educated in. I'm trying to understand. I believe that God has no, it's just physics that ties us all together. Not physics, the law of nature, that makes us breathe, reproduce, and the purpose is something human thing. It is actually a human thing. We want to have a purpose. If that makes sense.
You're saying that purpose is a human thing.
Yeah.
That there's no purpose to what created. The source didn't have an intention or a mind.
No.
It just is what started things.
Yeah. And
why do you think that something started things?
Why do I think it started? It's a pure survival mechanism, and what we have, or what we can actually see, it's a survival mechanism of molecules, particles, whatever, and it formed in such a way without a knowing, but a survival mechanism, and let's say it created a big bang or something, and it started to form. It's a pure accident, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, why did we became or evolved into something that we are today. There is no explanation, there's no reason. We could have been wolf people, or we could have been the turtle people, or
Right.
reptilians.
So if we are just what we are and things just
Yeah.
happened the way they did, then you're not thinking of the beginning as a creator entity, a being,
No.
a mind. You're thinking of it as just an action or a moment, an event that causes what happens here, the
Yeah.
initial beginning, a beginning or a cause.
You see, there where it gets for me messier. I don't really understand what is beyond that beginning point. To assume that it could be an entity, or it could be the reason, it could be so that's where it gets messy, because it requires for me to have an understanding, to go there mentally or physically and study that point and understand why it happened.
So you don't have a way to know what comes before.
Yes.
But why do you believe that there would even be a before to speak of?
To give myself a purpose. Otherwise, if I don't believe something, it would be very difficult existence for me personally. I have
See.
to believe in
So
something.
for you, you need something at all to believe in, and it doesn't matter if it's source energy or a celestial skeletal bat goddess or Jesus, as long as it's something.
Yes, that is
Why?
exactly, yeah. You see, there is my personal views of life. If I don't believe that I'm here for a purpose, which I give myself a purpose, as I said earlier, then what is the point of living life? What is the point of trying to strive to be better, or self-improvement, and build something as a human race, and study what we have around if we do not have a purpose? That's my why.
So the reason why you feel you need a purpose that comes from belief.
Yes.
Why do you think your purpose needs to come from a belief in something, especially something that you know you cannot know?
It comes from a lot of personal reasons, where I have gone through depressions and heartaches, abusive family. That's what actually allowed me to survive. The personal belief. It doesn't have to be true, and I don't believe fully 100% it's the reality I should assume it exists, but it's a form of belief that I form within my own heart and my own mind, that allows me, okay, this is my goal, this is what I want to do, because I want to become better, because that's what nature does. It tries to survive in improving itself, killing something off to create something new. The circle of life. God, I didn't want it to sound terrible with killing something off. I was talking about a circle of life, how it happens.
No, it's okay. Do you feel that? Are you familiar with absurdism?
Yeah, I do. And I still question many things, and I'm trying to make sense out of all of it. I'm trying to figure this all out. And my belief system is what I have is very fluid. It is based on what I have found, read, and I'm trying to put pieces of puzzle. And I do believe that some pieces of a puzzle within my belief system do not fit, and I have no problem to discard that piece if I find something that fits better.
So for you, it's about making what you understand fit in a way that gives you something to
Yeah.
believe in with a purpose that helps you push forward. How does believing in this source energy, I'm sorry, you hadn't used the word energy here. How does believing in this source of all give you purpose?
It's based on a story of oneness, that it all began at one point. And you're actually right, you use the word energy, and that's what exactly I believe, that the source energy was there and it started to separate itself from itself, to improve, to become larger, to become better, to become stronger. And so therefore it started to separate from itself, and it was kind of like a physical, well, I don't know if I can use word physical event, physics event, and it became more separated and created more realities, or for example planets and stars and universes, which then created life. And I'm not saying in a sense of a story of creation like God, that he intentionally created certain things. I think it is a chain event, that one event started from that, which allowed it energy to make more out of that. And so therefore that
I
means
want to
that
ask
there is,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I want to ask the obvious question, which is
okay.
what is energy? But before you answer that,
Mm-hmm.
why do you think that this source would be a singular thing? Why couldn't it be multiple things all coinciding? And then why would, again, they be the first? Wouldn't they have causes?
It could be possibly the causes. That's why I was stating earlier, I don't have a knowledge or understanding to go to that point and understand what was before or what was around it. Maybe there was more other sources, but from what I know now in my mind, based on my beliefs and stories I have read, it was one. But I'm not assuming it was one. It's just based on what I have found so far.
When you say based on stories you've read, can you
Yeah.
give me an example? What stories are you talking
A
about?
story is stories of oneness, how of the beginning of the story of creation within the belief of oneness.
The story of creation within the belief of oneness.
Yeah, it's not one specific book, it's multiple sources, and multiple, because I also believe in extrasensorical abilities as well, and that comes from the same stories, and it's, yeah.
So, extrasensory abilities.
Yeah,
Do,
yeah,
do you believe that you possess those abilities?
I believe everybody does in some way, form, or shape. Everybody does. And for example, that we refer to a gut feeling. There is no evidence that certain thing could happen or would happen, but we do feel it would, and then it happens. That would be because how else would I be able to explain that, the gut feeling?
Could a gut feeling not be something that we've developed instinctually, and are they always right? I mean, don't they end up being wrong sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes, yes, of course.
If they end up
Sometimes.
being wrong sometimes, doesn't it make it more likely that it is our brain and our body guessing at something rather than actually knowing something, sensing something?
No, it is possible. Absolutely. Absolutely, it is possible. Like I said, there is no 100% knowing of things that I'm saying, or it's the same thing when you talk to a traditionally religious person. There is no 100% in believing what they say because there is no evidence. All we have is our five senses and our intellect that we could prove it or disprove it. And we are talking about belief systems that cannot be disproved because it has to be proven first. And so that's why we are all discussing things, and which I love. We should discuss more because there's so many good things coming out of that.
Really quickly, I do need to speak past you. I've got to make sure
Yes.
I thank Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Shell, Jimmy B, and 96 for helping with our previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. I only have a few more questions for you, Didi. Do you believe that these connections that you were talking about that lead to these extrasensory abilities, do you think that they could be detectable by anything in science?
There was this one Russian scientist. He was an old man. He was playing around with some whatever was available technology to him. That was, I think, maybe 90s or early 2000s. And he did try, we call, or someone would call aura. And he did find certain things, but I won't quote him because that was such a long time ago when I read about this. So that gave me a belief that eventually we would be able to detect it. So, for example, I'll give you another example historically.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're saying a Russian scientist tried to measure auras?
Yeah.
And were they successful?
In a sense, but it has to be tested even further because you cannot just rely on one scientist. It gives you a hope that there would be a possibility, and we need more scientists working on it to prove it or disprove that possibility. Yes.
Is it possible that it is not something that could be proven because auras don't exist?
Well, it doesn't exist yet. So for now, it is disproven. Yes.
Do you, if you were to find out tomorrow that there was no connection between us, that things have always existed, there was no beginning, no beginner, and none of these extra sensory abilities were real, would that change the way you live your life?
I would definitely have to re-examine my views of life, obviously, sure. And that would definitely change many things. Like I said earlier, I'm very fluid when it comes to this. I have no problem with adjusting, and I have no problem in discarding one belief system and assuming, after careful examination, another. I have no problem with that.
Do you feel that if you were to discard this belief system, you would require another to take its place?
Yes, I would say so, yes.
Why
Yes.
is that?
Because, like I explained it earlier, the belief system helps me a lot in understanding the world I have inside me and the world that I have outside of me. To keep myself grounded and able to go from day to day, and without falling into the depression and other depressive disorders. Because if we don't have a meaning, what else do we have?
Well, can you not derive meaning?
Yeah, I tried. I did. Like I said, I started with atheism. Well, I didn't start with atheism. I grew up in a family of who were atheists, and they believed in nothing else. And within my heart, when I became a bit older, I was thinking, how is this even possible that nothing exists outside of physical realm? What keeps us coherent? What keeps us alive? What gives us meaning? Because humans need meaning. We always have created meaning since the beginning of times of human race.
Hi, Didi.
Hi.
Hello, Philly.
Hi, Thrayle. If humans have created meaning, then why do we need an external anything to give us that meaning?
You mean external, as if I would go outside of myself and look for, let's say in traditional sense, a god?
For you, Didi, I think it would mean the
For
belief in
me.
extrasensory abilities, the connection that you talked about.
Right. It's not really like in a law of oneness. There is no outside or inside. Everything is connected. So for me to say extrasensory abilities, or saying that there is a source, it is also within me. And I spend a lot of time within me, if that makes any sense.
You create your own meaning internally?
Yes. Yes.
But you connect that meaning to the extrasensory experience.
I would say so, yes. That would be true, yes.
Can you have meaning without the extrasensory experience?
I don't know. I really don't know how to answer this question. I'm not sure.
That's okay.
Yeah. In the questions, what's the source of the sources? I don't know.
That's a question that, yeah, I like to ask too.
Yeah.
But Didi, it almost sounds like you you take an absurdist sort of stance.
Yeah.
Like almost like you don't have to believe this, but you feel like you're compelled to give yourself meaning, and so to give yourself meaning, you choose to believe in a source and a connection of extrasensory perception.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. So, for example, talking about this, attaching to belief to my day-to-day life. I have lived my life before without a belief system of anything, and it was it was okay for a while. It was all right. I would perform my things that I'm supposed to do as a human being, and eventually I would still have questions, and I would still fall into this deep depression thinking about, why do I have to be here? What is the reason for my existence? Why do I have to do all these things if there is no reason, no purpose? So yes, I do attach that to my day-to-day life. However, I am not preaching it. I'm not making other people to see the same thing, because I know they won't, because they have their own way of looking at life, their own experiences. And I also understand that in a physical world, we are all in the same place. We see the same things. However, emotionally, we don't. So therefore, the belief system comes from there in order to help us.
Why can't your purpose just be to live?
Just to live. I don't know. You mean living like I just described, going to work, looking after the family, cleaning the house, going to see some, I don't know, musical, let's say, or some other performances, going to the nature. Would that be enough? I don't know. Probably no, it's not enough for me now. And I do believe as well in science, and not believe in science. I do understand that there is a science that explains our physical world, and I do not disprove that. And I try not to attach my belief to a science, because there is no connection there with the science. And I'm fully aware of that. I'm not trying to scientifically explain extrasensory abilities, because we don't have that yet, or we may never have.
Do you think it's possible that we may never, that not only that we may never scientifically have it, but that they aren't even really there, that they are something else?
Yeah, I understand that it is possible. It's absolutely possible. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question from the comments, and it's not meant to be rude.
Okay.
But what is the difference between the way you choose your beliefs and someone choosing something made up, make believe?
There is no difference. That is made up. If we come, because there is no proof of what I'm saying. So therefore it could be made up, and it is absolutely possible. Yes. I'm not being offended by it, because I fully understand that it is possible, and there is no difference, really. It's the same. What is actually the bone of my belief? If you take a book, let's say a children's book, Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, and you read that book from cover to cover, and you examine the story, you do take some value that's the bone of my belief. I'm not saying it is that there was a one singular source, and it's just by accident or with a purpose created more, which caused a chain reaction and we ended up here. But it's a story with a meaning to me.
So
Yes,
it doesn't have to actually be true for you to find meaning in it.
yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Is there more questions?
I don't know,
Or
Dee Dee. You've done very well. I don't
okay,
have a lot of follow-ups, I guess.
okay.
I understand where you're coming from, and I can appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And it was nice to be here on this panel and speak about this.
Thank you so much, Dee Dee, for answering the questions honestly and openly.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dee Dee.
Thank you.
W's for Dee Dee in the chat. She did very well. It sounds like her beliefs are built to comfort and are built from questioning and are totally understood to be beliefs made up for a purpose, and the purpose is purpose. If anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. I'm not interested in verbal altercation or some kind of competitive parlance. I just want to know if you can question what it is you believe. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Philly. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How's the evening going?
It's going quite well. I saw you had an interview with Hammy earlier. How did that go?
Good. We spoke for about 2.5 hours. It was fascinating to hear the major events that caused cracks in Hammy's faith, and then the progression of how he has called himself from non-religious to agnostic to atheist to philosophical atheist, and talking about why and how, and his philosophy around having conversations like we have here on the Batcolyte or debates. It was great. I love Hammy.
That's awesome. I'm glad that went well.
Thanks for dropping in.
Hell yeah. I wish I'd known sooner that you were doing an interview. I would have shown up much earlier. But no, it was awesome. But maybe somebody else has the courage or the curiosity to be interviewed by Philly Red and myself on whether or not they can question their beliefs. And what is that? What does that mean to you to question your beliefs?
Hello, crows.
Good morning, everybody.
Martin va.
Right. So I don't have long. I've got about half an hour before I need to go because the world's went back to normal. And I only really came up to say this. If anybody in the comments is looking to convert Thrayle to Christianity, put your hands up.
So is that how we're going to entice them up now?
Well, they do love a good conversion therapy, do you know what I'm saying? So why not just entice them with what they want?
I don't think conversion therapy means what you think it means.
Well, I don't really know. I'm just throwing big words out there and hoping that it sticks.
Well, I'm not here to be converted, and I'm not here to deconstruct you, but if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, I am interested in knowing what that belief is and why you believe it. But I don't know, I don't think anybody in here has a belief that they can question. I think we've run them all away, scared the believers with our lack of belief and our open-ended questions. Okay, some of them are pointed.
Since we have a lull, can I have a what the fuck moment?
Oh, you're actually requesting a what the fuck before just going there.
Yeah, that's a heads up in my country. Right, so what if Lucifer is God?
What if Lucifer is God?
Yeah, so let's just go into my brain for it. So God doesn't answer prayers, but God is meant to answer prayers. And apparently, don't quote me on it, he used to answer prayers, right? But now he doesn't. But then there was this big massive war in heaven, wasn't there? Where Archangel Michael was being a pure badass and shit, and people were getting booted out of heaven. They were getting, like, evicted, right? Just don't interrupt me. Just let me roll with it. We'll get to the punchline, right? What if Lucifer was God and Archangel Michael was the person that started the uprising and removed Lucifer from the throne of heaven and then done a hate campaign on him? And the reason that prayers don't get answered is because Lucifer's not there, man. He's trapped somewhere else. And it's Archangel Michael that's on the throne. What if?
If this were true, would it change it?
Okay, not. I mean, I might go looking for Lucifer because he sounds like a cool guy, man.
Would you worship him if you found him?
No, I'd just have a whiskey with him.
Okay.
Go with the post.
Hello, Nana.
So we're saying
for TikTok
God is not
TOS?
real, or what's the
No,
topic?
that's not what we're saying.
Which is God, why? I can explain.
Okay, so before you do, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26. 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power,
Yeah,
or
Christian.
anything like that? You're going to have to let me finish questions before you
I
jump in with your answers.
answered your... Okay, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so this probably isn't going to last long, but we'll try. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, I've audiobooked it. I used to work a job where I had to drive a lot, so I audiobooked like the entire Bible. So yeah, I've said Old Testament and New Testament. True and some metaphorical. Yeah.
What about the 6-day creation? Is that true as written?
Well, I mean, is it the Big Bang Theory in your eyes?
I'm asking if you think the 6-day creation is true
I
as
think it
written.
makes more sense than the Big Bang Theory, where everything like literally exploded into one dot. Like, I mean, can we think about what that fucking theory is?
No, we're not here to discuss the Big Bang
Okay,
unless
well,
it's your
there you go.
belief
Yeah,
system.
I agree with the old and new, whatever the Old and New Testament say. That's what I agree with.
Okay, so then you believe that Adam and Eve were the first two humans in a garden as well?
Right. And they sinned. There's a snake. Yep.
Why do you believe those stories to be true?
Because if we're going to the Jerusalem on a camel, I think it was no, not a camel. Fuck, it was a donkey. And they said, Jesus, son of David. And so, son of David means from the Old Testament also.
I was
So,
asking you
if
why you believed in the
yeah, no,
6-day
I'm telling you
creation in Adam and
because
Eve. Are you saying it's because...
there were
Are you...
people that saw this man alive and then unalive and then alive again. You understand that?
No, it has nothing to do with you believing the 6-day
How does that?
creation in Adam and
What?
Eve in a
Of
garden.
course it does.
So my question was about you saying that you believe in the 6-day creation and Adam
What I
and
believe,
Eve
if
because...
the guy
Stop.
says,
You've got to let me finish the
go
question.
ahead.
I don't know why you're trying to argue with a
Okay.
question
Yeah,
that
yeah,
hasn't
keep
been
going.
asked yet. Why are you talking while I talk? Do you have a self-control problem? Oh, I see. Apparently the answer to that is yes.
That's unfortunate.
It is because he really, really wanted to speak about Lucifer. Do you know what I mean? Always one.
You're so mischievous, Pros, and I love it. If you can question, have, while having a respectful conversation without interrupting, why don't you respectful conversation without interrupting?
God.
Says they can't do it because they don't use the word belief.
Interesting.
I know some people will say, I know there's a God. If you know there's a God and can question that knowing, why don't you request up?
Fear.
Sometimes I think so. Should I try to convert you, Crows?
Oh, what a mood I've woke up in. It's great.
What would you convert crows to?
I was just considering that.
I'll help you. I'll help you with the transition. If it's not Chaos Goblin related, it's not going to work. Your success rate will be 0.
Do you already believe in a Chaos Goblin, though?
Well, obviously, have you met me?
Are you the Chaos Goblin crows?
Ooh, that would be telling.
That would be telling.
Oh, absolutely though. Are we not all? Oh, we can't ask those kinds of questions because then Thrayle will be like, who's on?
Hammy's in the chat. Hammy, I was talking you up.
Hello to everybody who is joining us. We are at 33,000 likes, and I do appreciate everybody tapping the screen to get us there. But the more we tap, the more likely we'll get somebody in here who has the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. Nemo asks, is Batcolyte Thrayle? I mean, I'm not saying I'm not, but I wonder how long it takes most people to figure that out.
Took me a minute. I'm not going to lie.
This Batcolyte person is the quietest host on TikTok.
So thought that Batitude or Wee Bat as well. I thought both. It was only when Wee Bat, yeah, I don't know what else to call her. You know who I'm talking about though. It was only like a month before Christmas where I realised she wasn't your wife. And then Batitude, when he came up the other week there, I was like, oh, that's not his wife either.
Get away. Sorry.
I was just saying my wife's a totally different person.
Well, I know that now.
What were you going to say, Philly?
Second, how do you get away with having the backlight just be the screen? Because literally in the live I just had, I got 10 things, restrictions for static background. And backlight is totally static background. I shouldn't be saying this out loud.
I don't know why it works the way it works, but it... That is interesting, though.
It's frustrating.
a very busy background. Right, Sebastian.
I'm so sorry in advance if that's what happens.
No. But just in case, let's all tap that screen and share the live. Help get us out to the FYP. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well, that is what the fuck we are talking about.
To get what the fuck on a soundboard.
I could do that. I'm tempted to try something.
What are you trying? The music is gone. That tavern type background music is playing in my head still, but I wouldn't be able to hum it or anything. I don't think you'd want me to. It is relaxing. It's very relaxing. It's not very relaxing to hear me try to fill the unalived air.
What the fuck? So I made a button. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
I was just realizing I could make buttons. But I have to be on mute to do it.
Could do as well, right? Is with your buttons, you could put like your most asked questions, like yours. So you ask like, "What the fuck," or you could be like I don't know, what is energy? Do you know what I mean? In times a day, you could just hit the button and then you go, boom, job done.
What the fuck?
Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
A segue button.
Sandwich.
But also no segue button, because half of the fun of the segues is coming up with the segues.
There's that.
If you think it would be fun to question your belief in a god, God's higher power, or something like that, please request up. Good segue, huh?
It was a good segue. I just reached across the room to get a coffee.
You say segue, what do you mean? Because to me, a segue is a machine.
Too, but also it's anytime you transition from one thing to another, or in this case, transition back to the topic.
Thank you.
Like when I go from whatever random nonsense we're talking about to asking about whatever random nonsense a panelist believes. Like, do you believe that spirits have some intention of their own, or only what you believe that you put into them?
Are you asking me that question, or are you not?
Well, now I am.
Oh, man. Purpose. And I think we are the ones that fit into their purpose. Like acolytes. But I also think that it's already been decided how we, I don't know, because although I believe what I believe and I do what I do, I also think there's an element of determination there, that everything's already predetermined. And trying to explain that to people is fucking difficult. And the only way that I can do it is without sounding like an absolute to the fates and the norns about how a lot of cultures, not all, but a lot of cultures all believe that everything has already been woven into life. Do you know what I mean? So if it's been woven into life, and this is what furthers that, if our paths have already been woven, right, and everything we do has already been woven, then that means that everything is already predetermined. It's not just determined. Yeah, I do, yeah. Yeah.
Like there's a weaver of fate.
Yes. Yes. Well, I don't know. You've got the fates in Greek mythology, and then you've got the Norns and the Norse. And I look to the Norse side, so Erdar, Verdandi and Skadi, I look to them because they're the ones that are closest or interwoven into my own culture. Even though they're not from my culture, they're interwoven with how things are here. So I look to them. But even then, in my own culture, we have spinners and weavers as well. So we do. So it's like everywhere I look, it's there. So in my head, there has to be something. Have I questioned it? Absolutely. Do I still follow it? Fucking aye. Why not? Fuck it.
Why does there have to be something? Why does there have to be a fate weaver?
Oh, there doesn't. There doesn't. And for a lot of people, there isn't. Do you know what I mean? For me, there is. Part of me as a selfish human, where it's like, if this has been woven, then I'm not fully accountable. And I'm not a responsible adult. I am not a safe adult. So, do you know, well, I am, but you know what I mean? So I guess sharing the accountability is kind of a cool idea. So I can see why other people would believe that as well. Yeah. And having a place to lay blame as well is also, do you know what I mean? And that's the selfish aspects of it. Like, that's the truth in it.
So it helps you by giving you a place to lay blame.
Yeah. Choices that other humans have made that have left a person feeling negatively. Do you know what I mean? Like, you absolutely blame that person, but the person that was harmed in that situation, instead of blaming themselves, which a lot of people in those types of situations do, they blame the person. But then as they grow and they start to heal, they're still looking for a place to lay blame, right? And it doesn't always fall on the perpetrator, because the victim is human, so they're trying to fully understand the situation, or at least that's the process that I went through. Do you know what I mean? And they start looking, some like I did, I started looking for an outside reason as to why. That's why I ended up going to university. That's why I ended up getting a fucking degree in criminology and sociology, because I wanted to understand the makings of certain situations. Like, how could people do that? Do you know what I mean? The answer is they're fucked. And that just wasn't a good enough answer. It just wasn't. So, yeah. It's kind of bypassy. It is. But sometimes you just need to bypass to heal.
So fate is a better answer.
Aye, why not? When I've explored everything else and can't come up with a decent answer, why the fuck not? Why not go, well, I can't find the actual answer, so why not just make it up? Draw a line under it and off you fuck. Do you know what I mean?
Shouldn't truth matter?
It does, but in the absence of truth, what is there?
Well, for some questions. But in your case, it seems...
I'll say it when you don't wanna.
Is it delusional to assume everything is fatalistically predetermined?
I don't think so. I don't think so. To some people, yeah, it would seem like that. But to me, I don't think so.
Does that mean your choices are not your own?
Yep.
And no one is responsible for anything they do?
I mean, I'm fully responsible for everything that I do, whether my choices are good or bad. Some people, I know some people do use that analogy as a way of not having to take accountability. But I'm very much one for holding myself accountable, and I know that kind of contradicts what I said earlier, but I do try and hold myself accountable as much as possible, especially knowing or especially working the way that I work with the belief system that I hold. I have to hold myself accountable to the norns and be like, do you know what? I'm not responsible for this because you've put that in my path, right? But I'm still a human, still living this life, and I still made those choices regardless of the outcome. Do you know what I mean? So I am still very much accountable. Does that make sense?
It does to a point, except when you say it would be easy to turn around to the Norns. I mean, is it? Are they even there? How can you verify that there is this fate, this tapestry or this thread?
I can't verify it.
So, other than evading blame or shifting blame, what benefit does it serve?
Brings comfort, knowing that there is somebody, or knowing that there's something else out there, that there is a greater plan. Like, it's not just always what it has been and what it is and what it could be. Do you know what I mean? It's more inspirational, right? And I know that sounds pure fucked, right? But it is inspirational, because if there is a higher being out there that is able to weave the paths of others, then it's inspirational to me, because it shows me that in the settings that I have, if my fate has been woven, there's still choice, there's still pathways to take. Do you know what I mean? There are other threads that I can look for to go down, so that I can get off of whatever fucking crochet set it is that I'm on, and onto one that better aligns with me. Do you know what I mean? It's like pathways opening. There's choice. There's space to maneuver. Do you know what I mean? It's yeah. I told you, it's a whole fucked idea. Why are we talking to me?
Because I smell belief on you.
Would the belief.
It's not a terrible scent.
Oh, look at you. Do you want some? You've got 2 minutes, guys, and then I need to bounce. I've got the school run. I'm not running away. I've actually got the school run.
This is what they do.
That's
Oh,
what I
fuck
was
you.
gonna say. This is what they do, folks.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's the button one. That's the button. Oh my goodness.
It worked. See, that was my inspiration. That's my brainchild. I wonder if the fates and the Norns put that into your tapestry.
How would you know?
How would you not know?
How could you test?
How could you not?
If you test for fatalism and you find no evidence of fatalism, was that fated?
Oh, absolutely. See why I like it? You can't prove it.
Gotta go with it.
Just got it. And that's kind of how I run with everything, so just go. Just fuck it. Turn up. See what happens. That's literally it. When all my witches speak to me about certain things, I'm like, dudes, I just turn up. Like, that is it. They're like, how do you do this? And I'm like, I just turn up. That is it. They'll tell you. You get a lot from just turning up.
What does it mean to turn up?
I don't fucking know, but I keep turning up. What I do know is that my eyebrows are shit today. I know that. If you have better eyebrows than me and believe you have some kind of pointers, please come up to the panel and let's question that belief.
It's a good segue. I will question that belief, but I would also like to question the belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. If you've got one of those and you're capable of questioning, then go ahead and request Anna.
Right, my guys, I'm going to need to bounce. I love yous very much. I'll speak to yous in a wee bit.
Appreciate you, Cross. Take care.
Drop me down, you wee cow.
W for crows. There was some questioning going on in there.
W for crow's brows.
And for crow's brows. Hello, Colin Bush. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
We've talked before.
Still need your age.
6/15/92.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
How are you?
Did I miss the answer to the question?
I think we all did.
None.
Colin, do you have a belief?
Dang.
So
Do
no.
I have a chance to explain a little, or do I have to just like bluntly tell you guys?
Can you answer if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? And then we'll ask more questions. It'll give you plenty of room to explain.
Well, isn't there something bigger than just us?
Colin, and just us.
Well, wouldn't you want there to be?
Colin, are you capable of answering any questions, or are you just going to mirror them back?
Yes, I believe in higher power.
When you say higher power, what is it you're talking about?
I guess something that is greater than me that keeps on going after me.
Something greater than you that keeps on going after you. What do you mean by that?
I'm great in myself and my understanding and my knowing and my being, but I'm limited. So after my limitations, there's got to be something else, right?
I don't know what you mean.
I don't either. I'm. That's why I'm asking.
Why do you think there's got to be something else? And by something else, what do you mean?
Well, the Great Spirit.
Great Spirit.
You ask Great Spirit to have you and be there for you, like you can have your faith, but
What is the Great Spirit?
the Great Spirit is
A particular practice.
shit. I understand all practices. I've done a lot of study and reading, and this and that.
Do you come up with your
I
idea
feel
of a
like it.
great spirit from any particular practice, or is it something unique to
Well,
you?
if you come, like, you got to go through like the teachings of books that people have left behind and all this and that, and then you have to
You do.
realize the scientific aspect. And I don't know. It's very hard. It's a very hard subject to put your thumb on when you really want to place it, or you want to like. You can't ever
What is the question
judge
that you're
somebody of
trying
their
to
faith, or
answer
you
right
can't
now?
sway. You can never sway
What
anybody
is
of
the
their faith.
what is the question?
Why is it at all?
I don't think that's the question that you're trying to answer. So what was the question I'd asked
Can
you?
you help me? Can you help me better formulate? Can you help me with my question though?
Why would I help you with, I'm sorry, what question is it you're trying to get
Well, that's the
my
ultimate
help with?
question, isn't it?
What ultimate question?
Why is it at all? How am I me?
What do you mean, why is it at all?
Yeah, why is it at all?
What is it?
It is everything at one time. It, you
So
know?
are you just asking why is existence?
Yeah. Shit. We're all asking the same question, aren't we?
I don't know that we're all asking the same question. Is
So
that
what
your
would you,
question?
if you could tell me and you could,
Can you
what is your
remember the
question?
question that I asked? Yeah, I'd asked you. I had asked you if you believed it. Do you remember
I
when I
mean, don't
asked you
you
that?
want there to be gods? Like the god of the stone, the god of the tree.
Are you just trying to say that you want there to be a God, Colin?
I'm trying to figure it out too, man.
Colin, are you drunk right now?
No, I will tell you, I hit this vape that I got from my homie. I'll turn my camera on. I'll show it to you.
Don't need you to do that. Nope. Definitely don't need you to do that. Colin, can you question your beliefs?
Well, I hope that our high gives us the ability to. We have free will.
Does anybody else have a question for Colin?
I don't think so.
Not at this time.
Thanks for
Actually,
being here. Go ahead, Brad.
yeah, Colin, I would recommend sticking around and sort of seeing the format of this. I do want to question things. I just don't think that you're necessarily capable of engaging in this right now. But I think that if you hang out and listen to how this stuff goes, I think it might actually be a cool opportunity.
Well, I'd appreciate nothing more. Shit, I'll kick it. I appreciate that, man.
Appreciate you, Colin. Hope you keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. Hey there, Big Snake Cake. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
TTOS, I'm 23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely none at all.
Why is that?
because if I believe to our own beliefs, that implodes on the mindset itself. If anything can take over what you're already thinking, then that means you aren't thinking it. That means something else has thought it before, and you have not thought it at this point. I don't. Sorry. You can deep breathe all you want. It's not a true fact. Carry on.
Do you know what the question you were just answering?
Yeah, do it.
Can you repeat the question you were just answering?
Nope. I totally forgot. I was too hyped into myself and talking about myself.
That's
Honest.
That's what I thought about.
The question was, why do you not believe in a God?
What's the reason? It shows absolutely zero benefit to me whatsoever.
Believing in a God, therefore you don't believe.
Correct. I have no reason to. It's stupid. I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's not gonna happen.
You couldn't find any reason why it might be beneficial to believe.
No. If I saw someone attacking them in a different stance would help them out in any other way, I do not think any other way of healing would help people. Nothing helps. Whatever happens, happens. That's what it is.
Can you imagine any?
No.
Would you say that you were closed-minded to the possibility of a God?
No.
What is the difference?
Between what?
Between your position and being closed-minded.
What's the difference between my position and being closed-minded?
Yes.
Do you not think that would come out extremely biased?
I fully expect whatever answer you give to be your answer.
Anything that I would accept in reality, of course.
I heard you say that you are not closed-minded. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. Yep, let's do it.
Sorry. Are you closed-minded or are you not closed? Are you closed-minded?
No, let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't know if I can do this. It's just what?
What are we doing?
What?
Trying to ask him if he's close.
I'm just waiting for a question here. That's it.
Literally, I asked you a very straightforward question and you gave a very confusing answer.
Sorry. Continue.
Are you closed-minded?
Let's just do it.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's go. Is this a soundboard? Who said that?
No. Are you closed-minded? Like, do you find yourself being closed-minded in any other areas other than the idea of believing, or rather not believing, in a God?
Right. Phil Red, do you feel yourself as not being closed-minded or closed-minded?
I think there are some things in which I am closed-minded. I think there are other things which I am not closed-minded about.
Why?
I think he just ignored the.
And then Philly started answering it.
Oh, it's because Philly's nice.
Wait, Philly's not even a type of wine.
What?
Oh my
Cabernet?
goodness. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I don't think that guest fit any of those requirements. There was something, unusual about that interaction. But Philly's not even a kind of wine.
What did that have to do with anything?
You're a red.
Oh.
It was literally just word association, squirrel.
Let's do it.
Hello, iMerica. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god is that?
That's what I call it. It's the Most High.
Can you tell me what you mean by source?
The creator of all, the creator of us.
Is this most high source creator, is it from any particular doctrine or book?
Nope.
Any particular faith practice?
Nope.
So just a
Yeah.
creator source.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have a mind?
Yes. It's us.
It's us.
Yeah.
So we are the creators of everything.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Look around us, even the house you're in, the technology you're using, we created it.
That those items are created from.
No, we're just in a planet that has a lot of frequencies that
So
make
when you
it.
talk about a creator source, are you talking about the source of everything, or just the source of human inventions?
The source of everything.
So
And
then
that's
why would you equate that to us?
because everybody has a purpose and a job to do here.
That doesn't answer my question.
Okay, repeat it. Let me think
Why
about
would you equate a creator of everything to humans?
it. Because I don't know. Just No, I just feel like there's just one source and it's the most highest frequency and it's in us.
What do you mean most highest frequency? Like a really high pitched sound? Like a squeal?
Yeah, like
So there's a high squeal, and that's the source.
yeah. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a squeal. It could be whatever you
I
want.
thought it was a high pitched frequency.
Sounds, not like
Oh,
sound.
so it's not a frequency.
No, it's just
So what are we talking about again?
consciousness, I would say, maybe.
What is consciousness?
Like being here and not even knowing how you got here. You know, obviously, you know, you came from your mom, she got pregnant, but there was something that made that. And for us to be able to multiply, like we made each other.
We made each other.
Yeah. That's why I say we are the Most High.
Okay, before we try to circle back there, I am really quick gonna speak past you, but not to be rude. I need to make sure that I thank Not to Wit and 96 for helping with that previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Can you tell me what it is that you're even talking about anymore? You said that we are the creator. You said that everything is frequency, that the most high frequency is the creator, and something about, honestly, it kind of all becomes mush after a while. I'm not quite sure what it is you're saying that your creator is.
Like most people, you know, when they say like Jesus Christ and they're like, you know, they have like everybody is light. When you were conceived, there was an electric shock in your mother that created you with another person. So it's like we create ourselves, we make our destiny, we have free will, and everybody has a
We
purpose.
make our destiny. We have free will. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with a high energy creator source?
Because we're here.
Because we're here.
We can't go off of like, oh, what people saying or writing in the Bible or doing any of that. Like we have to create our own life. Like the buildings that are built, the house that you're in was built by humans. Somebody came up with, you know, building shelter and the human hands made it. You know? But besides that, there is a Most High that put fruits and herbs and things that we're supposed to be consuming on the earth and beautiful things like flowers and animals and everything. That's just that's where we come from. That's where everybody comes from. Even the flower, like the fly, like anything comes from the Most High. Because it is made by something that is of its nature.
Could you replace, I'm sorry, you said because it is made by something of its nature.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Like, you know, when you plant something in soil, it's gonna grow because that's where it's meant to grow. Like when we are conceived, we grow in our mother's stomach because that's how it's meant to grow.
Meant to grow better out in the air or in water. Like, I'm not quite sure what you're saying about this meant to property. What is meant to mean?
Because we're not the only, like humans are not the only things that are alive in the world. That's why I said that is like of its
So
nature.
what does that have to do with a thing that created all?
The thing that created all created us.
I thought you said that we
We are,
created all.
and we are that because
We are the
we
thing that
create,
created us. How does a
yeah,
thing create itself?
by the Most High, which is us. All of us all together. An idea or something
Most
that just
High.
sparked. It's an electric force or
Do you
something.
feel like you're actually conveying something that is understandable, or is it like a way about something?
Like I said, like, you know, I've just I've I don't know, I've just tried to tap into like other things, other religions, other everything. Like I try to like put my faith in Jesus Christ and all that stuff. It never worked out for me. But when I was like, you know what, I am in control. I am my source. Source brings me light in the morning and brings me light at night with the moon. And I'm made from this. And like when I eat vegetables, I'm like, this was made by source, everything, you know. I just like started realizing that I don't need to praise anything or anyone. I just make my own reality. So that's why I'm saying like we're source. And when I started thinking like that, my life changed completely.
Okay, America, stop for a moment. Does anybody have any questions for America?
Do you think that there are other ways? I think what you're coming up against is that you're using sort of the same words to over and over again try and describe it. And I'm wondering if maybe you can use more words to describe what you mean by source. What is it that you're observing that sort of
I could say maybe like I said earlier, frequencies or like electric forces that formed us. Like something formed us, and other people think it's like a religious thing and turn to something else. But I don't think anything like
Whatever
it
you're
is.
fidgeting with right now, we can hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
when you're
that
saying like
happen?
electric forces, do you mean electricity is what formed us, or are you
Yes,
saying that are you using electricity as a metaphor?
I think that electricity formed us.
And how do you come to that sort of conclusion?
Because when we were conceived, there was an electric shock.
I heard you say that. So that's a misconception, like a real scientific thing that I'm wondering, like, is it, you know, I guess the question is, what if I were to tell you that that is a misconception, no pun intended?
That's fine, but I saw it, so that's why I believe in it.
I see. And what if there was
Then I could be wrong, and I'm okay with that.
okay,
But
um,
I'm here.
I'm thinking. Um, yeah, I guess I don't have any more questions.
Wrong.
Has their own mind and their own brain that creates their own life. But what I do works for me, so that's why I stick to that. What I think works for me.
What would you say is the best critique of your worldview?
Critique?
Yes.
I would say the critique is probably munching on chips.
Let's
No, actually,
critique
just
of
walk us
the
like,
conversational style.
oh, um, I a lot maybe it doesn't work for them the way I think of it.
Does it
But
matter
like,
to you if it's true or not?
no, it doesn't, because even if it's not true, it still works for me.
what does that mean that it works for you?
Whatever I set my mind to, even if it's something that I know I'm not good at, or I don't know how I'm going to come up with, a finance, or I don't know how it's going to, like, I just think of it as a fruitful way. Like, there's a reason why this is happening. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Or instead of stressing out and being like, oh, I'm worried and all that, like, I just choose to do something to change my best to just stay positive about any situation I'm in. And that kind of like causes conflict with people that are around me because they're like, you just don't see it. I'm like, I don't see what you see. Like, this is what I have to do to make my life what I want it to be. And that's what I do. So if it's not true, that's fine, but it still works for me.
It doesn't matter if it's true, because for you, is it possible that the effectiveness of it is an illusion, something created by your bias, your assumption that it is true?
Yes, because it's after, well, people would say the word that people would use was manifestation. And I've looked into it. I've done, I've been in religions before. I've done the Jesus Christ thing and everything, but nothing has worked. But it's just shifting your mind. You just have to believe you already have it. You have to feel it. You have to act as if you already have it, and you
Are there
do.
times that it doesn't work, even when you believe?
Around negativity or something that could possibly
Is it
harm you.
possible that it doesn't work sometimes because it is just chance? It's just what was going to happen, or wasn't?
Yes, that it is possible. So you can get what you want, but it's not going to be exactly how you want it sometimes.
Are there times that you don't get it?
My mind's
Can it be that it's not about your how much you want it or how positive your mindset is, but that it sometimes just isn't going to happen?
I never think of it as it isn't going to happen because I strongly in my heart believe that it will happen. And it does happen every single time for me.
I just asked you a moment ago if there were times it doesn't, and you said that there are.
Yeah, there are times that it doesn't happen. Like, can I share something with you guys real quick?
America, it feels
This
like
is
we're
an
kind of going
example.
in circles, and I've got to wonder, most importantly, can you question your beliefs?
Yes, I question them all the time
What does it mean?
because sometimes it doesn't work. Like, it does work, but the outcome is not what I thought it would be. Like, that's
Tell
why I
me a
said,
time that it didn't work.
okay, that's what I wanted to say. So I had 2 children with this man. We were together. We raised them till maybe till like they were like, right? 10 years has passed. I got back with him. But throughout the 10 years, I always pictured my life with him like, oh, I'm going to have the father of my kids back. I'm going to have my family back. I'm going to have a home with him. And it did. It happened, right? It happened last year. And I wished for that so bad throughout the 10 years. I finally got it. But it was not that happened to me. I take that as a lesson learned, and I won't make mistakes like that again.
So you're not actually telling me about a time it didn't work. You're telling me about a time that it worked like a monkey's paw. Like
I'm
it
saying
worked and
it
you
worked,
didn't
but
like
it
it.
didn't. It worked, but it
So
didn't.
that's not telling me about a time that it doesn't, or a way that you question it. In what way do you question your beliefs, America?
And one way I question my beliefs would be, even when I'm like really, really, really positive about something, I feel it's going bad happens instead of good. That's when I question it. I'm like, like I really believed it would. Why didn't it happen?
Yeah, I don't think I have any more questions for you, America.
Are you familiar with the story of the monkey's paw?
No.
The monkey's paw is a story of somebody's life, and they're warned against that because people, things, I think there's like a bit about like things are the way they're supposed to be or something like that. But when the person comes back, they're like mangled and deformed and not the person. So they come back, yes, but not the way A, that they had expected, or B, that they remember them and that sort of thing.
The sound year was very spooky to me. I mean, even dangerous. So I just took that as a lesson learned. And now I'm just, he took away me even like believing in what the things that I believe in. Like I lost a lot. I haven't, he's been gone. I started the new year great with my family and all that. And it's just like brought everything to perspective. Like I was supposed to go through that so that I can triumph from this and do so much better than I was before I even got back with him. But now I'm in a home and now I have to be. And thank you guys for listening to me.
Did you have any more questions, Rev?
Nope. But good luck, sincerely.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, America. If anybody does actually have a belief that they can question and is open to questioning you or to tell you that you're wrong, I just want to know if you can question that belief, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And we lost a Philly Red. Hope you sleep well. Just another day, paradise here. Sitting in the shed with all the gods. Wondering why they don't exist. So, but maybe somebody's got one that does, or that I haven't heard of, or maybe they just have. Oh, I do have to thank Philly Red, Mrs. JJ, Danny Grax, Heather's Descent, Catfather Sebastian, and Inksomnia for helping with our previous goal. Thank you guys for all the mermaid tales. Appreciate you. Was that goal in honor of Philly? I mean, I saw mermaid tales. I thought Sage says dead air. It's what happens when you don't have any. And questions require someone to be questioned. That's why I got the loop music playing.
So silence isn't a bad thing either.
Right. Sounds scary.
Can be.
What's so scary about your own thoughts? We might actually have a request. Maybe.
Also, I have a few questions for you for the questioner, if
Oh, you
if
do?
you're up for that. In the meantime,
Sure. Somewhere along the lines, here's one of these. There it is.
oh yeah, nice. Okay. Do you um do you find yourself like knowing what people are trying to convey, but are more asking them to convey it in a more sensible way?
Sometimes.
Um, what do you like? What do you surmise people are trying to convey?
It's usually different, but it tends to be feeling, emotion. Some kind of psychological or physiological state.
Do
But yeah,
you, yeah, do you ever like connect with those things, or does it ever come off as genuine, or maybe that's not actually the right question. More like, uh, how do you decide whether to give somebody the benefit of the doubt when they're trying to convey something?
what do you mean by benefit of the doubt?
Yeah. Times where like somebody says energy, and like, why don't you just say feeling? Like, why don't you just say you feel connected to other people? You feel connected to something that is bigger than yourself. What would you say to somebody who said that?
I feel like there's two questions there.
Yeah.
Do you mean what would I say to someone who says they feel connected to something bigger? And also, why don't I offer that up as an alternative to energy?
Well, I know why you don't offer it up as an alternative, because that's not what we're doing here.
Mm.
Why? Yeah, maybe the question is like, why don't you assume that that's what they're saying? Sorry about the zipper.
Because it sometimes isn't what they're saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just trying to say something they feel is going to connect.
Yeah.
And going to fit some gap or I or somebody else on the panel or somebody listening is thinking. So they're trying to connect it and fill a gap with the buzzword that goes in that gap, whether it makes sense or not. So I've got to approach it as though, not as though it doesn't make any sense, but as though, as though they need to explain it fully so that they will think about it in that full way. It is kind of like even when you know otherwise, but it's not that I know otherwise, it's I can assume otherwise and make it easier, but that's not going to help them question.
Right.
That's just going to give them an easy out.
Mm-hmm. Have there ever been times where you do connect with what they're saying, but because of the sort of integrity of the show, you can't sort of, does that make sense? You know, you can't sort of, no.
Because
I'm just like,
it's definitely not anything like that. I understand sometimes what people, when it sounds like at first they're saying some kind of energy woo, but then they actually are talking about physics in a nuanced way, and they, drop the spiritualism from it, and it's just what is. And they speak about it in a way that's more about the awe and the mystery and the wonder of what is, rather than the assumption that it was designed and put here and following a plan. I mean, I can connect and understand that. But it hasn't happened.
what do you mean? Yet. What do you mean by speaks to you, Thrayle?
Right. I meant it in any way you wanted to hear it.
Oh, Sage, I wasn't trying to question Thrayle's integrity. I'm saying saying like the purpose of alive is to be. I mean this in the most genuine way, but like unfeeling. It's supposed to be quite. It's supposed to be a mirror.
And so you wonder sometimes if behind the mirror.
Is it? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel things all the time. We have guests that wrench the emotions out of me, but I'm not connecting to their gods. I'm connecting to the people.
Right. The ideas are anyway. Like the idea of a god is. And I think this is why people call me a spicy atheist, because like the idea of a like massive god, like how do you I don't understand how people, why do you think convicted, and I'm not even convinced that they're actually convinced. I just think they feel like they have to hold a conviction, and I guess I'm wondering what you think about that.
In a lot of cases, people feel like, well, as one of our guests had earlier, that they need a higher being or at least a spiritual connection in order to have some purpose. And so in sort of the absurdist way of creating purpose, they find one that fits. I think some of them do it because it is what they've always known. And so it just feels comfortable to continue to wear a belief. They're worn out, that just are the ones that fit.
Is it possible then to not burgle somebody's beliefs by them, questioning them to begin with?
To question someone and not burgle their belief.
Yeah, I guess let me ask, when you say burgle the belief, do you mean like rob them of their belief? But if somebody is questioning something,
it can happen.
Yeah. So because something is not the intended purpose, but it can still happen. And I guess that's why you ask permission.
Mm-hmm. That's why I make it clear what the live is about. I have long conversations before I deal what I think are heavy blows, more than a why,
Well, that's all I have for now.
Those are good questions. Really good questions. And if anybody watching has any good questions for the questioner, your beliefs, if you can question those beliefs, but you'll find me remarkably receptive when this screen is up. So if you've been waiting for that opportunity, then now is a great time to request up. And if you've got a belief belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request. Still plenty of boxes for you. Hello, Toaster. How you doing?
Oh, shoot. I accidentally pressed this button with my thumb. I'm sorry. I'm good. How are you?
Doing better than you. Surprised you're on the panel.
You know, I think I've only been on the panel on purpose one time.
That's right. You got questioned, and then you joined in questioning, and you did quite well.
Yeah, I like questioning. It can be enjoyable.
Well, since you didn't mean to request up, I can set you back down, unless you had any questions for the questioner.
Ooh, nah, I can't think of anything right now, but yeah, I will return to the audience.
Thank you, Toaster. Appreciate you. I like the name. I don't like saying the first part of his name, but I appreciate the imagery. Because that's what toasters do.
I guess it depends on the toaster.
Mm-hmm. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I think we might have one in queue here, but they might not be. And I think that one was a pocket request, so I'll go ahead and set you back down. But if you did mean to request up, and you just found your request canceled, then go ahead and request back up, and I'll bring you right up.
I think I'm gonna hit the hay pretty soon.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I am to question, and I can do that on my own, but I do appreciate you, Ralph.
Thanks, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Take care. And there we are, still questioning beliefs, still seeing if you can question whatever it is you believe. If, of course, you have a belief in it, God or gods, a higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request up. Hello, no deal. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yo, I'm 21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I mean, like, I'm still trying to, like, explore / strengthen my religion, but I believe that there's a creator to the universe.
You're trying to explore / strengthen. What do you mean by that?
So, like, my beliefs are centered around, not centered, it's kind of like derivative of Christianity, but say, like, I also want to read the Quran, like, so if I happen to be Muslim, by the end of it, I'll be Muslim. Or if I read the Bible more, then maybe I have more faith in Christianity and stuff. But I, like, regardless of, it's like, I just think that there is a higher power. Like, I think that the
What do you mean by higher power?
that there is a creator to all this. Like I don't know about like necessarily like all good or I don't know. I just think that the fact of like
What is
I
it?
don't know.
What do you mean by creator?
Like someone that made the universe and the cosmos.
What does that mean? Someone.
Well, I mean, for like lack of a better word, I guess.
So you believe someone made. Why?
Just because I've never seen something come from nothing, like my whole life.
So because you've never seen something come from nothing, you think something made everything from nothing?
I think that there has to be, like, how do I say? I think that if it's something coming from something infinitely, I can't really comprehend that. So for me, it just makes sense that there's something that is infinite that can make something that's finite.
Why would there be something infinite separate from the things that you know exist? Why couldn't the things you know exist be infinite?
Because if everything always has a beginning, then there's really no beginning. There's always just like the
If
finite.
everything
Always coming
always
from the
has a
finite.
beginning, then there's really no beginning. What does that even mean?
But there is a beginning.
Well, you said, that's what you said. If everything has no beginning.
No, I said
don't
if
even know.
everything. I'm saying like if everything has a beginning, like it's just going to be like an infinite loop of okay, this came from this, came from this. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know like terminologies like that, but
So
I guess
because things have beginnings, and you can't imagine something being infinite out inside of time and space, or time and space itself being infinite. You need to think of something outside of that being infinite instead.
yeah, I guess.
Doesn't that seem like a whole bunch of extra steps to still just end up accepting infinity?
I mean, I just think that something coming from nothing doesn't make sense to me. It's just happening out of nowhere and like it just didn't come from anything. It just happened. I don't really think that that makes sense.
Where does that idea put up? Like who's saying it came from nothing?
Well, I don't think anyone's specifically saying it, but I just think like it's either one or the other. Like either it came from something or it came from nothing.
Either it came from something.
Came from nothing. For me,
does the something have to be infinite?
I don't think it. I believe that it is infinite. I don't think it necessarily has to be infinite.
Why do you believe it is infinite?
I mean, mostly like the way I grew up because I grew up around God. But just like I don't think that something finite can create like the entire universe. I just feel like time and space. I feel like in order to create time, you really have an expiration date if you're creating time itself.
Do you see the extra steps and assumptions that you need to make this worldview work?
The extra steps meaning like to what I believe in?
The idea that there is not only something that created everything that exists, but that it itself must be outside of time and space and be infinite.
Oh, what do you think? What do you believe in?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to questioning your beliefs.
Well,
does it?
No, it doesn't, but it's not like wrong if I ask you.
It's not
I just
wrong
want to
to
get like
ask.
maybe like a broader perspective. Maybe what you think would probably make more sense.
Do you think that what you think makes sense?
I think it makes sense to me.
In what way does it make sense?
I mean, I just like some like time being someone in order to create time has to be outside of time. You can't really be if you are under I'm trying to find the right way to say this. But like if you are like subject to time, you can like there's no way that you can create it. Like you cannot be your own creation. Like I don't know, I just think like it just kind of clicks for me.
So you think that something must have created everything, and that something must be apart from everything, and that something must be infinite, but that everything cannot be infinite.
I mean, I think just both realities are kind of scary. Like something coming from nothing. I mean, I'm not something coming from nothing, but it's like there is absolutely nothing. There is no higher being. There is no higher power. It's kind of scary.
Why is that scary?
Because there's no real, in my personal opinion, like I don't really know what like the meaning is for anything. Just the fact that like we all just kind of happen by accident that we're just here. Like
So
there's really
because
no,
you
we're
don't,
all insignificant. I
so
think that
because you don't know the meaning for anything, that's scary.
I just think that like no, actually yeah. I'll say that something like that. I mean, I think there's like more, but I guess if you're summarizing it, I guess it could be that.
Does assuming that there is a creator outside of time and space that is infinite, that you have absolutely no evidence of or knowledge of, does that
I mean,
somehow solve?
it,
Oh, go
I don't
ahead.
think that it's like. Oh, sorry, man. What were you saying? My bad.
Does that solve your problems? Does it?
I don't know if I'm gonna like say something. I don't know if it necessarily answers your question, but I mean, for me, I don't think it's like assuming to think that like again like the reason why I believe that like the universe has a beginning. I don't think that the beginning came out of nowhere. I think it
You
comes
don't
from a
think that
creator.
it's assuming to assume that there is a creator, and that creator is outside of time and space? Believe that the creator.
Hold on.
Do you believe that the creator has
Hold on, wait, bro. I was gonna say
plans or
something.
intentions for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say something.
I have a question. Do you believe the creator
Wait.
has plans or intentions for you?
I mean, I will never really know for sure. Like,
do you believe that it does?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Do you believe that it answers or responds to prayers?
I mean, I think it's really complicated. I'm still trying to find that out on my own.
Why do you believe that it has intentions for you or responds to prayers?
Well, I just like the way I've like it comes from that. I mean, maybe you could say it's a placebo. For me, it's felt real. Like I feel like I felt the Holy Spirit before and like stuff like that, or like whenever I do pray when I'm at like bad moments in my life, or when I do pray or try to like talk to God, it helps me out. But what I was going to say earlier was to be completely honest, I think that it's like you can't 100% say that God doesn't or does exist.
I'm not
Like
here
no
to
one would
say
really
that he
know.
does or doesn't exist. I'm here
No,
to
I
ask
know.
you.
I'm just saying, but
stop
like,
though. Do you recognize though that I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other? I'm trying to see if you can question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs, Noodle?
yeah, I think I can.
What does that mean to you?
Questioning whether what I believe is, like, do I genuinely believe in it, or is it something like because of like how I was raised, or if I am like blindly following it, is something like that? Is that what you're trying to? I think that people can. For me, I don't think I'm not. I mean, I don't think I am.
Do you think it is possible that you are just assuming a God to be there because you have always been told there would be?
No, I don't think so.
Why is that?
Because I think like outside of Christianity, Abrahamic religions, or any religion in general, I think that at the base, I think that there just is I just believe that there is a creator. Like, that's just really it.
Because you assume that the universe has a beginning, and then that the beginning must be a creator.
Yeah.
And that creator must be infinite itself.
Yeah.
And you don't see that you're making assumption after assumption to reach that conclusion.
I don't know. I mean, I think like just how I view the world, like life always comes from life, from what I've seen. So I think it's like safe, or in my opinion, I think it's safe to assume that life would make life and not non-life making life.
Are you familiar with the science of abiogenesis?
No, I'm not.
Is it possible that you are making an assumption about something that you are unfamiliar with?
Me saying that I have not seen life come from non-life?
Do you know what a black swan fallacy is?
No.
Have you ever seen a black swan?
I don't think so.
Does that mean they don't exist?
I mean, no. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist just because I haven't seen it. Yo.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I think it goes the same thing with a creator. Like, you haven't seen the creator. You haven't necessarily seen evidence for a creator, but that doesn't mean
So
that there
then
isn't.
why would you assume it does exist?
I think it's just the same thing. I just happen to go the other way.
So rather than assume it doesn't exist without having seen it, you assume it does exist without having seen it.
Yeah.
Do you not see that you are still making an assumption? Do you not see her doing the exact same thing?
Oh, yeah. So, like, what is this, like, leading to?
Why do you make the assumption?
I mean, it goes back to, like, what I said. I just think that I just believe that there is more meaning to us than just, like, being here.
What is meaning?
I don't know, just, like, significance. Like, that's a really good question. I feel like I have it. I'm like blanking out. Shit. What's the thing called? Intrinsic value? Is that what it is? Is that the thing like you have? I hope I'm using that word right, but like everyone having like intrinsic value.
What do you mean?
Let me look it up because I don't want to sound stupid.
And while Noodle looks up the word intrinsic, thank you guys for getting us to 46,000 likes. Appreciate all.
Yeah, like belonging naturally.
We're at 95 of us in here, and if we all keep tapping that screen, I'm sure we could break 50K in no time. maybe get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to
Yo, can you hear
question
me?
their beliefs. Yeah, I was
Oh,
talking. I like to finish.
my bad, Doug.
So it means naturally.
Naturally belonging, like
Naturally belonging, meaning. What is meaning?
like we all are just like important. Like that's, I think so. I mean, I don't know. I'll say the answer except cookies. I think
So
all
you can
nature
accept.
as
You
well.
can stop. You can respond to comments in the comments.
Yeah. Oh,
It's rather distracting. So, do you find value in assuming that there is a God there?
can you like ask me
What
in a
is the
different way?
value you find in your belief?
So like, what do I get out of it?
Sure.
I think my morals come from what I believe in.
How do your morals come from your belief? In what way?
Because for me, perfect with no flaws. So although no human is perfect, I would like to try my best to like live up to that. And live up to I want to hold myself to a certain standard in terms of how I treat people around me and how I treat myself.
So you try to live up to a perfection standard.
Which it's inachievable. It's the creator is
to your perfect creator, because your creator is perfect, and perfect is defined by your creator.
Yeah, I think so. Also, I was gonna say
that sounds
like,
rather circular.
What was I gonna say? I was also gonna say that like,
does it matter
how
to
you
if
treat
your beliefs
someone's
are true or not?
That you said, does it matter if my beliefs are true?
Yes.
I mean, I'll find out when I'm no longer
true or not.
It matters to me.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Yeah.
Is that afterlife eternal?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
What is the afterlife?
This is life after death. I mean, I've never died before.
What is the afterlife that you imagine is waiting there? What is it you're believing in? What is it at the end of your...
I can't really like comprehend it. I don't know, like,
why do you
like what does it
assume
look
there's
like?
one there?
Like if there's like wings.
What is it? And if you can't describe it, why do you assume
I think that
something there?
the afterlife, I can't really describe like what it looks like, but I think it's basically you are rid of like all of your burdens. Like you are. We're having a conversation.
Seeking clarification. What
I know, but like you keep, but like I'm trying to like say something and like if you, I can like, let me just like say my thought first. If that's cool. But what's it called? You're basically, I'm trying to find a way to say it, but like,
can you tell me what a burden is?
An example could be like mental burdens, like depression, stuff like that.
So you're rid of your depression.
And other things that could be seen as burdens, things that have like held you back.
Things that have held you back. Can you give me another example?
Oh, maybe if I was paralyzed, I won't be paralyzed in the afterlife. If I was brain dead, I won't be brain dead in the afterlife. If
So
I
you're
was,
saying you're rid of your physical and mental disabilities. Is that what you're saying?
and
Is that what
not
a burden
disabilities,
is?
burdens. What's another thing? Or like, the I feel like other things, kind of like hate and anger, just like negative emotions they have towards people and stuff. I feel like
What
that
about
is a burden
sadness?
too. Yeah, sadness too.
So you go to this afterlife, same place.
I think so. I mean, I wouldn't know for sure. I would have to die first.
Even those that don't want to.
They don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe there's a place for them to just not exist anymore. Like, I wouldn't really know. Like, I've never thought of someone not wanting to.
You've never thought of somebody not wanting to exist in an afterlife.
No, but I guess that's why I'm on this life, to question my beliefs.
If someone didn't want to exist and they mattered, will the person who goes on to this afterlife, will they forget about this other person?
Well, why does that person not want to exist?
That's not relevant to the question at all.
I feel like it could be. Why does this person?
Why they want to or don't want to is not relevant to the question.
I feel like it is, because I think that if someone doesn't want to exist, there might be a certain reason as to why, and that like those things maybe
They simply
possibly
don't
could
want
go
this
down.
afterlife. They don't want an afterlife.
I don't think
They
it
would
could be
like
as
an
black and white
end.
as that.
You don't think there are people who just don't want to continue existing after this life?
There must be some reason. I think
Fascinating. Would want to believe in an afterlife, to exist eternally.
I mean, it gives people a lot of peace, but I think that, I don't know. I think that if someone is like, I don't want to live after I'm dead, I don't think that just comes
You
out.
don't think people might just be tired and just be ready for peace? Some people might accept non-existence and desire it. You don't think that's possible?
I think that there is a reason for like
Why are you attempting to argue with the questions rather than consider them?
I'm not arguing. I'm just I don't like.
You literally are arguing with the premise of the question.
I mean, dog. I'm.
What was the question before you started arguing that people couldn't?
Is this how like TikTok lives are? Like, is this like? I don't know. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm not like arguing.
What is
Why are you like trying to like bait me
Noodle?
into like?
Noodle, what is the topic of my life?
You can call me John. It's. Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? Be respectful.
Right. So we're questioning your beliefs.
Yeah, but you're saying stuff though like we're not arguing here. This is a conversation. We're questioning my beliefs, and I'm trying my best to answer it.
And so we are questioning your belief in an afterlife, and I'm questioning if somebody were to not want to exist, and that person mattered to someone who did exist in this afterlife, would they forget about that person, or are they just going to have the sadness removed?
I wouldn't know. I told you. I said I'm not dead yet. Like, I can only imagine that like the afterlife is like a perfect world where nothing ever goes wrong.
If
But outside
nothing
of that,
ever
like the
goes,
logistics of it,
if nothing,
the hold on, bro. The logistics of it, like I don't really know like the
mm,
nitty gritty details
you
because
don't
I've
know is
never
perfectly good answer.
I
And I have
cannot
another question. So,
comprehend a
sure,
perfect world.
sure. So, you can't comprehend a perfect world. Do you imagine that in eternity, without any conflict, flaw, without any emotion you consider negative, that it might grow old eventually, that it might get boring?
I don't think so.
Why do you want to exist forever?
I mean, if my beliefs happen to be not true and then I die and then I'm dead, I don't really care because I'll be dead. So it's not like I just believe that I'll have an afterlife, but if I don't, then I don't. Like, I don't really care too much if I don't.
So, does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
It matters to me, but I don't think that I'll suffer if I'm wrong about my beliefs.
If you woke up
If,
tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that your God or afterlife existed at all, would it change the way that you live your life?
wait, say that again? Sorry.
If you were to find that there was no reason to believe that your God or your afterlife existed, would that change the way that you live your life?
Yeah, I think so.
In what way?
I will definitely have to, like, I, I'm trying to find, I think I'll have an existential crisis for sure. Like what?
Why?
Because I feel like I've been building towards something. Like, how do I say it? Like I don't know, like whatever like the meaning is that I thought that I had my whole life, I've been trying to build towards that meaning, whatever it may be. So if it just doesn't exist, it'll be like, well, what do I do now? I wouldn't really know what to do or where to start.
In what way does your current belief?
It I think well, can I explain my belief system before I answer it?
We've already asked you a lot of questions about the structure and shape of your belief and what your God is. Is there a particular name?
Yeah, it's kind of complicated because that's why again, like I'm still trying to like really learn more about it. But basically, like I grew up in Christianity, but I like when I was like 19, and I don't call him Jesus, I call him Yeshua because that was like his Aramaic name or whatever. And anyway, a lot of like what I try to do, even though I will like fall short of it sometimes, I try to live up to like what Yeshua would have done. And whenever I do that, it feels like I'm closer with like the earth and God.
Have you read your Bible?
I have read it like when I was young. Like I have like a summary of it, and I should read it.
Did you read it from beginning to end?
Like not like a sit down thing. I just went to church growing up, so like I have like a summary of what happened, but I can't.
Do you believe the stories to be true?
Um, I believe that the person or the people that were writing it, like they were writing something that's true, but I think that the way that it's been interpreted over the years and said in a way to where it's kind of like, okay, well, that's not what really happened.
So, for instance, do you believe the 6-day creation really happened the way it's written?
I thought it was 7 days.
On the seventh, he rested.
Oh yeah. I think that again, like how I said, like the people that wrote it, it might have been like 7 days to us is not 7 days to God. It might have not been like 7 24-hour days, Monday through Friday. It might have been like a day for God is like maybe 1,000 years. Like what is 7 days?
So 6 or 7,000 years, and then he created Adam and Eve. Do you believe that?
I believe in evolution.
So somehow
I don't think it contradicts it though.
So somehow Adam and Eve and evolution are both true.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it contradicts it because who is to say, like, if God had a process to making it happen, like for us, it would feel like forever, but with God, He is outside of time. And I say by the way, when I say He, I'm just saying He for lack of I just grew up saying He, but it could be He, they, whatever. But
would it matter
God,
to you if there were contradictions in the text?
I mean, I think that the way it's been translated and the
Would it matter to you if the contradiction?
What do you mean?
If you were to go back to the Hebrew and look at the texts and find contradictions, assuming you could translate it in good faith,
Mm-hmm.
would that lead you to believe that there could be errors or mistakes within the Bible? Would that cause you to question it?
I mean, I think that there could be errors in any sort of historical text.
Are you aware of any errors within the Bible?
I think that being gay, like that being a sin, I think that that's an error. And I know people reference like Leviticus and stuff, but I think that was like taken out of context. I mean, I don't really, again, I don't know the Bible like from back to back.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't really know other than that. But a lot of Christians would probably disagree, but I don't think being gay is a sin.
So you think that's an error in the Bible, that it says that being gay is a sin?
I think that, what was the year that they said it was? It was like 1950 or something like that, when they actually put being gay is a sin. But before that, it was like man should be with boy. So that was an error that people made.
I think you might be slightly misinformed on that.
Yeah, it said man shall not be with boy.
Which verse are you talking about?
Hold on, let me actually look it up real quick
to see if you're right.
Yeah, hold on.
That might be a good idea. And while he does that, everybody, thank you for 48,000 likes. Appreciate y'all tapping the screen and sharing the live out. If we keep tapping, if we keep sharing, I'm sure we could get a few more people in here who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs. And if you do have a belief, in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're waiting in queue right now to come up here and have that belief questioned, well, go ahead and throw one in the chat for me so I know that you're waiting and haven't fallen asleep or scrolled on. And if you haven't requested up, go ahead and hit that request button, and we'll bring you up here shortly and maybe get to question you. But thank you, Heather, Danny Grax, Cat DeWitch, and 96 for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
I think it is Leviticus 22, I think.
Leviticus 18:22
Maybe,
says,
I don't know. I don't have like a Bible on me. But I just looked up man shall not be with boy verse, and then that's what it said. But basically the Bible said like man shall not lay with another man the way he lays with a woman. But it wasn't man, it was boy. And it was changed in like I think Woody's Art said it in 1945. But it was talking about pedophilia.
you're saying it was Leviticus 18.
I mean, I don't. It showed another one. I forgot.
Which one was it? 21.
Did you read the Bible?
I'm looking at it right now. Is it 22? You shall not lie
What does it
with a
say?
male as with a woman.
Yeah.
It is an abomination.
Yeah, it used to be boy, and then they switched it.
What year?
1945, I think.
1945.
Yeah.
I see. So, which translations did they change in 1945?
I'm not sure. I've just seen like that they did like in 1945. I don't know if it's like what is it, like the King James version or like whatever that is. Not it. What obviously with my King James specifically, I'm just naming how there's like different versions of the Bible.
Is it possible that you're mistaken?
I mean, I don't know. I think.
Do you think there are other things that might be considered mistakes within the Bible? Contradictions?
I mean, I feel like if there is contradictions, I feel like it's more so because of the way it was preserved and the way it was translated, or like how it was taken out of context, rather than it being like the people that wrote it contradicted each other. I think they all had the same idea. It's just that it's like the telephone game, kind of, but with the Bible. But again, I do have.
It would be wise to have already read it before deciding.
I mean,
I've had what you believe.
I mean, I told you, like in the beginning, I said like I'm still exploring, and I didn't decide. Like I grew up with it, so for me, like my position is kind of like I believe in I believe in God. I don't really subscribe to like modern Christianity. I think it was like westernized and stuff. I don't think Christianity is a Western religion. The oldest Bible is in Ethiopia. And there's lots of things I disagree with about in Christianity. And I've talked with Muslims and they think that obviously they would think that, but they think that I would resonate with Islam more. And I'm also willing to like read the Quran with it. So it's like I'm willing
Do you
to
leave
expand.
room for the possibility that the Bible could be wrong?
I mean, yeah, if it's wrong, I'll find out.
Do you think it could be wrong within the first 2 chapters? That it could contradict itself, reality,
I mean, again, like I
and
said, if it's
itself
wrong, I'll
again?
find out. The same thing, like if there is an afterlife, like I'll find out when I'm dead.
So, is that kind of how you feel about the Bible? You'll find out when you're unalived if it's wrong.
Yeah, I
For
mean, I
now,
think
it's just
everyone will
believe
find
anyway.
out.
Do you think it's
An
possible
atheist would
that
find out if
do you
there is
think
an
it's
afterlife or
possible
not.
that by believing in something and essentially promoting it as truth, that you could do harm if it is not true?
Well, I don't really promote it.
Can you tell me what the reason for your belief in this God is?
I just told you.
You told me the reason.
Yeah, I did.
What reason was that?
Okay, right. I said it like a few times before, but I said that I grew up around Christianity, but my perspective on it is changing. I think that it's been westernized, and I think that people took parts of the stories for corruption, and
Yes,
I think
but
they
why do you
westernized
believe
it, so
it's
I don't
true?
subscribe. I don't follow Christianity, so it's not like I don't necessarily refer to myself as Christian.
You don't follow the westernized version of it. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that
Like, I don't view it as a
Jesus is your
religion. I
Lord and
view it as
Savior?
a
Do you
relationship.
believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
I believe Yeshua is my Lord and Savior.
Do you believe that he unalived on a cross for your sins?
Yeah,
Why?
because even outside of the Bible, it's known that he did, at least at the very minimum, did walk the earth and died on a cross.
What do you mean it's known outside the Bible that he did those things?
Do you think that
What I
Jesus,
think
or
doesn't
do
matter.
you,
What do you
do
mean
you
that it's
it's a
known?
conversation, though. I can ask you questions too.
But I'm not going to answer this one. So what do you
But
mean
you
that
haven't
it
answered
is?
any questions. Are you going to answer any questions at all in a conversation?
You missed it a moment ago. It said question the questioner, but now it just says, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? So you
So
don't need
I'm
my
not
beliefs.
allowed to ask anything at
You're
all.
allowed to ask anything. I'm just not answering because it doesn't make a difference to the answer of the question that I'm asking that you're dodging.
It's not that I'm dodging it. I'm just asking a question.
So what was the question that I just asked that you're ignoring?
Dog, why do you keep like using like, you say like I'm arguing, dodging, like
What was
we're
the
having a
question that I
conversation,
just
dog.
asked?
You're hold on, wait, don't interrupt. We're having
Can
a
you remember
conversation.
the question
I
that I
do.
just asked?
You were asking if I believe that, you said where was it outside of the
Why do
Bible
you
where,
believe that Jesus is, or Yeshua, walked the earth and died on a cross? You said because of sources outside the Bible. Can you tell me what those sources are?
I can't name it off the top of my head, but there are. If you look it up, you'll find it.
If I looked it up and I found that those sources were questionable, would you find some other reason to believe in it?
I mean, I think that it is the persecution of Christians. Like, it did happen. Whether what they believed in was true or not, they were still persecuted by the Romans.
So because Christians were persecuted by the Romans, then therefore you believe it?
No.
I'm not following then. The question was...
I think it's like, I think you're just like really quick to like ask, like you ask me a question and then I answer it and they say, oh, so then your entire belief is based off of your one answer to this question. Like there's also nuance to it. I mean, it's not...
I didn't say your entire belief was based off the
No,
answer
you
to one
didn't.
question.
You did not say specifically that my entire belief is based off of that question, but you said, so the reason why you believe in this is because Christians were persecuted. So it basically is that way. It's like a synonym to it.
What was the question that I had asked that you answered with because Christians were persecuted?
You said if you were to find those texts and they were somehow flawed, and then you said something else. I was too busy talking. No, I wasn't. I was listening to it.
Why did you request up here?
I was bored and wanted to have a conversation.
I see. Well, if you ever find that you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, you're welcome to request back up. But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not interested in the debate. I'm not here to argue. I just want to know if you can question it. Hello, what's going down? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe Isa is the greatest standard of human perfection.
When you say Isa, can you elaborate?
Jesus.
So, Isa, or Jesus, is the greatest standard of human perfection, you said?
Yes, sir.
What is perfection?
The ultimate conclusion of what is good.
The ultimate conclusion? Whose conclusion?
Ultimate conclusion of what is good.
When you say ultimate conclusion, what do you mean by ultimate?
The best.
The best conclusion of what is good.
Yes.
So, you're saying Isa is the best conclusion of what is good.
Yes, sir.
For humanity. Ultimate human, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you think that this character is this ultimacy?
Well, there is no part of this individual that is self-serving.
You say no part of this individual. Where do you learn of this individual?
Quran, the Bible, even.
Have you read the Quran?
Yeah, and the Bible, yeah. Both.
And you've read the
multiple
Bible,
times.
both from beginning to end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Times.
Yeah.
Do you believe them both to be true?
I mean, that would be a contradiction.
So then, which one do you believe to be true?
Well, I mean, you're assuming that it would require me to believe either to be inherently true.
Do you believe either to be inherently true?
Yes and no.
What does that mean?
I believe there are truths and lies.
You believe there are lies? Can you give me an example of a lie? from one of those two texts?
That humans were created, and then the inverse. It would be a lie to believe that we're true in both respects.
It would be a lie to believe that one or the other came first in the way they're
No, it would be a
described in the
lie to
books.
believe that there was a contradiction.
It would be a lie to believe that there was a contradiction.
Yeah. Creature created a distinction. Yeah. I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm adhering to the Quran.
What do you mean there would be a lie?
To instantiate that there is a contradiction would imply there is no distinction between creature and creation.
And you're saying there is a distinction?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, in order for it to exist, necessarily yes.
What is the meaning of the word lie?
Mine? Because I mean, I believe
When you're
definitions
using
to
it
be
here.
subjective. Okay, so are you asking for the meaning in the context or my definition?
When you're using it here, what are you saying is a lie?
So the meaning in the context? I guess just to deceive.
So it is deceptive to believe that there is a contradiction.
Yes.
How is that deceptive?
Because you're ignoring the creature and creator distinction.
Okay, if you continue to act...
You blocked me
we're just
before,
going
and
to
I
go ahead.
necessarily have to.
You necessarily had to use a different account to come back.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally. Do you need to understand the context here?
Which account did I block before?
What's the purpose of me answering this question?
What
It's
you're
going to result
using-
in the same thing.
It is going to result in the same thing, especially if you're going to use a fake. If you're going to use a fake account, come back to come to a space where you've been made unwelcome.
No, because I was
made
actually
clear
a
you were
massive fan of
unwelcome.
you, and you insulted me and hurt me for no reason.
I insulted
followed
and hurt you for no reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I see.
You were in a mood.
So you've come up here to be condescending, evasive, and now tell me that you've infiltrated. Infiltrated a space.
How am I being evasive?
Now
answer me that.
And you're infiltrating a space where you've been made clear that you're unwelcome. To tell me that I
because you dodged me before.
Because I dodged you. So what account did I block?
So why are you afraid of it?
What account did I block?
Why are you afraid of answering the simple? I answered all the questions, and I still will. Like, why are you
all the questions?
Yeah, except for this one. Why are you so evasive?
What? I'm sorry. You answered every question.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if I didn't answer one, ask again. I'll answer it right now.
You've been rather evasive. So why did you actually come into this space where you've been kicked out, apparently?
Well, no, because again, the very first time I ended up I think 3,000 points. I actually had a great interaction. I've been in your live many, many times, and you didn't like the conversation prior, and you booted and blocked me just out of nowhere.
And blocked you out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, genuinely, Thrayle. Block me and boot me again. I love you.
What is your other account name?
Memory Wraith, but it was banned because of being a minor on my own panel, so it's irrelevant. Um, I actually enjoyed answering questions, and then a question got posited. You didn't like things, and then all of a sudden, I got blocked, and I felt bad because I followed you for a very long
Question
time.
got posited. I didn't like things, and then you
Well,
got
because
blocked.
I posited subjective morality and grape of children. You're like, oh, if you can't find why graping children is bad, I was asking you something that would be normative. I agree. All the things that you talk about, I love you very much. I actually really the guy that came before you, he's not a Christian. Like I actually appreciate a lot of what you do, brother. I really
The guy
do.
that came before me.
Yes. He was a great guy. He wanted more than he could offer you. I really do appreciate you, Thrayle. And you treated me like I didn't deserve it. Yeah. The guy that came on your panel before me.
Oh, the guy that came before you, I see.
Yeah, on the panel. Like I mean I admire his conviction even though he was wrong.
So, why did you request up here?
Because I love you and I want to, because I question everything I believe every day. And I think that maybe you had a false preconception of what was happening in that
I
day.
think maybe I've gotten a similar conception this day, because each time I've asked you questions, you've kind of tried to flip them, evade, and squirm, and I'm trying to understand why you even would request up if you're not questioning your beliefs.
Well, because I actually, you're right. I didn't request up specifically for my belief because the last time that I had the conversation, I think that we had a I think there was something missing, because the first time we did, it was great. The second time it was bad and you blocked me, and maybe I did something extremely wrong. I
I'm
wanted
going
the
to
chance
move on.
to.
If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. But I'm ready to move on. Could have blocked you again. I just set you down so I could move on with my life. Because this is not about you. This is not the you hour. This is not the drama panel where you get to come up and address your grievances with yourself. I'm here to question beliefs. So if you come up honest and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then we can actually do that. I mean, sometimes that is the best option. Though I prefer to just move on. So if, yeah, anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that. Did I scare the music away? I don't know why it does that, but it does that sometimes. I'm sure it'll come back. He sure did, Deftone Dude. One of these days, somebody will have a belief. And one of these days, that person will scroll through this live. And perhaps they might see the prompt where it says, "Can you question your beliefs?" And they might think yes, even hit one of those request buttons, the one below me, or the two little pink and blue people next to the chat box. And when they do that, they might, I don't know, come up here and demonstrate questioning their beliefs. They might answer questions honestly and openly and give them a moment's thought before rattling off a scripted or prepared answer. Oh, I believe it, Sage. I've questioned a lot of them. If I look at the list, so many of them that I've questioned, or that are great questioners themselves. I see a few new names, and maybe you're one of those new people just scrolling into this live for the first time. And if you are, and you're thinking, oh, this is one of those debate panels where he's just waiting for some foolish person to come up and make declarations they can't substantiate. Well, that's not what this is. I am just looking for somebody who is curious enough or courageous to debate or argue, not to prove them wrong, not to tell them that they're an idiot or they don't know what they're talking about, but to see if they can question their beliefs. And if they can, well, then I'm going to ask what those beliefs are and why they believe them. Well, hello, heretical apothecary.
Hello, Thrayle. You said the word foolish, so you can't have foolish without me.
There is that. We need fools for the foolish. No, you're not foolish. Unless you've picked up a belief in a god or a god since the last time I talked to you.
Other than the ones I've already kept, no.
Yeah. How kept are they?
They're loosening their grips. It's more of going towards a figurative and maybe nature-based more than reality. More metaphorical.
Atheo-pagan.
No, actually I'm not.
So it's not exactly an umbrella term, but there are different practices of pagan belief that basically just overlook the God question entirely. In some cases, they declare there to be no gods and just rely on nature or revere ancestry without applying supernatural, woo, for lack of a better word.
Okay. I guess it'd be a decent way to describe it.
Yeah, I know several atheopagans that take their metaphorical gods or traditions at varying levels of seriousness. I did. I did see that Dash Kung Pao in 96 helped with that last goal, so thank you guys for that. Appreciate all of you. And we're at 53,000 likes, which is really awesome. But I bet we could do even better if we all keep tapping. We could probably hit 75,000 before the next hour. And who knows, maybe bring in a few more people with the curiosity or the courage required to question their beliefs.
Oh, I mean, I've been here where it's over 200,000, so there's completely full belief that we can get there.
Oh yeah, I can't remember if we quite hit 5 that day.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I mean, well, this is the best audience on TikTok.
Absolutely. I say it every day. Not because I'm trying to brainwash anybody, but because it's evidenced.
It's evidence, and it's not even the belief. It's just fact.
I call it knowledge.
Knowledge.
Belief with evidence. But yeah, so you're leaning towards your gods being more metaphorical.
Yeah, it's more, but I mean, every lore in any religion just sounds silly. When you really read it and you really look at it, I mean, in Norse paganism, you have grown men giving birth to 8-legged horses. Obviously, that's just silly.
Why is a spider horse silly?
The spider horse itself isn't silly. The man or deity or whatever you want to call it giving birth to the spider horse just sounds outrageous. And I'm not sure what metaphor that would be used for. I'd have to look into that one.
So the myths seem unbelievable and disjointed, almost like dreams in some cases.
Dreams, I know the Norse people would use with those types of mushrooms, and they would just go on wild trips. So I mean, that would make a lot more sense.
If things like spider horses and universe birthing cows, if those things are the results of these trips, Is it possible that all beliefs are just products of overactive imaginations, whether they're assisted or not?
Yeah, that actually would track pretty well. You could say that. And then the most problems you can come across with a lot of these faiths is that everyone says, oh, it was written down, hundreds of years later or 40 years later or however long later. But we forget that a lot of these ancient religions, whether it's Christianity or otherwise, they are all, I'm trying to find the word, still early in the morning. Still, they started in ancient oral traditions because nobody was literate. Nobody wrote things down. That's just not how it was, especially with Norse paganism. Nobody wrote anything down until Snorri wrote the Eddas. That's where we get these things down years later. And same thing with the Bible. We wrote these things down years later. It's all written in oral tradition, and it's just people recounting what they heard from their buddy, who heard from their uncle, who heard from their grandfather, who heard from, so on and so on. It's like a big game of telephone.
What value is this belief system holding for you if you're already recognizing the somewhat absurdity of it?
Because the words that they teach, mostly you could go with Odin and a few of the other gods. They are always seeking power and they're always seeking knowledge. Seek and look for more information, look for more knowledge. And that's what I like doing. I like finding out more information. I like reading my books, finding out something new, reading articles on new facts that we've come across about, especially about Norse paganism. It definitely has always called to me since I was younger. And as I'm getting older, it's not that it's not calling to me anymore, it's calling to me in a different sense. Versus like, follow the gods and, revere them and worship and venerate and all those fun words that people use versus more, hey, this is knowledge that you can use and knowledge that you can obtain. Why not obtain more? Go look for not just Norse paganism, go look into Hinduism, go look into more Christianity, go look into other things as well.
Real quick, I gotta thank you guys for helping with that goal. I appreciate you so much. So you think that there's value to be found in all of these belief systems?
There's always value, whether it's learning what not to do or learning what you could do, applying a story to your everyday life from any religion and like, this is what they did. This is something similar. This is what happened with them. You can use it as a metaphor to try to change yourself or try to change the situation around you and help yourself or help those around you.
Absent the fairy tales.
I'm sure you can probably pull things from real life situations and people's past experiences that you can physically see and physically talk to.
That coffee cup is too small.
Yeah, that is a possibility. A coffee cup can definitely be too small. I don't know if they get too big, though.
I can never see the situation where it's too big, but I can always see the situation where it's too small. I'm one of the, I think it's a percolator is what it's called. It only can fill up so much, but then I found my old coffee cup, like, I want to use that one. Of course, now I don't have any room in it.
Right. The cup in the picture is almost identical to the one I use.
I like that style. My father was a magician before he passed away, and I have all types of those looking mugs and cups and steins and things like that from a large collection he had. He would use them for magic.
I don't know if I believe in magic, but I do believe in blueberry coffee. But do you think that there is potentiality for harm in these belief systems?
100%. There's, it's Norse paganism with the YS. You go to Christianity with it's also leaning into that kind of a deal. There's terrible things in every religion. I don't even care if it's Buddhism. I'm sure I can find something wrong and something hateful in Buddhism. I'm sure there is. I just haven't looked far enough deep into it.
If there are these troublesome ideologies within all of these religions, if all of them have something troubling, doesn't that mean that there might be a better way absent religion?
I'm sure there is a better way. I just haven't come across it yet.
Truth over comfort.
I'd like to meet somewhere in the middle with that, but I'm sure there's no way to really make it a truth comfortable all the time. So I would rather being a little uncomfortable or very uncomfortable as long as I'm being told the truth.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
I used to wholeheartedly believe that there is definitely a after they pass or after, the human body passes. But since the last time we spoke about this, I've just kind of discovered within myself, I don't think humans deserve an afterlife because we're terrible things. And the only things that deserve to go to an afterlife would be dogs. But no, I don't believe there's an afterlife. I don't think there is one. If there is one, we definitely don't deserve it.
So maybe dogs, maybe cats, but we don't deserve it.
Definitely not. And that is my heretical judgment.
Do you want there to be an afterlife, regardless of whether it's deserved?
Yeah, I think that's I think it's a pretty common human desire, because you would love to go talk to your loved ones who have passed and go see them again, and go back to them in the big comfy clouds or magic houses and go door to door and say hi to your family members. It'd be nice, yeah, but I don't think that would be a thing. It doesn't make any sense.
Are you at all afraid of non-existence?
I used to wrestle with that when I was younger, in my early teens, and then again, I guess, in my early 20s when my father passed. But as I got older, it doesn't. I would put on a face and say that it doesn't scare me. Unaliving doesn't scare me. There being darkness and nothing doesn't scare me. But as a reason to be worried or scared about something that is going to happen whether I want it to or not. So it's more of that accepting that dark truth of it's going to happen, just like they're going to take my taxes out and they're going to put me in a box in the ground somewhere.
Do you create purpose for yourself in this life?
Yes.
Do you think any of that matters in the scope of everything?
It doesn't matter in the scope of everything. It matters to the ones that you leave behind when you walk away. When you are you're no longer breathing, it matters to the ones you left behind, the ones that are still here. That's who it matters to. And then it will continue that way until humans no longer exist.
What would convince you that a god or an afterlife do exist?
What would convince me? It'd have to be pretty. So, like I said, my father was a magician, so I've seen a lot of street magics. I've seen a lot of miraculous things. Obviously, they're all tricks and deceit. So, I'm pretty good at seeing past most of it. So it's gonna have to be pretty extravagant. Some guy making more to me. I'm like, yeah, I've seen that before, buddy. It's not that big of a deal. Let's figure out something different. It's gonna have to be a big old, probably a parade like in Disney's Aladdin, something like that. You follow me on that one?
Yeah, big old parade.
Yeah.
Prince Ali. If God had a big old God parade, fabulous he, down the streets of whatever your town is, would you worship him?
I'd have questions for him. I'm not sure about worship.
What would your first question be for a god?
What the fuck are we even talking about?
That is a great question. I ask it often myself.
Yeah, it's a great one. It would be what the fuck is really going on here?
Nice.
'96 Kawio 9 says, "Why do men have nipples?"
That is an excellent question. How strange would we be if we didn't?
Wouldn't be strange.
I don't know. I think we might ask the question, why don't we?
I know I've seen articles of men being able to lactate and use their nipples for purposes, but I'm not 100% sure of that validity.
I think you earned it.
Thanks.
But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, that is what the fuck we're talking about. Just go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. We're not here to burgle your god or make you look like a fool. We're just here to see if you can question what it is that you believe. And if you can, then, well, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And Heretical definitely can question his beliefs. But I wonder, if you did have a firmer belief that a god existed, what would make you worship it? What would you want from it in order to inspire worship? And before you, Insomnia and 96 for that previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
In order for me to want or have the desire to worship a god, it's gonna have to do something like actually worth worshiping, which would be, for me, would be curing children of ailments. It would be solving world hunger problems. It would be just providing for the world that it allegedly created.
So a god that provides might be worthy of worship.
You know, a god who provides, a god who is taken care of. I mean, if you're gonna make us and then you're gonna leave me with all of these problems, I mean, you might as well it's just a god who left to go get the milk and never came back.
I think I had a poll ready for this. Yeah, there we go. What kind of god would you want to make your thoughts known in that poll? Should be up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen on the little clipboard with the blue check mark. Would it be one that creates, one that destroys, one that listens, one that changes, one that stays the same? Maybe it's a goddess with wings and a sense of humor, or none because you think worship is worthless. Whatever your answer is, go ahead and throw your thoughts up there, and maybe considering your answer there, I wonder if I shouldn't add one that provides.
Maybe next poll, but I know where I voted. I think I saw Sage's profile picture where he voted as well. We're in agreement.
Yeah, I think that one tends to get a lot of votes in here. There we go. There's a bigger spread.
These are the only votes that are actually worth voting for. Vote for. Don't worry about it. It doesn't make any sense anyway. Just vote here.
Yeah, this is where voting matters. I rarely even post the results. Still got nearly 3 minutes left to vote, guys. If you want to let us know what God you would actually worship, or what kind of God.
And there's no lines. There's no showing IDs. There's no proving that you're actually existing. You can just click and you voted.
The system does only let you vote once, but I suppose there's ways around that too.
I can switch profiles.
There's that. I do even let mods vote.
What a gracious host you are, allowing mods to vote.
Well, it's either they get to vote or they get to make polls. One or the other, not both.
That's so, really?
That's how TikTok does it, yeah.
No.
Yeah, Sage by not giving you the power to make polls. That's how.
I mean, it was pretty clear what you said.
Yeah. James Beale says eternal life. What about eternal life? Do you believe in an eternal life? And if you do, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to take it from you. I am, though, curious if you can question that belief.
But there's always more room in the shed.
There is always more room in the shed. I wonder why. There's always room for more of that thing. What does that say about the nature of that thing?
Magic.
Oh, I see. Either magic or it doesn't exist. Either way, if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I don't want to burgle your God, although there is room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question it, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? See, there's the shed.
Yeah, it has little lights and everything. Yeah, the roof. Stan is there. Thor's there. Clowns.
They all fit. It might be a Yeti of some kind. According to the results, every god got one vote except one that destroys. One that listens, one that changes, one that stays the same. None. Worship is worthless. Each of those got one vote. One that creates got 2 votes. And then coming in first place, as usual, a goddess with wings and a sense of humor.
Believe in Jesus to be saved. You should possibly come up. You can request.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if you can question your beliefs. And if you can't, I might wonder what it is.
I think it's because there's two skeletons up here now versus just the one.
Do you think they're afraid of the bones?
Apparently.
Why do bones scare you?
That's not a question for me.
I know, I'm asking them. If you're down there with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power and you're capable of questioning it, but you're not requesting it because you're afraid of bones, well, what's so scary about bones? They're inside you right now. You can't run away from them. They'll go where you go.
You physically cannot even run without them. I like the little dragon.
Sage says neither bones nor boning scares him. Sage, but does deboning scare you?
Yes. Mask, I'm not sure that you can't say that word. Cadavers is our word. You can't say that.
Blix the wormling, yes, has a very prominent place in this picture. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to read that comment, Sage. But I am going to remind the audience that we're here to question beliefs, not to frighten you away with innuendos of the osteopathic variety. We just want to know if you can actually question your beliefs. Got a box down there just waiting for you.
Then we are at over 60K likes.
Hell yeah. 60,000 taps on that screen, and with every one, we increase the likelihood that somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that might actually come in and question their beliefs.
James Beals says, "Are you an animal?" No, I'm a skeleton. I thought we made that clear. Sebastian says that your Segway skills, Thrayle, are almost as good as his.
I don't know what he's talking about. My Segway skills are the original Segway skills. Malia says that she wants a god that brings coffee in bed. I like one that, you know, I really can't complain. I just have to get up and take 3 steps to make coffee from where I'm at. I just don't want to.
Depends on
rising. The need is rising, but it seems to, I don't know, it seems to just sit there at a steady uncertain level. The more that nobody requests up, the more that I sit here wondering if anybody is even left who can question what they believe.
with 110 people in here, I figure there's somebody.
I don't know. I'm beginning to doubt. I'm skeptical that there's anyone left who has the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs.
It's only at 61K. That is amazing, though, but it could be a little bit higher.
It could be higher. Witty says, get coffee, Thrayle. It's blueberry. It is blueberry, and I really like my blueberry coffee. I'm tempted.
Heretic is a good hype, man. Thank you, Sage. I appreciate it. I do love that.
Hello, Wisdom Eye. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 35. Good to see you.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in this nature. So now why I have to say why I'm believing, because like I mentioned before in one of your lives that I cannot conceive of, I don't think is possible. So this is my bias, which just because I cannot perceive or conceive of something doesn't mean it's not possible. There is some reality, unconceivable reality out there. But I do believe in two polarities, and I want to ask you to help me maybe question my belief, because I cannot see any other pattern of duality. So let's say, for example, any...
So you're saying you can't see any other pattern of duality than duality? I'm a little confused.
No. I mean, I cannot see... Sorry? I cannot see any other mode of reality than the one I'm seeing. Thus, my bias of thinking that's what is out there defining the shape is also the inverse shape of the shape. You can say it's black and white. You can say it's yellow and whatnot. And I see only these two modes of polarities: the one, the shape you identify with, and the other shape, which is not you. You identify with the inverse, and you can have neither if you don't have these two. So both are needed to define.
You're saying basically everything requires its antithesis in order to exist.
Yeah. So my view for God.
Is there anything that doesn't require its antithesis to exist?
It would be just one color. You would say just there is only one color in existence, or just one thing. Oh, sorry.
And when we say that something requires its antithesis to exist, in what way does it require it? Like, where is it required to be?
Yes. Division must be, and it's not like it has been created. I think the nature of God always was, and people just see time-based thinking or just time-based linear existence. While I see it as a state like static universe, which is just perceived by the nature of relationships. It can be perceived as motion or unfolding. While and it's very hard to explain. It's like I see this static universe is just 1 and 0, basically one or another, and all the gradient in between, which is also the same thing, just on different fractalization levels. And I'm having hard time to question myself, because I'm having hard time seeing any other patterns which can define anything in the visible universe or non-visible universe. And I just see this dual mode of existing, which is one separate in shape, because we identify other shapes separated by the nothing, and then the inverse shape, which are connected shape, connecting all the...
You kind of are. And I still don't understand how it is that you've decided that something requires its inverse or its antithesis. Where does that requirement reside?
The requirement resides to, if you want to divide anything from anything, you need to have antithesis, or this, I don't even know how to pronounce the word, to define that which is divided. Without this opposite polarity, which is
divide, in order to divide 3 from 5, I need to know what -5 is. Is that what you're saying?
Let me just think about it, how you frame it in numbers. I'm thinking shapes, you think numbers. For me, shape would, let's say if it's a sphere, you need an inverse sphere to define the sphere. This is what I'm talking about.
Why do I need an inverse sphere to define a sphere? Why do I need the...
So basically the placeholder. The placeholder
I'm not following. Why do I need the inverse? What is the requirement there?
Because the opposite is not even conceivable or conceivably possible. You cannot define a sphere without its inverse. Similarly, you cannot.
You're saying I can't define a sphere without its inverse, but I'm not sure I understand how it is that you've decided that. It feels like you're making a declaration and not really backing it up with any reason.
Yeah, what I'm saying, this is just one example. I'm saying to everything, you have to have contrast of the opposite to have this thing you're trying to look at. Even if it's cold or... This is the only thing I can logically see possible, and I can observe it in my objective reality, both objective and subjective. Even in my subjective reality, I cannot conceive of any other possibility, because when you diminish this opposite polarity, then everything merges into just one undistinguishable block.
So because you can't imagine existence without this polarity, then therefore it doesn't exist without the polarity.
Yes, this is my personal bias, which I'm identifying as a bias, because there could be a conceivable reality which is,
could there be a conceivable anything?
According to my belief, this is why I'm saying a belief, I say knowing is only what I can conceive of, and I can see the structure and the...
Can you tell me what the opposite of grass is?
The air, which is encompassing the grass.
Air is encompassing the grass, and that is its...
Let's say it's air. Let's say any medium, you put grass in water, there is water.
Does that
which
mean
is the inverse of
air
grass.
Is air the inverse of everything within air? Human.
Opposite of human is basically everything which is around you, which is the inverse shape of the definition of human shape.
So you're not saying that it needs the opposite, the antithesis. You're saying that it needs the literal inverse geometric shape.
Yes. That would be my argument. And
why do you define this as
a fundamental issue with most philosophies is acceptance of the nothing, the void, something which is not. While in my mind, everything is in both spectrums. It's just bias based on what we identify with. If I identify with human shape, then what is human is what is, and what is not human is what is not. And that also applies for the
Well, if you
non-identifiable
identify as human, then what is human is, and what is where it's not in existence anymore because you identify as something it's not.
For example, what we see or we can identify or quantify, we say this is what matter is. Everything in between is the void, is the space, it's nothing. Now in quantum mechanics they started unfolding that there is no empty space at all. But I was stating that each of the something, but it has fundamentally an inverse shape of that something which you say is that something. I don't even know how to explain. It's very hard to explain. It's like yin and yang, but you're just explaining a yang instead of also looking at the yin. I don't know.
But you're not just explaining yin and yang. You're doing it in a geometric standpoint, like
yes,
kind of like matte cutouts. Like if something exists, then the space around it is required to exist in order for it to exist. And I'm not sure that I agree or understand why you would make this declaration. Like, what does this belief actually do?
Actually, no superpower per se. I mean, everything based on the system structure has a superpower towards something which is lower in system and power. In terms of how much can you affect the will of another thing. But I'm saying there is no supernatural being which is like the total controller of patterns in this beautiful universe we are observing. But it's just there is no beginning and the end. It's just the state of it. It's just a cycle of eternal unfolding and refolding. And I see, like, if you say there is a void, two opposites. Let's say there is a black. You just see a black, like inverse of each other to define each other. If you know what I'm saying. And then if I'm saying everything which is white, and I need the black to define the white shape. If you know what I mean. I don't even know how to frame it otherwise. And for me, the God that is in the gradients in between. It's gradient would be just the noise of different patterns of I don't even know how to explain it. I don't even see circles anywhere, curvatures. I just think curvatures are also pixel based. And I don't want to go too deep and preach about how the possible explanation for the mode of reality I'm seeing.
If there's any other possible explanation for the mode of reality that you're seeing, and what you're seeing is that things exist within spaces where other things exist around them, and that you can't exist without the inverse or is that accurate?
Yeah, I think you can exist in both spaces, even those. Like if I'm now in this shape, if I'm dissolved. Now, what I'm saying is, people think that only these shapes which are separate, seemingly separate, are these things which exist, while the black or all the spaces in between these separate objects are which that empty space and also feel everything connected while still observing everything which is seemingly separate. And I think both modes of this reality are interchanging in nature sequentially, like cyclically. First you are in this shape and then you go to the inverse, and then from inverse you're going to the verse, or how we want to call it, the opposite of inverse. I didn't want to alienate.
It's not clear in any way how this head maze is actually serving you as a belief.
It's serving me that I feel in a belief that there is no nothing. in terms of atheism, who are thinking like there is nothing, just blackness.
I'm sorry.
Waiting on the other side.
How is your belief any different than atheism plus?
I believe that there is some kind of progression or container of this knowing of patterns, which are absolute, in my opinion.
A container
not
of the
endless.
knowing of patterns.
Yeah, and you know, it's progressional. I believe in life. Sorry, I believe in life cycles, reincarnations as per se, but I believe that as we are going through this life cycle, there is this unfoldment going on. And every life cycle.
So now there's reincarnation. Reincarnation.
Oh, yeah, that's also a good question. Why do I believe there is reincarnation? Because there is these instincts which are separate in things which are the same or alike, like human to human. I see another human having completely different instincts and completely different preferences.
Incarnation.
Yes, I'm getting to it. What I'm trying to say with reincarnation, I'm saying that there is this thing which we call soul, or this, I don't know, invisible side we siphon our all accumulated knowledge from, and this is like intuitive, more. We also have a choice to loop into infinity in the same stage, per se. That would be my belief, because I can never prove
what is soul?
Patterns which your identity,
Simulation of patterns that your identity has.
Beliefs is the God holds all the patterns, and He's eternally exhibiting. God would be
what is the God?
In my mind, it's the totality of all possible exhibitable patterns and their manifestation.
Totality of all possible patterns.
Yeah, if I could fractalize a field, for example, and this gives me more blocks, Lego blocks to build something. Let's say he's the holder of all the Lego blocks and all the shapes.
He's the holder of the blocks. He's not the blocks.
Holder and a manifester of these shapes.
A manifester of the blocks too.
Yeah,
and
like I said,
this is you're going very fast, and it's sounding very manic to a point here.
Sorry.
Wisdom, and I'm not trying to belittle it at all, but you're saying that you believe that there is a God that is a holder of all the fractalized forms of reality that he manifests into a being, and that all of them require their inverse in order to exist, and that somehow within this whole soul, and the soul is the self going through cycles of rebirth and the accumulated patterns of that.
I know, it sounds like a mess. Yeah, sorry. But
I'd asked you earlier how it's serving
sorry.
you, and I'd asked you earlier how this belief is even serving you.
Okay, I can answer this.
It didn't become clear at all, but I'm going to ask you a different question, which is just straight out. Why do you believe any of this?
Because this is the only, like I said, I tend to see it as a knowing, but I have to retain a certain amount of self-bias, because if I fall in the self-bias loop, I'm gonna never grow, and I'm still trying to find.
Referring to it as a knowing isn't helping me understand why you believe it.
Yes, because if I could conceive a different reality, a different possibility, I would probably say it's 50-50 chance one or the other can be true. While I cannot logically,
Why is it
my logical
50-50?
patterns, if it's two, there is 50-50 chance there is one or the
Why
other
is
is
it
true. But if there is
50-50?
more,
Just because two choices exist, does that automatically mean they have equal odds?
in a way, yeah. But if I have three, then
Why?
it's not 50-50. Then it can be a gradient of.
How
Okay.
does the idea of two things automatically mean they will be of equal value?
I totally agree with you because if you have a multiplicity, a system of multiple things, there is the gradient of possibilities higher. But if I just have 0 and 1, there is only 50-50 chance. But I agree with you that that's a stupid statement I made in a way. But I don't know. My belief is in a nutshell that there is a cell. But then my biggest question in my belief system is that the God people are saying is inhibiting every being and looking from everybody's eyes. That would be implying a mode of reality that you have multiple POVs going on at the same time and you're living this reality. Well, I don't agree because I cannot experience that reality since I'm made of multiple things which are also living, amoebas or whatnot, and I'm not beholding their reality. I'm just beholding my whole reality, like only one POV, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not beholding the POV of the organism living inside of
Wisdom.
And sorry,
I'm not hearing you actually answer the question. Does anybody else have a question for Wisdom Eye?
I think I might have one or two, but not too many.
Go for it. Also, before you get started, good morning, Rich. Haven't seen you in a while. Did Rich even mean to request out? I'll set you down just in case you didn't. Go ahead, Heretical. Sorry, my brain stopped working halfway through your name.
It's fine. I think mine stopped halfway through that conversation. Wisdom, what was the reason you came up here for? Because I think you said it in the beginning, but I want to hear it again.
You can perhaps help me identify any other conceivable mode of reality or nature per se or whatnot that can be the other possibility to what I'm thinking of to be the true reality, and why I'm saying it's a bias and a belief. Usually I would not say it's a belief, I would say it's a knowing, but the belief comes from the me accepting that there might be a chance that I cannot consider bias to my limited
So you came up here for us to challenge your belief system and to see if it's got any chinks in the armor, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, that would be my selfish desire, probably. But also to see if I'm blubbering a little bit on the wrong lines. I'm trying to help myself convey what I'm knowing and believing to other people direction. But I'm quite certain I can question my beliefs. So maybe I'm not the perfect target for this life, but I don't know. I just tried.
Well, I don't think we target people in this live, but I would ask you, can you read the background, because it's about questioning beliefs. I'm not up here, and I don't think Thrayle is up here to assist you in this, in finding any broken pieces in this armor that you found your belief system in, which I cannot still understand where. I think I was going with you for a minute, what the fuck land, and I just couldn't follow you anymore. You lost me a while back.
And I totally know why I lost you, because I have this very bad tendency to talk from a point of my personal experiential thinking, and without you having the reference of my thinking and the way, like place you somewhere in the middle of the forest, I don't show you how else is talking. So I apologize for that. I was just trying to. I'm always chasing the root causes of things, and for me, the root cause of all things is just this impossible mode of thinking that
Why
there
are
can
you?
be something without the other. Huh?
Why are you chasing the root of all things? What is the purpose of that?
Because this is the only way I can understand everything else from which all unfolds. Nature. Cause would indicate linearity in time and space, but I feel it everything like static and just changing modes from one to another. And thus, I chase the very fabric of space and time.
So you're doing this to understand.
Yes, and I identify anything else is possible, then that would make my knowing a belief. And I cannot see anything being able to exist without its perceivable inverse shape, which is the opposite polarity of that you identify. Like a tree, it needs to have a surrounding inverse shape of that thing you are observing.
What is a belief to you? What is a belief?
Me, a belief is saying you're knowing something while there is a possibility of something else. So thus makes you a believer. If even if you can prove it in some way, there is always something else you can argue against something else to battle myself in a way. So yeah. When I said target, I don't say you're targeting people. You're helping people to doubt their own thoughts, which I have been doing for ages now. But I reached a point where I cannot see any other patterns, any other. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, if you can't see any other patterns, so would you having this knowledge, it's not a belief system then, it would be knowledge. And it's not up here you're up here to challenge it. And I don't understand what we're supposed to be able to follow your point of view. And then you explain your point of view with just not understanding where you're even going in the first place. I don't think I have anything else question-wise, other than I think maybe you need to maybe question why you're looking for the solid answer and why does it mean so much to you.
Yeah, and thank you for even having me up. What I'm saying, the target is basically not a target. I'm just saying I'm able to question my belief system and my knowings and knowing is basically if you can get to the root causes where you cannot explain anything else, but when you have reached the state of knowing in a way. But what I'm trying to say is like I'm seeking for somebody to maybe give me another mode to think about, because I have this innate desire to go super deep, And thank you for having me up. If you want to let me down, you're very free to do so. And
I
if you have any
appreciate your
questions,
wisdom. The only other question that I would have is, do you expect that why do you require a mode to replace the one that you hold? Could you not question that mode without replacing it?
yeah, I cannot, because I have nothing to replace it with, and I'm still seeking, and I'm having trouble finding that.
Why is a replacement required?
Maybe it's not say it's a knowing. I really have this innate desire to explore more and to find more, because I don't want to fall into this loop of saying I know, I'm the knower of the all, Well, I don't feel like that's the case.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage your wisdom to keep asking questions. And maybe another time we'll have more questions for you, but I don't think we have any more for you right now. I hope you do keep asking, and if you find some clearer way to communicate your answers, then maybe we'll find a few clearer questions. Hello, Andrea. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
She's not loaded in on my end.
Oh, yep, sure enough. Hello, Andrea. Are you there now? Looks like she's there. Andrea?
She's making noise.
I think it's just an echo. So we'll set Andrea down. If you did mean to be up here, go ahead and request again, or anything like that. And you're capable of questioning your belief. Go ahead and request up. We don't bite. Well, I don't.
I'm not incriminating myself.
But if you can question whatever it is that you believe in, come join us. Oh, look at that. We've got a cat in the vat. How about that?
I bite.
Good morning, cat. Yeah, I thought you did.
I've heard cats bite.
Very happy. It's just like raining, but still. Well, not right this second, but.
Do you hide from the rain?
I don't hide from it. I'm just like tired of being wet.
Like a cat.
Yeah.
You say it's all coming together.
You think the name
I'm
is
actually just 3 cats in a trench coat.
I believe it. No questions.
No further questions.
Yeah, that definitely tracks.
Not gonna. Nothing to question here.
If you are like 3 cats in a trench coat, what cats are you?
What cats am I? That's a good question. Like a Maine Coon or like 3 Maine Coons, but if I'm being honest, I'm like 3 calicos.
You gotta throw an orange one in there too.
Oh, yeah, a little chaos gremlin, you're right. I'm actually 3 orange chaos gremlins. That's what I am.
3 chaos gremlins. Yeah. That found a child's raincoat at a kindergarten school and then just ran off with it.
Right, yeah. Like one of those like yellow Curious George raincoats.
The hat doesn't fit right, it's just falling forward.
Yeah. Kind of absent believers, huh?
I think it's because there's 2 Skelly boys up here, and not just the one. They're not terrified of one.
They're all afraid of the bones.
Funny, I was talking to Philly about this, and then Thrayle about it, but it's like, for some reason Thrayle is unapproachable or intimidating or something, and I don't really understand it.
It's the hair.
That's what it is.
Oh,
It's
it might be the hair.
with the bones. It's just the hair.
The hair.
I think James Beals needs to come up. I don't understand what they're saying in the comments here. They said you are all fake.
I'm not sure what they mean by that.
I don't understand either.
It's the scary voice, says Amore.
Yeah, Kat has an extremely scary voice.
What's what it is?
Broccoli here asks if you have a job. I'm assuming that means Thrayle. Yeah, it's having TikTok lives questioning beliefs.
It's like a really cool job.
Mask, yes, Noctis is undoubtedly the scariest one.
Actually, Kira is the scariest one.
That may be true. I'm not going to argue.
I'm a nice lady.
My only argument with that would be that I could hear Kira coming because she's going to be loud about it. I'm not going to hear Noctis, and I'm not sure which one would be scarier.
That's fair.
Yeah, Noctis doesn't have to be here to be scary.
Just the shadow.
But if you have a belief or anything like that, whether it's because you're scared or because it's comfortable or anything in between, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on it, because we're not here to be scary. We're not here to confront you or condemn you. We're not here to burgle your God or debate you. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you do.
And we're also at 70k likes, but I think we can get a little bit more, and that might bring somebody in that actually has a belief.
I'm not even sure how to compute that sentence, Dudesky.
I left it alone.
Maybe it's the government agents transmitting some signal that blocks me from comprehending. Whatever that is. But if you have a belief that you're capable of comprehending and transmitting verbally, well then let us know what that belief is, if you can question it, and why you hold on to that belief. No worries, Christopher. We'll be around when you're feeling better. Hope you do get to feeling better soon.
You'll definitely feel better. Take care of yourself with that. Noctis used to regularly entice me by brandishing a ruler in the comments. Sage, I have a bad experience with rulers. I grew
attitude that would give me towards rulers.
I can say
What
mine's
kind of
not
attitude would it give you towards nuns?
It wasn't
I can't
just
say it would be much different than my current attitude.
it wasn't just the nuns, because there were nuns that walked around with the ruler, and there was ones who didn't walk around with the ruler. The ones who didn't walk around with the ruler you knew were fine. The ones who did were the ones you had to be careful of. Bad nun.
Did you know a lot of bad nuns?
Yeah, ones with the rulers.
Do the attitude to do with your current attitude towards Catholicism?
No, because humans do not make or break the religion.
What might make Catholicism true?
The destruction of every ruler in existence.
You might. I was about to treat it like a real answer. Can the existence of rulers really verify or disprove the existence of a god?
Well, how are you supposed to measure it without a ruler?
Probably a tape measure.
That's just get out of here. No, we don't use those. That's Satan.
Satan. Satan is in the tape measures.
To a ruler because it's technically, trying to take the ruler's job.
I don't know if it's trying to take its job or if it's trying to assist or perform it differently.
Perform it better.
If it can perform it better, did the ruler deserve the job in the first place? Have you ever smacked knuckles with a tape measure?
No, but I've definitely been cut by one.
Just saying, I'm not sure that the ruler's job is in danger.
What about the yardstick?
Similar job, but done differently.
I think that's what they're for, yeah. I haven't seen anybody disprove that.
And if you have a belief in yardsticks or tape measures or gods or goddesses or pantheons of assorted creatures or some other kind of cryptid, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or measure your God, really. We just want to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it, if you can even question it.
Do you have a belief in any type of cryptid, Thrayle?
sure that a belief is what it is.
Is it a knowing?
What is a cryptid?
That's a good question. A cryptid would be like a creature that like maybe it exists or maybe it doesn't, like unicorns. Cryptid.
I'm not sure that I believe in any cryptids at all.
Okay.
I don't actively believe that nothing unexplained or unencountered can exist.
I'm just confused to why you think unicorns are cryptids when they are the national animal.
Well, I didn't know that, so.
That is a fact. That is not even. That's not me fucking lying or anything. That's a fact.
Because clearly they exist if they're the national animal of Scotland. You see that Loch Ness Monster, don't give him Tree Fitty. That's funny.
I'm definitely not giving him Tree Fitty.
Yes, comment section. I know what examples of cryptids are, but I always criticize people when I ask them for a definition and they give me an example. So I felt like I had to give a definition.
I thought that was fair.
I mean, well, isn't there one that joins the live? It's the Martian Fire Yeti. Isn't that a cryptid?
Is it? Is it a cryptid if we see an example?
Ah, well. Is
well,
it a
just because one of us has encountered it doesn't mean that it's necessarily real. I think it's still a cryptid.
That's a good point, Amore. If the Martian Fire Yeti is the only one, how could we know?
Well, how if Tigger's the only one, how do we know that Tiggers exist? But they do.
But do they?
Yes.
We see animated conceptualizations of what a Tigger might be. But how do you know a Tigger actually exists?
I believe in it.
Tootski's comments have been unhinged all morning. What the fuck is that? Thrayle replaces his femurs monthly. Everyone should know Thrayle has fake femurs. What is a fake femur?
I mean, don't they make them out of some type of metals and alloys?
I don't know.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
I don't have a fake femur to check. Yeah, are they
I don't know if that
adamantine?
would be a fake femur. Usually they just like hammer rods into your existing femur. A long time ago, I used to date this guy that was a surgical technician, and he had this picture of him doing that, and it made everything, it like made me crawl, made my skin crawl.
So I got in a car accident long ago, and I shattered my ankle completely, and I have 2.5 screws stuck in my ankle because they couldn't get them out.
If you have nuts or screws or bolts or anything in you that you shouldn't, then you're capable.
It was too much.
It was too much. If you have extra parts or if you don't, and you...
Thrayle. If you have a belief in a god, gods, or anything like that, request up.
If you believe in some shit, come on up here and talk to me.
If you believe in some shit. If you think that there's more than one Tigger.
Oh my. Somebody with a belief in a god or gods or something like it. Please request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Oh, hello, MB. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What?
Hello, can I get your age?
I'm 35.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I think that I don't know about. I think I'm agnostic. What do you think?
I can't tell you what you believe or don't, but it sounds like you think you're agnostic. So what does that mean to you?
Know if there's a god or a goddess, but it could be something. Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief, and why do you believe?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what it
believe in
says.
anything.
Okay. Do you have any inclination to? Do you lean more one way or another on the idea of God existing?
No. I think I believe I like fantasy games.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Lack of belief, MB.
My lack of belief.
Mm-hmm. What would convince you that a God does exist?
Science.
What in science might convince you that a God exists?
I'm concerned now that I
Why are you concerned?
the wrong chat. But
I see.
can I?
Well, we're
can I
just
say
questioning
something?
beliefs.
Well, I don't believe in anything.
Awesome, Amby. Well, I do appreciate you coming up, but I think we're going to move on to the next guest. Thank you so much for coming up and answering what questions you did. Hello, Darkness. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What
2007
year were you
78.
born? Oh, 2007. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like
100% I have a belief in God.
that? Which god?
The one Jesus taught.
Have you read your
the
Bible
Christian
from
one.
beginning to end?
Not yet,
Why not?
but I'm getting there.
Why haven't you read it from beginning to end?
You know, it takes a while because the Bible's pretty big and there's multiple Bibles out there. So I have my Bible from the Holy Bible.
How many
New,
books?
Old and New Testament of King James.
So the King James Version.
Yeah.
And do you believe the stories that you have read so far to be true and literal?
Most of them, because it's some of them been changed over time, but most of them, yeah.
Adam and Eve in the garden, those stories.
Yep.
Why do you believe those stories to be true?
Because it says that God took care of them. He made them with care. He didn't rush. He formed them beautifully.
I'm asking why you believe the stories are true.
It's told about how
what
Adam
way-
and Eve were made by God with care, and then
In what way does it?
They use sin.
In what way is it told that convinces you it is true?
And we fall for we fall for a lot of things.
Darkness, are you drunk?
I'm not drunk. I'm trying. They listen to the devil, and they sin to just like how we sin.
We listen to the devil.
all the time.
What devil did they listen to?
Lucifer,
Where
the
is
one
the
that
devil
rebelled
in?
and fell from heaven. There's one that came in because
Where does it say
Lucifer
that
can
the snake is
shapeshift
Lucifer?
Lucifer can be anybody. You never know.
Where is that in the story?
Where is it in the story? What do you mean?
Where in the story does it say that the snake is Lucifer?
Well, the snake tries tempting them to eat the apple to become just like God. When they ate God, they listened to him.
I'm sorry, you said, what did the snake say?
He was trying to, because God told him not to eat the apple, and the snake was saying, if you eat the apple, you're going to become just like God.
What did God say would happen if they eat the apple?
That's what Lucifer said.
What did God say would happen if they ate the apple?
Then you would, because he didn't want them to eat the apple.
What did he say?
Because
what did
once
he
they
say?
ate the apple, they started sinning. You mean if that's what God said?
Did God say, on the day you eat of the apple, you will surely sin?
If they would listen to
Hey, can you listen? Darkness, are you capable of hearing the question? Well, it'd be a lot easier for you to listen if you closed your mouth and opened your ears. See how you're talking right now while I'm talking? Shut the fuck up. Why are you incapable of listening? You can't do it while your mouth is open, okay? So try closing it for a minute.
I'm listening, yes.
Great. So, you said that that God said that when they eat of the apple, that they will sin. Is that what God said?
Well, it was a test to see if they would listen to God, but they didn't.
So what did God say?
I can actually just grab you the story right now.
That'd be great. Good morning, Tootski. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
What is
Pretty
a
good.
fake femur?
It's gonna be a femur that's fake.
And what convinces you of the existence of such fake femurs?
I saw you replace them, Thrayle. You can't lie to me.
What did I
I know
replace
that they're
them
fake.
with?
If anything, they're not yours.
Knew
They're somebody
once they
else's
ate the
femur.
apple, they would know good or evil. That's what God
I'm
said.
sorry, God said that when they ate of
You would
the
know
apple.
good or evil.
Wait. Darkness, where did God say that? Is that in Genesis 3? Because that sounds like what the serpent said in Genesis 3.
I think Darkness, if you're teacup, buddy, if you're away from the app, we cannot hear you. Just so you're aware.
Genesis 2:17.
2:7.
Yeah. Let me grab I'm going to right now. So I can read it to you.
I can read it if you can't, but mine's not a King James.
But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day they would eat it.
For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. Is that what it says in yours?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, we're pretty close then. So, where does that say that you'll know good and evil? It doesn't say God said that, does it? It says God tells them that they'll die the day they eat of it. Do they die the day they eat of it?
No, it was a test to see if they would listen to God.
So God lied to
them.
them.
He was testing them.
So God lied to test them.
And they ate the apple and learned good or
Did
evil.
God lie to test them?
It was a test.
So God lied. And then in 3, you still have your Bible open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what did the serpent say in 3:4?
3:4. Okay, it says, and the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die.
And then what? Keep going.
For God doth know that in the day you shall be as God, knowing good and evil.
So which one of them told
be like
Adam
God?
Which one of them told Adam and Eve that they would know good and evil?
Lucifer.
So you're saying that's Lucifer, right?
Well, they said they would be like God, and he told them they would be just like they will be as powerful as God. But he was lying. It doesn't say that.
Stop, Darkness. You're adding a whole bunch that isn't there. Where does it say powerful?
I'm not adding a whole different.
Where does it say they'll be as powerful as God? Where does it say that?
It would be just like God.
Does it say just like? What does it say? Use the words that are in your translation. What does it say there?
As God.
So you will be as God, and that's part of a sentence, right? What's the next part of that sentence?
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food.
No.
I'm reading. You said what's the next, so I'm reading.
I said, what's the next part after as God?
Knowing good and evil.
So it's not just as God, it's as God knowing good and evil. So it's qualifying.
What's your point?
It's not, because it's not saying that you'll have all the power and evil. It's saying that you will know good and evil as God does, according to the serpent, right?
Okay.
So if it's just saying that you'll know good and evil as God does, is that not what happens when they eat of the fruit?
They know good or evil.
Do they know good and evil You can keep reading now if you'd like to read.
Yeah, and then
what does it say?
they saw
in
they were
6?
naked and they hid themselves.
So when the woman saw
And when
that
the
the tree
woman
was good for food,
saw that the tree was good for, I'm reading, and that was pleasant to the eye, and a tree to be dessert to make one whiz, she took off the tree thereof and did eat and give unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eye of them both were open, and they knew that they lived together.
so they came to know good and evil after they ate of the fruit.
Yeah, God did not want
so you're saying
good or evil.
So you're saying
they
that
would
God.
start sinning.
So you're saying that God told them a lie and the serpent told the truth.
Huh? I'm not saying that.
We covered it in 2:17 where he told them
they were going to know
darkness.
good or evil.
Darkness.
What?
We covered it already in 2:17 where he said that if you on the day you eat of it you will surely die. You said that he was telling them that to test them. He lied to them to get them to
Because
see
he don't
if
want
they
them
would.
to know good or evil, and then they would start
So
sinning.
he lied.
And they would
You said
rebel
that
against
already.
God, just like Lucifer.
So we agreed that God lied. And then in 3, was it 3, 4, and 5?
I think God's bad.
I'm not saying God's bad.
Basically, you're saying he's lying.
I didn't say God is bad. I didn't make the judgment. We're just pointing out, as you brought up, that God lied when he said they would unalive on the day, and that the serpent told the truth, right? Did the serpent tell the truth? Are you back, darkness? Back, darkness.
I'm back.
Did the serpent tell the truth?
What did the serpent say?
I can read it again, since... But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil."
When he meant like die, he meant like you're going to like die. When he meant like die, when he was meaning die.
Wait, hold on.
I'm trying
Why
to
are
listen.
you? Why are you? No. You couldn't even tell us the verse, let alone like he means when he said.
Listen, when you were saying die, I mean like you're not going to be the same. Like you're going to die into.
How do you know that?
Because
how do
you're
you know?
not
How
going
do
to
you
be
know
the
that?
same. Like you die into.
How do you know?
Evil, like,
Wait, hold on. That's not the information that's given to us in this chapter. So, what information are you coming from to be able to translate what he meant when he said that we will surely die?
Yeah, take your time there, darkness, while he looks up whatever he's looking up. Thank you guys for 81,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. The more we tap, the more likely somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that might scroll in here and actually have the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs.
When God meant death, he means that like you broke in like the relationship with them.
That's not quite
like you died and became somebody else. Like you became with Satan.
You're not answering the question. What was the question I asked you?
You asked, huh?
Sorry, let me say it slower. What was the question that I asked you?
So how can I trust you if you want to give me the verse from your reading?
No. I asked you, what
That's what you
source
said.
are
That's
you
what you
getting?
said.
I asked you, what
Exactly. What
source are
verse?
you getting the
Exactly. That's what
information
I just said.
from what God meant when he said death? What
I
source?
just answered.
Question of where did you get this source from? Where are you getting your information from?
Darkness, you're getting muted at the moment because you're actually not capable of letting other people finish their sentences. It seems like you're just here. Yeah, it seems like you're just here to try to agitate people by acting absolutely ridiculous and then talking over them as they try to ask you questions. Are you
Well, I'm
actually?
answering. I just
See how
answered
you're
this.
doing it right now because you're actually too immature to actually maintain your self-control. Right now, you're talking
fucking
over me
answers.
because you can't seem to control yourself. Darkness, I'm having to control you. So I think you should learn a little self-control and then question whether or not you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs. Why you requested up here maybe is
Answer
something you
this
should think
question.
about. Maybe you should think about why you requested up here, whether it was to question your beliefs or if it was to be, disingenuous. Well, hello, Lizard King. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
No, I'm agnostic atheist. So
So why don't you
I don't
believe?
know there's not a god, but I mean, I don't believe in one either.
Why don't you believe in a god?
Lack of evidence.
Would you expect to see that might convince you of a god?
Personally, growing up, I grew up religious, but for me, what it would take is, for a lot of people, it takes, all they have to see is some type of happenstance, like maybe they said something and immediately after it like comes up on the TV. My dad used to say that that we have to have direct communication from the Lord.
So if you were provided some direct communication from a god, then you would believe in it.
Right, but then even as if it's a devil who is trying to convince you that he's a god. So really, the only thing you can know is that you exist, and even if I were shown proof, it would still be really hard to accept it.
If you were given some direct evidence, some direct communication with a god, enough to convince you that it existed at the very least, would you worship it?
Do I know if it's good or not, or it's what it's doing?
So is that a requirement for you to worship it, is to know its alignment?
Yes. Well, yes, 100%. I would not just due to an all-powerful being.
What kind of god would you actually want to worship or venerate?
I don't think I would actually want to worship any god because I believe that a just God wouldn't require worship. I think they would want to be a part of the actual community and not have this pedestal over them. So yeah, that's how I kind of view it. but I can't
If you
prove
were,
there's not a God either. So maybe I
if
hold
you
out
were
some
to,
hope or something.
yeah, I'm trying to ask you a question here. And so, if you were to
Okay.
have some kind of, well, actually, let me ask this question: does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Yes, it does matter.
Why does it matter?
Because my objective is truth, so I would want to know what is true.
What effect do you
So
think
that's how.
knowing? What effect do you think knowing there is or isn't a God would uh, would have on your life?
Well, I spent some of my time religious growing up. Always questioned it, but did try it in my early 20s somewhat. There was some positive placebo, and it's how you understand the religion. And the further I looked into it, and the further I got into wanting to become an actual apologist for God, because I was like, I want to know what's true, and if God's true, I'm going to become an apologist. And the further that I looked into it, I found ancient, arguments against God that I still can't argue against. So I just went with the logical route, which I think points towards the truth.
I don't think I have any more questions for you. Stop.
It said, "Can you question your beliefs?" And I thought that was a very interesting prompt. Because I do question my own beliefs, and I think to a fault sometimes.
Do you think that you question your lack of belief?
In God?
Yes.
I sometimes, deep down, maybe fear that that's what I should be doing, and I'm not.
I don't. Yeah, I don't have any more questions for you. I do think we have a few other people in queue who might have a belief that might be open to questioning, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. In these things, a God or anything like it, and you're open to having a question, bring it back to us. We're definitely going to want to question that.
Okay, well, yeah, I just kind of I come from the what I know is that I know nothing kind of thing. That's like my type of personality. So, but I appreciate your time as well. So I'll let someone else on. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Lizard King. Take care. Keep asking questions. Hello, professional, unprofessional. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God. I believe in Allah.
You say you believe in Allah. Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
I did. Need to read over it in the language and get a deeper understanding, but not
Do you
beginning to
believe it
end.
to be true?
Yeah, I do.
You believe everything in it to be entirely true?
I do.
Can you question that belief?
Can I question that belief? Yes. However, I know that many have within the faith. And
what does it mean to question a belief?
To question it is to see if there's contradictions, if it's wrong in line with a peaceful mechanism that brings a betterment to my life, and it doesn't. To be honest,
You're saying it doesn't bring betterment. You know, it does bring betterment, and I know that it reduces suicide. Just the thought of being told not to do that is enough.
Ask about that. So you're saying that it somehow has a positive benefit, but I'm not asking so much about the positive benefits. I'm asking about whether or not the belief is true and how you determine that and how you question that.
I determine it in this regard whenever I do open up. Depends on the lens when I search up, like I need help and support from the Quran. I would open up the website, the Quran website, give me I don't see anything conflicting with what I believe, right? So
you're saying because what you've seen on the Quran website doesn't conflict with what you already believe, then therefore it is true.
No, it's like this in the future. Obviously, everyone hopes to read more, right, and complete whatever they're passionate in. And in the future, in regards to it will not disappoint because it hasn't disappointed many, and I fill in the gaps with with my experiences with Muslims. So they're decent people, live in the UK. So, and
what the fuck does any of this have to do with the truth of the Quran? I'm sorry, you keep going on these long diatribes that have nothing to do with the questions that these have nothing to do with the questions that I've asked you. You just keep going on about, no, it doesn't. Can you tell me why you believe the Quran is true?
makes me a more peaceful person, you know.
Because it makes you a more peaceful person.
Yeah, it reduces like my swearing and my
cussing. So because it makes you a more peaceful person, then therefore it is true.
No, not only that, it appeals to the fitra, to the nature, to the conditions.
So is your belief entirely based upon the way that the Quran makes you feel?
No, not just that.
Can you tell me what about it is true?
Quran back to forth? I want to ask you, have you read the Quran back to forth?
Can you tell me what about it is true?
The truth is God, right? God, when it's speaking of God.
Anytime it speaks of God, you're saying it's true.
No, I'm saying that the idea of God to me exists, to others is an idea, but it's very powerful in that I see no one worthy, right? No person, no one, even myself, I can disappoint myself. Other people can disappoint me, right? And in that regard, to be connected to something that is forever, more like beyond a mortal, that is the only thing that I can worship over, like, I don't know.
What was the question that I just asked you?
The question you asked me is what proves God or something.
Nope. So does anybody else have any questions for this guest?
Yeah, I'm good over here.
I don't think anybody thinks, professional, that you're going to be able to respond to their questions because you haven't responded to a single one of mine. And then when asked what the question is, you misstated it, obviously, and by a mile. If you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. But if you're just coming up here to yap around in circles with weird catchphrases that have nothing to do with the questions I ask, then fuck off. We might be on hour 7.
Respectfully, fuck off.
Right, respectfully, fuck off. Yes, weird catchphrases, Digital Alki. What even was he saying? It was just gibberish slogans.
Yeah, it's like a Quran catchphrases. I think it's in the beginning.
Do you think there is a book somewhere of just like Islamic idioms?
Maybe it's on that website he was using to validate everything he was talking about.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, now you had input. What's up, Tusky?
Well, no, I'm just remind me. Is it a hadith or is it in the Quran that basically states you can lie for Allah?
I think the part you're thinking about is a hadith, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's Tad when you need him?
Hello, Harlem. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 40 years old. I'm an old man in internet time.
I know, you're so ancient, so old. Thanks for making me feel young. Yeah, thank you for making me feel young with your ancient years. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not necessarily a belief. I don't consider them a belief because a belief is like an idea, or the word belief, a hypothesis. It's more like a knowing.
You have a knowing that a God exists?
Yes, I know God.
What God?
The God. There's only one God.
Which God is it?
There's only one.
You say there's only one, but I've heard of thousands. Can you tell me which one you're talking about?
Yes, all stories, all gods that you know of are about the one God.
Even the ones that contradict each other?
Yes.
Even the ones that came before?
Yes, they are all about the same figure.
Okay. That tracks.
How is it that all stories can be about the same figure if the figure is contradictory in the stories?
It's due to corruption and hijacking, governments, systems, cultural differences, difference in perspectives, attempts at controlling the people, so on and so forth.
So every single difference between the gods listed in every different religion is because of a government trying to control it, and not because they're different cultures in different geographic locations coming up with different ideas. Isn't this kind
the way
of
you speak
an
is
erasure?
hilarious to me, respectfully.
Isn't it kind of an erasure of culture to suggest that all...
Did I not say culture? I did say culture, didn't I?
I'm sorry, you used the word culture. What does that have to do with what I was asking?
I didn't. Well, what you're saying right now seems like a reduction of what I said. I didn't just say government. I think that implies geography, a different in regions, perspectives, and so on and so
then
forth.
why would you imply that they are all the same entity?
What do you mean?
Why would you imply that all gods across all cultures are describing the same entity?
Because there's a common thread throughout all of these religions. I've been studying them for years after my encounter with this God. I sought to question the belief, to validate it, to see where it would lead
I
me.
understand now. So really quickly, Harlem, and it's not to be rude that I'm interrupting you, but I do need to make sure that I thank Shadow for the raid. Thank you, Slay All Day. And if
I have a question for you. Are you Crow?
Hey,
Are you
I'm still fucking speaking.
Yeah, I
What is
know.
the matter with
Respectfully.
you? Well, that's not
Respectfully.
respectful. No, interrupting is not respectful. That's the opposite of it. Learn what the
Don't get
word
so
means.
emotional.
You got muted. Don't unmute. That's also disrespectful to start interrupting while I'm speaking. I'm trying to thank everybody for the 81,000 likes, all 150 of us in here. So thank you guys for doing that. And if we all keep tapping, we might actually get someone who's capable of questioning their beliefs respectfully instead of being an obnoxious shit like Harlem. But I don't know, maybe somebody else has a question for Harlem before we move on. I'm done.
I got a question. You said that all stories point to the same God, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that all stories hold all stories hold absolute truth?
There's truth. There's truth peppered in to these
Okay.
stories. Yeah.
Do you worship this God?
Do I worship? I think my existence is submitted to this.
That's a yes or no.
It's more complex than you're trying to put it.
Well, try to make it less complex. Is it a yes or no? Do you worship this God?
Do you recognize truth in your life?
Why are we answering questions with more questions?
Yeah, that's definitely not answering the question. Yes or
I mean,
no?
I'm
Again,
sorry
one more
if
time.
I'm
We'll
not
try.
answering the
Hold on.
questions
We'll try
you
one more
want me.
time. Try
I'm
your
sorry
best.
if I'm not answering the
Just try to
questions the
use
way
your
you want
intellect.
me to answer.
Try to use your intellect. Try your best, and answer yes or no. Do you worship this God?
You're a bunch of fucking clowns.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're the clowns, and you can't
Yeah,
answer yes
drop
or
me
no.
down. Drop me down, you fucking circus. Drop me down.
Are you not capable of leaving on your own?
You up here with Batman. Are you not
So
doing
you don't know how to
what you're
leave on your
doing?
own?
You're a fucking clown.
This is the behavior that you decided to display.
You're a silly
Are
clown.
you proud
man.
of yourself?
You're a silly clown. How do you talk like that and take
You're
yourself serious?
incapable. Are you actually this mature? Is this
I
the
feel sorry
maturity
for
level
all
that
of
you
you. I feel
display?
sorry for you.
Thank you. Your pity fuels us. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
Unless you're an asshole like Harlem, you can stay down there.
Yeah, Harlem is an asshole, and he can stay right down there. I know, he called me Batman. That's blasphemy. Waynian heresy. Nobody should use the visage of a bat for violence.
Or justice.
For Gotham. Yes, Christopher, he claimed to be 40 years old. That is a 40-year-old man.
That was the claim anyways.
Yeah.
Forgot the decibel.
I find that believing the claims of people who come up here and crash out is detrimental to sanity in general. Tutski should go and debate his mom respectfully.
Oh, I have. Many a times. That's why I want to go and debate everyone else's mom. Maybe that's where like they get all their catchphrases. Is they just listen to their mom because their mom has nothing.
Does your mom have catchphrases?
Yeah. Yeah. What is it?
Your mom. Does your mom say
Cleanliness?
this is? Oh, I was gonna say, does your mom say this is what they do?
No, but she does do like the cleanliness is next to godliness, or what's another one? God loves all the little children, but they suffer because God's testing them.
They suffer because God is testing them.
Yeah.
What is the test for?
That's what I'm still trying to figure out, to be honest.
Is it a test you actually want a good grade on?
It's a test to refine the diamond into rough. Knows you can handle these hardships, so he gives them to you.
I never liked that one. You're gonna make my life harder because you think I'm special? I don't like that. You can chill the fuck out, bro.
If I know that you can pay twice as much on your rent and I'm your landlord, and I raise your rent to twice as much, does that make me a good landlord?
Yeah, you just made me special. You just made me so special by raising my rate, making my life harder. Thanks for polishing my diamond.
You also
I took on so many meanings I didn't want.
I said, if my landlord did that to me, they all a shiny one with like it'll be bedazzled too, because you know I can afford it.
Here's my diamond. Let your window eat it.
Why is professional unprofessional in the comments being extremely unprofessional?
I have no idea. Because they couldn't handle not being able to answer questions, so they want to go down there and not communicate. We'll oblige. Don't worry. Communicating is hard.
No.
And actually, that's not true. The statement you said about the suicidal and atheists, though you might even though Pew Research shows that atheists do have a higher rate, that does not qualify. That doesn't necessarily disqualify, say, a Christian from being suicidal. That's just preventing. They can be suicidal and be prevented because of the fear of God. So it's kind of unrelated. And are you sure about Muslims?
Yeah. Let's ask our new guest some questions instead of focusing on the one that can't talk to us anymore. Hello, Shirk. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 54 years old.
Are you sure about that?
I had never been sure my whole entire life until you asked me that.
That's unfortunate.
If I changed my voice, you might believe my age.
What does that even mean? I've I've never been sure of anything in my entire life until you asked me that. What?
We should have questioned the birthday.
I didn't even want to. Like, at the point they said 54, the way they did, it was clear they were just making up the first two numbers that came into their head.
72. Final answer. Locked in.
Hello, Jago. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Do you mean that do I support any kind of theological ideology?
I'm asking if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything else like
I'm pretty sure you don't even know the meaning of the words that you're using.
Wow. So you came up here to be condescending rather than actually questioning your beliefs.
What does the word God mean to you?
What the word God means to me doesn't matter since I don't believe in one. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, I would ask you what it means to you.
Well then, if it means anything...
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs, or are you just up here to be a pedantic troll? Pedantic troll it is. If anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. And Jaco, if you'd like to look up pedantic, it's in the dictionary under pedant.
It's also next to God.
I want to question that so much.
What, where the word God is in the dictionary?
Yes. Why is God in the peas?
Because I scribbled it out. I fucking moved it.
Jaco says, this guy just kicks people. Yeah, I kick people who are disrespectful and not here to engage. If you're actually capable of engaging on the topic, you're welcome to request back up and actually answer the questions, but you didn't do that.
I only kick people who deserve to be kicked.
Hey, Jago, welcome back. Can you question your beliefs?
I'm not sure what belief means.
I see. So for the purposes of this discussion, if you don't have a definition of belief, why did you request up?
Oh, because this has a panel which has a question.
Yeah, and you don't understand a word from it. Does it not apply to you, possibly? Apply to you, why would you request up?
I'm interested in knowing the meaning of this word.
So, have you ever heard the word before? Does it have some meaning to you?
I don't know what bearing that has.
Sure. So since you don't know what bearing it has, and it doesn't currently hold a meaning to you, why did you request up?
Because it seems like you guys know.
I see. So, since you don't have a use of this word, belief, you don't have any inkling at all of what it means, I think we're going to move on and wait for a guest who's actually got a belief and they're capable of questioning it. Unless you would like to, I don't know, posit what you think it means.
Well, I mean, I think it's, appropriate to actually ask a question which you should logically know and how to explain.
That I should logically know how to explain belief to you to see if you can question your...
Yes, I mean, you're on a public line. You're in TikTok and I'm trying to ask you a question about the panel.
Where does it say?
Does it say come up and ask me a question about the panel?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same exact thing. There, it doesn't say that up there.
No, I'm asking you I'm asking you, why are you asking this?
Jago, can I ask you a question?
I really just, I really
feel like I want to ask you a question.
Okay, sure.
Okay, do you go to strangers' houses and sit on their couches and then rub your feet into their couches?
No.
That's what you're doing up here.
All right, that's fine. I just feel like it's appropriate that you guys should have some inclination on the nature of these questions.
Jago, why do you assume that we don't have an inclination of the nature of the questions we're asking?
Because you just said if you don't have any contribution to these questions, then maybe we should pass to some...
Yeah, Jago, so if you don't have an inclination of what's going on in this room, why are you here?
Because I want to understand the nature of these questions.
Then why don't you sit back and watch instead of inserting yourself and making yourself look like a fool?
I'm not learning anything from watching your show because
No,
you're waiting
learning
for everybody
anything.
to answer the question.
Fascinating.
Jago, do you know who Dave Chappelle is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the skit I'm about to reference?
I could know, just let it go.
No, you could, but we haven't yet.
Do you want to chime in on the nature of these questions?
I did chime in. You Shakes just said it best. He said, "Fuck your couch." That's exactly what you're doing up here. You are stepping your muddy footprints all over Thrayle's nice white couch.
I think you should really know the meaning of the word belief if you're asking a question.
I do know the meaning of the word belief, Jay, but it doesn't matter what my meaning of the word is since I'm asking people about their beliefs. It's going to matter what they take it to mean. If you don't have a meaning of the word and you don't have a belief, then what the fuck are you doing on my couch?
Well, I could ask you the same thing. Why are you asking people?
I'm not on your couch, you fucking moron.
Yeah, this isn't your house. This isn't your couch.
Wow.
Mass said, "Get off the bone couch." I'm not sure what that reference is.
Oh shit, thank you, Kung Pao. And Assistoli, thank you both so much. Wow. Good morning, Shadow Slay.
Hello, Thrayle. It's a pleasure to be on your panel.
Come take a seat on the couch.
Much appreciated. I thought it relevant to come up. It's always interesting to see someone who...
I'm almost afraid to ask because it'll make it like it's your fault.
No, of course not.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, actually. But I do find it interesting to, I guess, have a sense of self-reflection about it, at least. And I tried to have at least a sense of like open-mindedness about it, right? I'm kind of an evidence-based person, so I kind of find it a lifelong search to find out if there is one, and I'm not quite sure if it's something to do to pass the time, I suppose.
Do you think that an answer will change the way you live your life?
That's interesting. Probably. I think change is inevitable. We kind of live in a cause and effect universe, and so when we know better, we do better. So I would be more interested if the change could be for the better.
You think that a belief in a god could cause a change for the better?
It could. It would be a change nonetheless, I'll put it that way, right? If I believed it, or if it were real in my mind, like it would probably change me. I would just hope that it would change me for the better. I like who I am, right? I like the beliefs that I hold. I mean, I like to think I'm trying to be, I don't know, a force for good, right? In general, I think we all want that.
Do you have beliefs now? You said not in a god, but in anything like that.
Yeah. I'm an empirical atheist, so I believe in reality as it is evidentiary based. So basically what we can like figure out with our senses, if it's applied to the scientific method of being observable, repeatable, and falsifiable. And then I'll know if it's... Also try to believe in justice, which is treating like cases alike. And so if someone were to tell me, you know, like they were gardening the other day and they planted roses, I'd be very like ready to believe them. But if they're telling me that there's a supernatural like consciousness of the universe that took time out of its day to like give them a euphoric feeling, that's a higher credential of evidence that would be required for me to believe it. So I think of like justice in like to give something justice, right? Do I do it justice? So like I don't know. I'm kind of trailing off there, but yeah, like, does it do it justice to? Yeah.
What is justice?
Oh, well, like definitionally for me is treating like cases alike. So I kind of apply that kind of like metaphysically and in a reality sense, right? So when it comes to morality, or do I do something justice, like there's multiple meanings of the word justice. So like, do I give something due justice? So am I giving the appropriate justice to the validity of a claim of something supernatural, or do I not? And so it's basically treating like cases alike. It's yeah.
Can you imagine what might convince you that a God is real and that your belief in it is required?
Yeah. I would think so. I'm not even someone who needs like a fireworks display or some billboard sign to believe in a higher power. Not even that. I would expect that if there was a God or like a higher power out there, that it would be something that would want to be known. I don't really like if there's a higher power out there that doesn't want me to know it, or that wants to look like nature and life without something supernatural, it's doing a good job of it, in my opinion, right? If there is a higher power that would want me to know it, I kind of go with like a breadcrumb analogy that it would lead me to it eventually, if it really wanted to, like, let me know that it exists, and so that way I could know, and it would be a full type of way, right? In the same way, a parent like helps
Would
their child
knowing
with
that
their
it
homework.
exists be enough to worship it?
That's interesting. To worship it. Gosh, my instinct says no, actually, because I would need to know what it like stood for, I guess. And would I just be anthropomorphizing it, like applying my kind of like rationales onto it and just kind of like seeing what I want to see? Or would it be like separate from my mind and want, like, what would be worthy of worship, I think is really in that question.
That is a really good question. That's really what's at the heart of it. What's worthy of worship to you? And before you answer, let me go ahead and thank Ethereal Ember, Whispered Echo, Freya, Dash, 96, and Cat DeWitch for the previous call. Thank you guys so much.
Mm-hmm. What's worthy of worship? I think I'd have to apply justice in this scenario as well, like giving it its due justice, or like giving it justice. So what I mean by that is, if someone were to save my life, I don't think I'd be indebted to them forever, but I would be grateful. I'd be very grateful, I'll put it that way, right? Like, so in the same way, if there was this higher power that saved my life, I would, I think, in a way, be so grateful that it would look like worship and adoration. a really, really grateful kind of like action and way of yeah, being like thankful for being saved, I guess, in a way, right? So I think that not in any kind of groveling sense, but in just a very grateful and thankful sense, because they helped me, you know.
So if something saved your life, you might find that you feel...
Yeah. Just because I only have the one life, and so
and that's the
I
closest
value
thing to being worthy of worship that you can think of.
I would say so, yeah. It kind of reflects on myself, I guess, since I worship myself in a way because I want to live, right? I value my life greatly, so I protect it, you know. So I guess I'm kind of reflecting that back. But yeah, if it was like, hey, you were gonna step out into traffic that one day and I saved you, I'd be grateful, you know, because I'd still be alive. I don't know. When it comes to like an afterlife, though, that's where it gets a little sketchy for me because, yeah, if it was like, hey, you'll go to heaven or something like that, then it's like our human brains really have a problem with contemplating infinity. We kind of take it for granted. We kind of gloss over what infinity really like means in the grand scheme of things. So that's where it really gets tricky for me, is the afterlife part.
Do you believe in afterlife?
Me personally, no, is the short answer.
Do you want to?
Do I want to? I think that comes from maybe wanting to have do-overs and certain mistakes in life. Maybe wanting to linger on good moments, wishing I could replay them again, you know? But beyond that, I think it's another big adventure, right? Like, it's kind of like being born. I don't remember it, but it must have happened, so I wasn't too concerned about living before I was born, you know what I mean? That's kind of how I view it.
Oh no, I can't do this alone.
Sorry.
No, it just. I do want to say that Shadow, you've been amazing up here in respectfulness, and then just talking like a normal human being was just absolutely amazing to hear you speak.
Oh, I do appreciate that. The main reason I came up is the last guest you had. They were on my panel a few days or a week ago, and they have not improved.
We give them another failing grade up here too.
Yeah, it was a lot of the same.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that you had to encounter that too.
Yeah, so that's the main reason I came up, but I also did not want to interrupt. So, and I'm sure you guys can handle your own. I have no doubt about that. But yeah, that's the main reason. I'm like, yes, I recognize that person. So it's always interesting to see who makes the rounds, you know.
Oh, absolutely not.
Thrayle, drop me back down.
Who's jumping and running?
Yeah, that's why I said whenever I saw myself up here, I was like, oh, absolutely not. No, drop me back down.
It's the Hammy show. The Hammy show.
Oh, okay. Whenever you
Witchy, thank
get
you
your
for
device.
the lovely compliment. Yeah, I could stay up for a couple more minutes or drop down. It's my one night a week that I do pull an all-nighter and get to stay up late and drink coffee, contemplate the void.
I do that every night.
Yes. Absolutely. A fellow insomniac.
Considering making more coffee soon.
Katie, yeah, I am considering. I think I'll do that. Thrayle and panel, thank you so much for having me. I'll come back another time. I really appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
thank you so much.
Shadows.
Nobody let Cat know that I popped up in this particular spot. Much better. Much better.
Which spot?
Precisely.
I don't know what letting Cat knows. What letting Cat know does about it, because I'm pretty sure Cat passed out a while ago. So she's been on teacup for so long.
Oh yeah, I fell asleep, and whenever I woke up, I looked over and saw a cat on teacup, and I was like,
And you thought, I've fallen asleep on that panel before.
absolutely several times.
But I appreciate Shadow for coming up and answering the questions, submitting himself to the interrogation. Really appreciate the raids too, by the way. And if anybody isn't already following Shadow Slays, definitely follow him. He has excellent conversations.
Yo.
Hello, is it Javi or is it Eva?
Yeah, you can just call me Zavi.
Javi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
Oh, 6.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I believe in.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Oof. I'm missing a couple books, but, I'm close.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Yes.
So 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, those are true stories?
Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
There's a good amount of evidence. Oh, for the 6-day creation or the validity of the Bible?
I was talking about that particular story, why you believe it.
Oh, why I believe in that? Well, I believe in the 6-day creation because the 6 days aren't literal 6 days because the sun wasn't created until the 4th. So we can't say they're actual 24-hour days.
So they weren't 24-hour days because the sun was created on the 4th?
Yeah, nobody in the Catholic Church believes it.
Are you Catholic?
Yes, sir.
So you don't believe there's 6 literal days, but you believe that it was 6 God days?
Sure, yeah, for a better term, yeah.
And that they were, that things were created in that particular order?
Yes, sir. Is there, you think...
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Hammy.
Question, and then you can get where you're going through. So if it's not like 6, like at least at least up until the sun is created. If it's not, these aren't actual literal 24-hour periods.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that whenever God, or in the Bible, God says that this is day, he makes the day and the night, and that's one day. And he said, and that was on the first day, you know, type of deal.
Oh, when he's
Like
putting the light in the dark?
Yeah, he sits there and says right there that he says that the light will be the morning and the, you know, the darkness would be the night, and that was the first day.
But
So can you not take that as a literal 24-hour period whenever he basically breaks it down as a 24-hour period?
yeah, you can't, because the word in the Hebrew is the same word used to describe.
I have something for this. What do you think Moses would have interpreted the word?
Oh shit. Okay. Actually, you give me your interpretation.
The word yom to mean a 24-hour period, right?
No.
Why would Moses?
You don't think that Moses would?
Because the Hebrew word is the same word that's used as for one day is 1,000. You know, kind of trying to show that.
Which verse are you referencing?
You're where that comes from. So we can reasonably assume that Moses would have meant a 24-hour period when he penned the word Yom as he was writing the Pentateuch at God's behest. As God was relaying the Pentateuch to Moses, Yom as a 24-hour period.
It wouldn't be crazy to say that. I see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying.
That's all I got.
Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. It wouldn't be crazy to say that Moses probably would have thought a 24-hour day. Okay, I can see what you're saying.
So, if they are 6, whether they're 24 hours or 1,000 years, 24 years, doesn't matter. If the order is altered in the next chapter.
What do you mean?
If the order given in the next chapter, right after this, in chapter 2, if the order given of creation is different than that of chapter 1, then does it matter whether the days are days or millennia?
No, not really.
Are you familiar with the contradiction in chapter 2?
No, I don't actually think there are any, but I would. What part of chapter 2?
We would start at 2:5.
2:5. All right.
Yeah, which translation are you reading?
KJV.
Okay.
So, then the daughter. Oh wait, nope, tripping.
Genesis 2:5.
And while you're looking that up, is there any particular reason why you read from the KJV?
It was the cheapest one at Barnes & Noble.
That is a very fair answer.
Before any plan.
I was literally going to say, you know what? I'm not even mad at that answer at all.
Yeah, hell no. They was charging like $100 for this big ass Bible. Hell no. Before any plant of the field was in the earth, before any herb of the field has grown, God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. Okay.
Can you read it one more?
Was in the earth, and
before, right? Just
yeah.
Paying attention to the.
Yeah, the first part. Yeah, before.
Okay, keep going then.
Any plant of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown, for the Lord God.
What does for mean? For, is it FOR?
Mm-hmm.
So what does it mean there?
Like, because God hadn't done some.
Okay, so keep going. Because God
had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground.
And so because he hadn't made it rain and there was no man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So before there were plants,
Yeah.
because there was no rain and there was no man, what's next?
But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground.
And then?
And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being.
So before there were plants, because there was no rain or no man, God made a mist come up and then made a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before there were plants.
Yeah, but the mist fixes that.
Where does it say that?
But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground.
And watered the whole face of the ground. What were the two things that was before there was plants, right?
Had caused it to rain on the earth. And
because, that's right, two things. So because there was no rain and no man, he makes a mist come up and he makes a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
then there,
I can see how people can see that. Okay.
You see how it's showing man before plants.
No, I can definitely see how people can see that, but okay. Yeah. I'll definitely have to do my research on that.
If you keep going, we could skip ahead to 2:18. Go ahead and read 2:18 and 19 for me.
I
go
got
all the
you.
way to like 22.
You said 2:18 to 2:19?
I'll go to 22, yeah.
2:18 to 20.
And read it slowly for us.
I got you.
I'll stop you when you get there.
And the Lord God said, "It is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him." Out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatever Adam called each living creature, that was its name. So Adam to the field. But for Adam, Adam found, my fault. But for Adam, there was not found a helper.
Okay, so that sounds like an NKJV, is that right?
It might. It don't say it on the front of the book, but that's what I assumed reading it.
Yeah.
Is there, like, hold that spot. Like, can you look in, like, the front, like, the very first page where it would usually say, like, the Holy Bible, and usually it tells you what the translation is. Yeah, usually.
Yeah. I'll check. Holy Bible. Yeah, and KGV, you're right.
Fair enough. I was just curious. The translation wasn't quite what I expected for KJV. But it still lays it out that because man is alone, God is going to make him a helper, and he makes from the ground the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air, and Adam names them, but he can't find a helper from them. And that's when God goes ahead and performs a surgery.
Yeah.
But it says because he's alone, I'll make him a helper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or it's not good that he's alone, and I'll make him a helper. And so that implies there that there's no one around. And God's next move is to make the animals, which he was supposedly, from the chapter before, should have already been made before Adam, not when he's sitting there alone.
Oh, in the part where it's like God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply."
When it's saying in the first chapter that the animals come before the man and woman, right? The fowl of the air especially come before on the previous day.
Yeah, every winged
Day
bird
5.
according to its own kind, and God thought that it was good. And then let us make man in our image, and then all the cattle and all that.
Hammy's got a question, but real quick, I've got to thank Bree96 and Rooted in the Pines for that goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. Go ahead, Hammy.
So, with this knowledge, when we have chapter 1 and 2 laid out like that. And we see that there's, in chapter 1, a specific order on how things are created. And we see that by the way God lays it out. And then in chapter 2, we see an order, but it's not. Did you see how that is a contradiction?
Yeah, I can see how it's how it can be seen as a contradiction. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Interesting.
So how? Oh, go ahead.
Between the two chapters, God assesses creation as good in the first chapter. In the second chapter, he assesses it as not good because Adam does not have a companion.
Exactly.
Well, to me,
I do like that one.
That does actually show how much he loves us.
Well, hang on. You're saying it shows how much he loves us, but did you hear the contradiction Sage was pointing out? How in Genesis 1, when he makes man, he says it is good, and then in Genesis 2, you just read 2:18, where it says it is not good.
Okay. I can see how that can be seen as a contradiction. Okay.
There are multiple contradictions between the first two chapters, but these are just a few examples. If there are more contradictions, would that, like, how would you reconcile the growing number of them?
I wouldn't need to.
Why is that?
Because for me, okay. So the reason I believe in this God, right? Not just any God, but this God, is because of the origin of the church.
The origin of the church is why you believe in a God.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So the origin of the church basically states...
Talking about Pentecost?
He's Catholic.
Yep.
Catholics would hold to Pentecost being like the formulation.
That's when the Paraclete came down. So the reason I would say no is because the church's basic claim is that they saw a dead man rise from the dead with an immortal body claiming to be God in the flesh, right? And then preached and then were killed for preaching such a thing in gruesome ways.
So you put a heavy stock into church tradition rather than the Bible.
It's not rather than the Bible. It's with the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
It says in addition to for him.
Yeah.
Oh, in addition to the Bible.
That God actually exists.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Sage. Say that again.
From die and rise again and claim to be God, and then they preached in other nations and were killed for it. Which part of that, or any part of it in conjunction, shows that a God actually exists?
Because 12 people don't die for a lie.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, okay. So then
I'm sorry. Zavi, just real quick, you say 12 people don't die for a lie. How many people do?
If I can correct Zavi's claim real quick, it would be 12 people don't die for something
Could they die for something they believe in that is still not true?
That is a very possible claimant, but they also wrote about it, and their students also wrote about the same things, and also died the same way they did.
They didn't write about it. It would be people later wrote about it. I guess you could say their students wrote about it. More students of their students would have wrote it.
No, Saint Polycarp and Saint Ignatius were already known about.
As a Catholic, he's holding to like apostolic tradition.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So Saint Polycarp was he a disciple of Jesus?
No, he was a disciple of Saint John.
Oh, okay. So at best, he
Nobody can
was
convince
second-hand
me that
account.
Polycarp isn't just a bunch of fish in a trench coat.
Right. But so at best, he's second-hand account of somebody who had a first-hand account, maybe.
Yeah, but we also have the first-hand account.
We have the first-hand account? Where?
Yeah. In the Bible.
First-hand account of what?
John.
So you take it to mean that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John either wrote or had somebody write down Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah, they wrote it. Yeah.
And so back then it would have been an oral tradition, just like many religions back then, and even further to like what Sage or Hammy or Thrayle are probably going to correct me. But it was many decades later when
Paul was
written
in
down.
prison in 55 AD writing a bunch of letters.
No.
Paul doesn't claim to be an eyewitness of the resurrection or of Jesus.
But Paul does claim to have seen the risen dead Jesus.
So Paul, whenever you actually wrote to Damascus, whenever he talks about
Paul never wrote that though.
Yeah, when Paul's own words, or whenever he's talking about whenever he sees Jesus.
You mean in Acts?
Did he not write Acts?
No, Luke.
Luke wrote Acts. So, you know that there was one other time that Paul writes about this, right?
Writes about what?
About his envisionment of Jesus.
Sure.
Yeah. So whenever he writes that, he talks about how he doesn't actually see Jesus. He says that he had fallen asleep whenever he was on the road to Damascus, and it was received to him in a dream. He did not physically see the risen Jesus. He
had
a dream
because he physically went blind.
Well, that really doesn't matter. Javi, before this vision, he could see. So, he doesn't see the actual risen Jesus. He didn't see it. He had a dream.
Yeah, he sees a vision.
So, he didn't see the risen Jesus. He never claimed to see the risen Jesus. He specifically says it was a dream. Or, if you want to say a prophetic vision. Regardless, he doesn't physically see the risen Jesus.
Sure, I'll give you that. Okay. The answer is written in the first century, 55 AD. And also his conversion must be explained because he was a known Christian hunter who was known for locking them up. I'm assuming we all know that.
According to who?
According to Paul himself.
Yeah.
The reason he was on the road to Damascus was
we have no way to verify that he actually persecuted Christians.
Where have you gotten your information from? I'd like to know where you got this.
The whole Bible.
And some of it's going to be the Bible, and a lot of it's going to be church. Even if I grant you that Paul was out there persecuting Christians before he had a change of heart. No, what I'm saying is, like, I can do that because the simple fact is that
it's true.
It's not you've heard these stories from these Christians that you've persecuted, and if you even have a remote sense of consciousness and and morals, conscience. If you even have a remote sense that you're going to feel bad about certain things that you've done whenever hunting down these Christians, and having a vision or dream or whatever you want to call it about the same person that you've heard so many stories about is not uncommon. So
to see a vision,
yeah, to have a dream.
Bro,
Like
he
I
had
said,
a vision. He fell off a donkey. He was riding somewhere.
He said that he's.
It's commonplace for people who hit their head to like have some sort of vision or experience where their brain isn't working right.
Okay, sure. I can grant you that. But I still have a question, because the reason he says donkey saw something, right? Are we disagreeing with that?
Have you ever ridden a donkey or a horse or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so there's been, I mean, I'm from a state where horses and donkeys are kind of a thing most everywhere, farmlands. They will get spooked by anything. The horse will literally start running and galloping away, scared of a blade of grass moving. So that's not exactly a valid thing. Why the donkey saw something, it could have seen the
No, it's
dust.
because I didn't. My fault.
Yeah, no, you're good. It could have seen the dust kick up. A breeze of wind could have smacked the donkey's eye wrong, and it just, it freaked out. That's not really viable at this point, because, I mean, I've seen horses, donkeys, all kinds of animals freak out from things that they don't comprehend.
Sure. Yeah. I can grant you that. Sure. But then we also have to explain why. Okay, sure. Yeah, the donkey could have just seen its own reflection and got spooked. Sure. Right. But then why do the eyewitnesses with Saul, was his name at the time, also claim to
have any of their writings about the situation?
I'm sorry?
Do we have any of their writings about the situation?
No.
So we don't know what they thought about it.
I think it just kind of answered the question, didn't it?
I levitated once. 30 people saw me do it. You don't believe 30 people.
And also, I have a question, because it's stated in my source, at least, that the men traveling with Saul stood there speechless. They heard the voice, but did not see anyone. So now I'm confused, because when he fell to the ground,
according to Paul, that's what happened.
So what they heard was, Saul, why do you persecute me? So I'm confused.
Yeah, again, I've already granted you the fact that he was out there persecuting Christians and people who firmly held their beliefs within Jesus. So having a vision of him persecuting someone, like that's not uncommon.
But that would be personal, no?
Wasn't Luke a disciple of Paul?
No, he was a disciple of Peter.
Of Peter, okay.
But then I have a question though, because okay, yeah, you're right. Sure, it could have been a premonition. He could have been having PTSD for fucking up too many Christians. Okay, sure. But I have a question. If he had a vision, wouldn't it just be him, right? Nobody else would have heard it. Why does it say the men traveling with Saul stood there speechless? They heard the voice, but did not see anyone.
Mass hysteria is definitely a thing.
So, like, have you ever been to a church and somebody had, right, I mean, asking a Christian if they've been to a church. Go ahead, Sage.
I just want to point out that according to Google, Luke was a disciple of Paul, so it seems like he would be motivated to like agree with Paul's story of what happened.
And but whenever you're in a church and you're watching these people and they've and like you've probably seen this part on TV because I'm not too familiar with Catholic services. So, but if you ever watched whenever, like, say in a Pentecostal church, when the pastor goes and puts this hand on their forehead and they fall down because they've been so overwhelmed with the Holy Spirit that they've hit the ground, and then he goes to the next person, it happens, the next person, or he just waves his jacket over a big swatch of people and they all fall over, right? That is something that people like.
People who believe already.
Right. But the thing is that whenever it's happening, when somebody, you see people that you like and you know doing something, you tend to do it as well because it's just kind of like herd mentality where like you see one person do X
It signals he
and
is
say
a
you
member
do.
of the group.
Yeah. And it makes you feel included because everyone else had this experience. So I had this
I
experience.
might as well join too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I could sit there and grant you that Paul may have had this experience. Paul may have done that. You know, he personally had this, and he's relaying this, and then everyone's like, "Yeah, I heard something too." You know, Saul, I heard it too, and then Billy Bob over here says, "Yeah, me too. I heard it too." Like because now they feel included in this.
Okay. But that wouldn't explain why a bunch of monotheistic Jews. My bad.
No, it's okay. I didn't want to interrupt, but let me know when I can interject with a few questions. Sorry for interrupting.
Please, go ahead.
Sure. I didn't want to kind of like interject rudely or anything like that, but I did want to point out one thing to the guest that isn't it true that by Bible standards, the testimony can only be valid with 2 or 3 witnesses?
By Bible standards?
Correct.
No.
Cultural standards?
No. Jonah was with nobody, and he has his own book.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. If isn't that a common standard practice of the Bible though, like with testimonies
of multiple people?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when a thing happens and a lot of people see it. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm sorry.
Like a testimony.
Like every.
I think Shadow's talking about like the conditions that need to be for or the amount of witnesses that need to be present and testify for someone to be accused and held culpable for a crime.
Exactly.
Oh, you're talking about in like criminal litigation?
Right.
It's the same thing that the Jehovah's Witnesses use to be able to, if you were to make a claim about a member of the church, that you need to have 2 witnesses to corroborate your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when Jesus came back from being unalived, there were witnesses. It was 2 or 3 at first, and then many. Right?
Up to 500, yeah.
Okay, that's sure. If we go to Acts in chapter 9, verse 7.
Yep.
Where it says, the men who were traveling with him stood speechless, but they heard the voice, but saw no one. So he's kind of, it's kind of understood, have also wrote Acts. So there's kind of like the Luke Acts author, if you will.
So you think he was more of a, what's it called? More biased towards Paul?
No. What I mean is, in Acts, I'm putting it in a cultural context of okay, so we have Paul making a claim,
Jewish beliefs,
and so we have Paul making a claim, and so there needs to be witnesses to testify that it's valid. So this is what I'm putting it in context that there needs to be witnesses. So it's talking about the witnesses that saw Paul having the Jesus encounter. So that's what's happening in Acts chapter 9. I'm putting it in context. Traveling with him stood speechless because they heard, keyword heard, the voice, but saw no one. They heard, but did not see. The witnesses, right? There's an inconsistency a few chapters later in the same book of Acts, in chapter 22, verse 9, where it says, "Now those who were with me saw the light, saw, but did not hear the voice of the one who was speaking to me." So in one
what translation do you
verse, in NRSVUE.
NRSVUE?
Correct. It
Because
would be the same in all
mine says,
translations.
"My companions saw the light, but they could not understand the voice of the one speaking to me." So they saw the light, but they could not understand. I don't think that's really a contradiction.
Okay,
Are you
do
reading a
understand I'm bringing
KJV,
up two different...
Zavi?
Web?
So,
are you reading a KJV?
He's reading NKJV.
Yeah, so
seems odd for a
let me just
Catholic.
kind of make my point and then you can respond
Sorry
to
to
it if you don't
interrupt.
mind. Like, no, it's fine. I'm referring to Acts chapter 9, verse 7 and Acts 22:9. The inconsistency is with the witnesses. At first, they hear but do not see, and then in second, they see but do not hear. That's the inconsistency, and kind of that really brings into question, because of the inconsistency of the witnesses that saw Paul having the Jesus encounter.
Okay.
It really calls into question whether the testimony of them is valid or not, because of this
Give me those,
inconsistency.
just real quick, Shadow, just for my edification. Can you give me those verses again?
Absolutely. That's going to be Acts chapter 9, verse 7, and Acts chapter 22, verse 9.
This, whenever it comes to this, it seems more or less, if you're reading it and knowing that this is coming from either, at best, it's coming from Paul himself, or at worst, it's coming from one of his disciples writing about this event. But it's written through the lens of Saul. It seems more or less that, and Shadow, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems more or less that, it seems like this is either Saul or Paul or, one of his disciples trying to solidify Paul's words. Because if you have more people, if you have more witnesses to your experience, then it makes your testimony of this experience valid within the eyes of the believer. And therefore, it means that what he you can take his word basically to be like gold in this instance.
Right. So, in a cultural context and historical context, that's what kind of gives validity to a testimony. A single testimony of one person is there needs to be 2 or 3 witnesses. So, there's that in the historical and cultural context, and then also that kind of transfers over to the believer, where, there's witnesses, right? So when I point out an inconsistency like this, for me, it calls into question the validity of the event of Paul seeing Jesus, because did they see or did they not see? Did they hear or did they not hear? It's a very clear contradiction to me.
Okay. I can see what you're saying, and I can see how that can be seen as a contradiction. So I also have now another question. What do we do with Ananias?
So, I'm sorry, you're just hand-waving that you see how it seems like a contradiction.
Yeah.
But now you're jumping to Ananias. Why?
Oh, do you want me to answer that? My fault.
That's what we've been waiting this whole time for you to answer. Any questions?
Oh,
well, yeah,
I'm sorry. I haven't answered anything?
I would say, for me, my opinion is it calls into question the validity of the Jesus encounter of Paul, based off of the inconsistency of the witnesses there. In both of them, it says the men who were traveling with him, or his companions. It's recounting the same story twice. There's just happens to be an inconsistency there of the witnesses. Does that do anything for your, like, what does that mean to you? I'll put it that way.
What does it mean to me?
To see an inconsistency like that, to where like the foundation of Paul witnessing Jesus could be faulty.
I'm not sure if it's a contradiction, but it does sound like you're saying that like it doesn't meet its own standard for believability.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So in Acts 9:7, right? The men traveling with Saul, we've read it a million times already. They heard the voice but did not see anyone. Right?
Yes.
It's not stated that they didn't see the light. Now that can be a stretch, and you can throw that out if you want. That's fine, right?
Do you realize I'm bringing up another verse?
No, yeah. That's why. That's where I was getting to.
I'm sorry.
So, right, in Acts 7, they heard the voice but did not see anyone, right? But then in Acts 22, what'd you say, 9? Those who were with me saw the light but were afraid, and were afraid but did not hear the voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying that they didn't see the light either. They just didn't.
Did they hear the voice?
Not. Damn, I fell into that one. I think y'all won that.
Why do you think there's winning and losing?
What's happening?
The fact that you would say, I think y'all won that, tells me that you're not really here to question your beliefs, but more so to win an argument. Is that accurate?
No, because...
You don't enter conversations like as a battle, trying to win or lose?
No. It was more of
Yeah.
Sorry.
I win every conversation I ever have.
Yes, sorry. I guess that was a wrong choice of words, but it's more of a, I don't see it as a contradiction, and y'all do, and I don't know how to defend it. So
Real quick, Thrayle, can you?
That was actually a really good spot where you said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I like that one. Real quick, I need to make sure and thank a Real Truth, also Delilah's Scissors, and BBY Godless. Sorry, thank you so much for helping with the goal. What was that, Hammy?
I want to say something. Can you read the 2 Samuel one?
Oh, 2 Samuel?
Okay, 2 Samuel, you're talking about...
yeah, who incited?
It was 24, I believe.
2 Samuel 24.
That's verse
I'm going
1
to drop
there.
down. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you. Absolutely.
Later, Schley. Look, I've seen so many people who have Schley. Shadow slays. I'm so sorry.
I was about to say the first word was shadow, Hammy.
Well, look, I've seen so many people who have either slay, schley, and so like for some reason in my head I got shadow schley, and
the one he actually slept.
Yeah, we get it, Shammy. We get it, Shammy.
Look, I'm still waking up. Come on, cut me a little bit of slack.
Good morning, Schlammy.
You mean schlack?
Give me a little bit of schlack, all right? And yes, my name is Shammy.
So 2 Samuel 24, what was that? Verse 1.
Again, the anger of the Lord was aroused against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah.
And then if you were to skip ahead a couple books, get to First Chronicles.
Oh, I know where you're going. It says Satan moved against him.
Okay, so
Second
first.
Who is it? Ezra.
That might be
Jeremiah.
That might be First Chronicles 21. Yeah, it's First Chronicles 21.
where it says that Satan moved David to number Israel.
So who's moving David?
Satan. God is taking a figurative, like, you know, when someone in leadership position will take responsibility even though they physically didn't do it. He does it all the time, because it also says in Job, you have moved me against Job, but it was really Satan who did it. And then also,
are you aware that Satan is not a singular figure in the Bible?
no, the Hebrew term is adversary, some shit like that.
Yeah, Jesus even refers to Peter as a Satan at one point.
Where? I'd actually love to see that.
When he says, "Get behind me, Satan," he's talking to Peter.
Where?
I'd have to look up the verse, and I don't have the ability to do that right now.
It's okay.
I can grab my tablet and look it up real quick.
Yeah, actually, yeah, just search up "Get Behind Me, Satan." Hold on. Get behind me. Yep, Matthew 16:23, Jesus turned and said to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have..." No, this is a weak translation. Hold on. But he turned and said to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan. You are an offense to me, for you are not mindful of the things of God, but the things of men."
Yeah, regardless, looking at some Satan, like actual, like
devil, yeah,
different entity. He's calling Peter Satan.
Yeah. Oh, that's the problem? Oh. Well, terms like son of Satan, dog of Satan are used all of...
I'm more interested in the contradiction between 2 Samuel and 1 Chronicles, where God says that he did something, and then in the next book it says Satan did it.
Well, then I'll give you a couple more. You want to go to Exodus 12, what is it, 12:12, and then 12:20, where it says that God will kill the firstborns of Egypt, but then it says the destroyer will? It's not really God, since he is allowing things, will take responsibility for things, even though he literally didn't do it himself.
What's your hermeneutic for determining what's figurative and what's not
figurative? That's a big word. I don't really know that. What's my hermeneutic for what?
Determining which parts of the Bible are figurative and which parts are not.
Through context.
What context?
I'm not sure what that means.
What context?
Methodology.
Because God cannot sin against himself. It's logically impossible.
Could your interpretation, could their interpretation of the context be wrong?
No.
Okay.
So
why?
Because they were started by Christ.
I'm sorry, but why can their interpretation not be right? Why can their interpretation not be wrong?
I don't want to give you the same answer. I don't want to give you the same answer because they were started by Christ. So
because the answer doesn't really.
It won't be good enough for y'all.
How can you verify that everything since when you claimed they started it till now has been upheld with in good faith?
Oh, because we have lines of writing for about 2,000 years that all.
How does that verify it?
It just verifies.
Lines of writing by who?
Oh, by the church fathers.
Millennia of motivated reasoners.
Right.
What happened?
Were they unmotivated to be biased, or did they have some reason to be? Was there no way they could benefit?
I can't really know that.
So then, why do you assume that they're good faith reporters?
They're good faith reporters because as long as it matches up with the teachings of the Bible, as long as both go hand in hand, we're Gucci.
Were they not the ones?
Do you think it's like surprising that the teachings of the Bible would align with like
this and Nestorians and all type of heresies plaguing the early church? There's a reason that this one made it through.
Yeah, but you wouldn't like commit to those heresies, right?
Never.
You would commit to the ones that the church fathers did, right?
Yeah.
Orthodoxy made
So
it.
it seems like it would be like completely normal and expected that the writings that they selected would like adhere to the things that they believed.
The writings they selected wouldn't adhere to the things they believe. Okay.
They would.
And so, what's your name? Okay. So, just go on a small trip. I'm not going to go super fast. But you have somebody you're writing a book about, one of your close friends, relatives, whatever. You're gonna talk them up, right?
Not if I'm writing an eyewitness account.
You're not going to talk anything up. You're not going to make their story sound good or make their personality or make their person sound great.
No, I would have no reason to if I was making a historical account.
It's not an historical account. You're just writing
an eyewitness account.
No, I'm talking about you're trying to write about somebody, one of your close friends, relatives, somebody you love. It doesn't matter.
Well, this is going to be.
It's fiction. I could make them a superhero.
Well, the thing is like it doesn't even have to be fiction. I mean, we see this all the time with fishing stories, where I almost caught the fish that was big as a whale. And, we see this happening all the time where you exaggerate certain things and certain attributes and certain characteristics about stories. And this isn't necessarily even doing it for nefarious reasons. One can make us see the importance or to emphasize the situation where, like, so for instance, we see this in, say, like the telling of the Spartans and the 300, right? It was actually way more than 300 soldiers that went up against the Persians.
Yeah,
it was way more, but it gives you this sense of like basically David and Goliath-esque like notion. If it's like 30,000 men from the Persians against 300 Spartans, right?
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that you're trying to portray something inaccurately or that you're trying to do it in like a very nefarious, like, they're gonna believe a fake story type of deal.
Like a writing tool, like a writing tool. Hyperbole type?
Yeah, like it's over exaggeration to emphasize things, and whenever you take this with the understanding that the Bible was never meant to be historical, it was never meant to be a science book, a history book, or anything like that.
Oh, you don't
but it's
believe in
meant.
history books?
No, it's meant to tell a specific story, and it's the importance. The Bible, like more specifically the Christian Bible, it's the importance. So in order to get this story, the importance, to emphasize the importance, one will over exaggerate specific things.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. So
But okay. This. If you can you answer this question for me, and then I'll real historical person. Not saying he's God or anything, but do you think he was a real historical person?
Why does it matter what Hammy thinks?
What happened?
Why does it matter what Hammy thinks on that?
Oh, because if they were exaggerating, right? They can't really exaggerate about a dead man in the same place that he was killed at.
Why?
So, like the gospel, like this is what they would teach in terms of Luke and John and Mark and all of them, right? John was in Jerusalem. Same with Peter. He was in Jerusalem preaching about this dead man. You can't really do that if he's dead.
Let me kind of give you this this here. You is a moralist preacher of the coming days, and you travel with him for years. You've known him, you've gotten to know him, you love this man. This man is like a brother to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells you, he shows you these like miraculous things. And he tells you that you're going to do greater things than even he can. And that this man, he unalives. And the deep sorrow you have for somebody you saw as a brother falling and being, unalived. You are grieving for the past 3 days. And then all of a sudden, you start having visions of this risen being.
But that's not how it happened.
How do you know?
Because that's not what they say.
Let me ask you. Do we have any accounts? Like, I crucified this guy and he came back to life. Do we have any accounts from Romans who were like, I was there, I helped nail him to the cross, and I saw him walking around again? Do we have anybody besides believers?
Even by the story of the Bible, when they saw the risen Jesus, they did not recognize him at first. So we don't even know if that actually was Jesus, if they actually saw someone.
So this man was. And like, we're having these stories, and then we don't have any backing from anybody outside of people who already believed in his message coming forward saying, I saw the risen Jesus. So how can you for sure say that that's not what happened?
Okay, so crucifixions were a kind of event, right? They the whole hood would come out. So
not necessarily, because we didn't see the one who Jesus was put in between. They had already been hanging there, and we don't hear of people talking about going to see them. Crucifixions were everyone came and watched.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, fine. A couple people came to watch, right? Some people helped him during the cross, so they claim, right? But he was killed on the cross, historically. That's a fact, right?
Are you sure?
Yeah, so where's it?
Yeah, I can prove it, factually.
How can you prove that factually?
A man named Josephus, who was a historian in the 1st century, who was a Jew, said...
When?
Hold on.
When in the 1st century?
I got you, hold on. Josephus... writings...
You're talking about his writings in Antiquities of the Jews?
Joseph on it, yeah.
Yeah, book
I
18,
figured he's
where
probably talking about Eusebius's interpolation of Josephus.
no,
Is it
well,
Eusebius?
it's going to be Eusebius. So there's two spots where Josephus references Christ, and one of them he talks about these tragedies that are happening throughout the area. Then, out of nowhere, he brings up Christ, the so-called Christ, and how he performed miraculous miracles. And then it goes into, and here's another calamity, right? Jesus part out. It flows perfectly because it goes from one calamity to the next, one horror story to the next. But then you have this moment where in between there, almost as if it was placed there, a interlude where he's talking about Jesus was the son of, was a man who people said is the son of God who performed miracles. And then it says, now on to the next calamity, the next horror story. So either Josephus was saying that Jesus' existence was a horror story, or it looks like this was added. And as a matter of fact, whenever we actually do the research into it, most scholars, most people will say that that one is an later addition by Eusebius. Then you have the second story where the brother of Jesus, who was the so-called Christ, like that doesn't tell us anything about Jesus being put to death. It doesn't say anything about his crucifixion whatsoever or his later resurrection. It just says Jesus, or James, the brother of Jesus, the so-called Christ. And if I'm not mistaken, even that been later added, but even if it's not,
I don't think the so-called Christ part is in there, but I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah. So like it's not something that is actually it gives us no information.
Okay. Then what do we? Okay, sure. We can get rid of Josephus. How do we tackle with Cornelius Tacitus?
Tacitus, whenever we look
the
at
man
his,
who doesn't even use the word Jesus?
right. Tacitus's writings, well, he uses
Crestus
there's
and Christians is the words that he uses.
Yeah, because whenever you actually look at the word that people interpret, you can clearly see, like whenever you use specific testing, whenever you do like put certain light on it, you can see where there was that I used to be an E, and so it's not the Christians but the Christians. And
who is that?
That's a common alternative spelling of Christ and Christians back then.
Yeah.
The problem
Christians
is that
was
he
an
doesn't
actual
mention
group.
Jesus' name, so all we have is a title.
It does say
could have been
the founder
anybody
of
who's
the
claimed to be the Christ.
The founding of the Christians, and the Christians was an actual group. They were a group of people who had already been active before Jesus was even a person. And even if we want to say, well, maybe that part's wrong and that this is actually talking about the Christians, then he goes on to say, he goes on to talk about the fact, want to take the false wording of Christian, how they were committing acts of terrorism. They were out there burning things and causing great destruction to the city. So, I mean, if you want to say that it's talking about the Christians, then cool, but you'd have to then say that the early Christians were basically a terrorist organization.
Not really, because there's no basis that Christians were setting fire to Rome.
Well, that's what Tacitus is referring to in that this stuff. And
I can read you the passage.
Yeah,
Tacitus doesn't say that Christians were lighting fires.
He said, therefore,
Nero blamed it on them.
Yeah, Nero substituted as culprits and punished in the utmost refinements of cruelty a class of men loathed for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. Christus, the founder of the name, had undergone the death penalty in the reign of Tiberius by the sentence of the procurator Pontius Pilate, and the pernicious
was Pilate a procurator?
What do you mean procurator?
Latin?
What is a procurator?
I don't know. I'm about to look it up.
Title was?
I'm about to look it up. Procurator.
Look, better yet, because
an agent represents others in a court of law in countries retaining Roman civil law.
Is that what Pilate did?
A prefect. Prefect. A senior magistrate or a governor in the ancient Roman world.
Now, look up which one, like, who was...
What was his,
What was Pontius Pilate's
his title?
Oh, yeah. What was Pontius Pilate's title? It's loading, hold on. Oh yeah, he was the governor of the province of Judea.
So not a procurator. Really quickly, let me thank everybody.
Doesn't look like Tacitus researched that very well.
98,000 likes. Appreciate everybody getting us here. We're almost to 100K. If we all keep tapping, I'm sure we could get us to 100K in no time. And maybe get some more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
And even if I grant you that Tacitus is talking about the Christians, and he's talking about Jesus specifically, and even if I grant you that he made a mistake in calling Pilate a procurator, which is doing a lot of heavy, grant you all of that. Tacitus was not born during this time frame. He was not an eyewitness to these things, and he is therefore writing about something that has already been put to the word of mouth. I don't know, let's say the Black Panther Party, right? I'm writing about what they did back in the 60s. I was not born in the 60s. That's way before my time. And I'm writing down what people have said about him is 100% factual. It's just what's already been said about the party, right? So that's what Tacitus is doing. He's not recording an event that is happening just 10 years of what's happening. It has already gone through several years and generations of people having word of mouth. Well, maybe not generations, but several years of what's happened during this time frame where people have already spread this story. So it's kind of our saying, or this is what people have said have happened about this group of people. He's not giving any novel understanding. He's just writing down what people already believed.
Yeah, his passage is about Christians and their beliefs, not about the Christ himself.
Okay. So even if he like you granted everything, right? And all that, I don't know. You got me. I really don't know, because he also talks really bad about Christians. So, I mean,
Christians.
What's it called? Not merely in Judea, the home of the disease, but in the capital itself, where all things horrible or shameful in the world collect and find vogue.
Well, again, he's mainly writing about what other people have said about these places and these events and these people. He's not writing it from, he's not writing it about, like, anything, he's not writing some novel understanding about the people or saying, you know, Jesus Christ did these things type of deal, right?
Oh, my bad. No,
I'm done.
Weapon? Oh. No, I can definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really reconcile that one.
So this kind of goes all the way back to the original thing of how do you know that this event actually happened?
Because 12 people died for it. Sorry, I'm really hard-headed on that. If y'all want me to do it, I definitely can.
That's not...
So why haven't you converted to Mormonism yet?
Oh, because that's a false religion. They don't like dark.
But people have died for it.
And what
really quickly, everybody.
So it's not that people died for it.
Poll in the upper left hand.
No. It's, I guess
the host is speaking.
Yeah, so there is a poll in the upper left hand corner, blue checkboard with the clipboard with the check mark. I might be running low on fumes, but that poll up there is for everybody. If your Dage can finish his question.
Yeah, let me know if I gotta go.
I said, so it's not really about whether or not people died for it. That's not what indicates whether or not their beliefs are true. Because we have an example of people who died for their beliefs.
Did Joseph Smith die for Mormonism?
Yes.
He did?
Yeah.
He did?
He was in prison for it.
In the back.
Really? Well, he didn't really
unalived for their beliefs in Mormonism.
Oh, I had no idea on that one.
If anything, you could say, like, I mean, all of us who know the story of Joseph Smith and the Golden Tablets, like, we can all say that he probably literally unalived for something that he knew for a fact was a lie, right? Because I don't think anybody on this panel would agree that Joseph Smith actually found golden tablets and was the only one who could see them and did, was talking about Middle English. I think that's what the KJV is written in, isn't it?
You couldn't see them because you didn't have the magic stones in a hat.
Right. The magic stones in the hat. And like he gets words within the language that he's writing down and completely wrong. Like he adds these and thous where they're not supposed to be. Like he is somebody who knows the language enough to know that this is some of the words that are used, but doesn't know the language enough to be able to write it down correctly. And so, like, fact was a lie. And the same with his brother.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. So dying isn't dying for something isn't a valid, like, it doesn't make it valid. Okay.
No, it not only does it not make it valid, but like even if like the only thing that the best thing that we can get to is the fact that like I'm not going to sit there and say that I think that the apostles knew that what they were dying for was a lie. I think I could grant you that they truly believed in the words and teachings of Christ, and that they truly believed that they saw that this risen Christ was God. But
Unaliving
further,
for
Hammy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can grant that the resurrection actually happened and that they actually
Mhm.
saw Jesus resurrected, and you
Yeah.
still can't get to God from there.
The only thing the best thing you can get to is that people unalived for something that they believed. And that happens a lot. That happens all throughout history, as a matter of fact.
Still, in like Africa and all that. And
Yeah,
over here too.
Yeah, so, like, this doesn't necessitate that this is true. It doesn't necessitate that that people are even lying about it. It just necessitates that somebody unalived for, even if I grant you that all of them unalived and were even given that there was no scene where they said, hey, you can recant the story if you want and continue living. It was just like one of them was put to the unalivement penalty for breaking the law, right? Like some of that was there, and you can say that his motivation for putting him to the unalivement was because the fact that he was spouting heresy, if you like, but they never granting. And so, but I can grant you that they did, but all it does is it gets you to the fact that people unalive for something that they did believe was true, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a valid claim. And I got a question because that poll was like at 80, so I don't know if I should continue talking or
I'll let you get your question in. So.
Okay, so you can grant all that, but it doesn't grant the validity. But also now I have a question because you bring up that it never says that they were given the ability to recant, but the book of Acts or whatever was written before. The last thing we know is that Paul and Peter just went to Rome. They went to the capital, that's it. So we would have to go to outside sources for that part.
So
it's not a question.
I think
Zadi, I think you're kind of grasping for something to make it make sense, and it makes sense that you would do that. I wonder if you'll go away from this conversation with any questions, and if you do come up with any new answers, bring them back to us, and maybe absolutely take care, Zadi.
Thanks for being a good sport.
You did well, and then
yeah.
He considered some of the questions, gave some stock apologetics, and also really stopped and thought about a few of them. So we'll see.
He's like 1 year older than that 18-year-old.
I know.
The
difference.
There was some. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Henry.
I had you bring up the second Samuel was I wanted to say something, and he did exactly what I thought he was going to do, which I don't necessarily think that he holds the position that there are no contradictions within the Bible. I think it's more or less that he doesn't view things as contradictions because he doesn't want there to be, if you know what I mean. Because some of these were clear contradictions in what the Bible says within the books, and if you remember, he originally stated that he doesn't believe there are any contradictions, and he kept saying, well, I can see how one can see that as a contradiction, and that was a bit concerning, but
people always have such complex apologetics to like correct contradictions in the Bible, but really all they would have to do is to not commit to the univocality of it.
Right. Just see it for what it at least appears to be, a collection contradictory, potentially contrasting, potentially having nothing to do with each other, made to fit.
Specific narrative that it's trying to convey. But yes, Sage, I have watched a lot of apologies videos on the apostles.
I've watched a lot of people tapping the screen and getting us over 100,000 likes. I appreciate you guys all tapping.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know what, of course, you can even question it.
And don't worry, there's always room in the shed for just one more.
At least one more.
Always one more. It's like the Infinite Hotel. Except the space is not infinite.
Just the gods.
Just the amount of space they take up is infinitesimal.
I love the Infinite Hotel. I just love it.
You guys are killing me. It's Hilbert's Hotel.
Hilbert's Hotel.
Hilbert's Hotel, the Infinite Hotel. Sage, potato.
Potato orange.
Potato, tomato, potato.
It's more like potato, starchy root.
Aren't sweet potatoes?
Thrayle, I've told you this before. If you're going to say a joke, make sure you have something first.
Right, I almost had something.
Aren't sweet potato corn flour? So that would be orange.
I questioned myself only at the last second as to whether a potato was actually a vegetable. I was going to say starchy root vegetable, but it's not a vegetable, is it?
No, it's a tuber.
Vegetable is a culinary distinction anyway.
Yeah.
Potatoes are tubers.
Yeah, okay. So vegetables don't exist.
Vegetables aren't the real.
That is Starfire impersonation.
I think it was. Only Hammy knows.
And Hammy is gonna say it's not. It's a Sir Sick, the Crusader reference. I'm not as cultured as you, Sage.
You don't know who Starfire is?
I know who he is, but I don't know any quotes from her. I don't know any quotes from her.
I think that just answer the question.
I've answered the question loud and clear. Hey, MDLM, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm walking the floor right now. 18 years old.
What year were you born?
More than 18 years old, actually. I'm 42 years old.
42. Wow,
So
that was a
what else you want to know about me?
jump in age. So you went from 18 to 42 real fast. So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I actually do. Not only that, I have
which god is it?
I have a higher belief.
You have a higher belief. Your belief is higher than the belief in a god.
Yes, sir.
That's an awful lot
Yeah,
of
but
background
I
noise
believe
there.
in a God.
So,
I believe in a
so
God.
which god do you believe in?
I do believe.
You believe in what? Jesus Christ. Okay, have you, oh my god, that background noise is so loud. Can you mute while I ask the questions? It'll be awesome. You'll just have
I
to
can
push
mute
the button.
myself, but I'm walking. I'm in Los Angeles, California. I'm walking on Crenshaw right now.
I really wish you didn't just like dox your location. That's kind of weird to do.
At like 6:30 in the morning?
It's odd. So I muted you just so that we don't continue to get details as like what block or anything. I just want to know, like, if you've read your Bible from beginning to end, and do you believe the stories to be true and literal? Oh, I unmuted you trying to invite you to... I'm sorry, I muted you trying to invite you to unmute. You'll have to unmute again. It was my fault, MDLN. Go ahead and unmute again. Okay. Well, I guess I could send you an invite again, but that seems a bit redundant at this point. Yeah. Okay, MD. When you get to your destination and it's a little easier for you to operate the phone, we'll bring you back up. Why don't you just walk safely? Good morning, Magnus.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Had a bit of a scare on Saturday, but I'm good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
What heresy have you brought us today, Magnus?
Nah, I bring no heresy today, the fuck? What's wrong with you, Hammy? How's everyone doing today? I hope you're having a good day.
Just outside of TikTok.
Well, I'm about to change that.
Of course you are.
No, I just know where he's at, and I'm gonna make it any worse.
Okay.
Those petunias you got in the front, I'm gonna take them.
Look, they're about the same height as you.
Hey, listen. Stop with the English jokes.
Look, all I'm saying is that, when you're so short, everything is like giant size for you.
Good morning, Philly Red.
Good morning.
I bet Magnus is taller than me.
I don't think Magnus is taller than very much of anybody.
No.
But I bet we're all taller than Philly.
Philly is like 7 foot.
He said that like an insult too. Damn.
How tall are you, Magnus?
Magnus is the same height as the comic book accurate Wolverine.
Fuck you. With or without the shins.
I'm gonna risk the panel to do something, but it's worth it if you get dropped request back.
The accurate one.
So, though
I am 5'6".
Though the thing is like when my back's really acted up, I hunch over a lot, and I look like Igor from the Hammer Frankenstein movie. So, like, most of the time...
Oh, I thought you were hunching over because
Yes, that is right. I'm the co-host now.
Oh, there is no co-host.
I know. No.
But, yeah, I just knew that was going to happen. But it might have turned out to be worth it, because I think we have a few more what the fucks to work with now.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh. He did it because of me. Oh no.
Still reeling from the weekend. I had a little thing. So technically not a heart attack. Technically a heart attack. It's really weird how they voiced it. Basically, like my heart was on overtime, but like I had none of the other symptoms. Like my chest wasn't hurting. There was no pressure or anything like that. So that was fun. Bit of an eye opener, but.
You got to be more careful with your heart, man. Did you have like a sixth child on the way or something?
Fuck no. I got two.
That's the 13th child on the way.
You either just recently had one or had another on the way, I thought.
We had one 7 months ago. So we're at 2 little crotch goblins.
Cool, we need more of the Magnus brood.
I feel like a what the fuck is coming up.
And I can't use one of the new ones yet, because this is just straight up what the fuck are we talking about?
I think we're waiting for a guest, aren't we?
We are waiting for a guest.
We are. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, that is what the fuck we're talking about. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know, well, what the fuck is your belief?
Fine, I'll run tag for aliens.
That would have been a great background for that guy earlier who was talking about the fractal fields.
I know. I knew I needed it, but it wasn't ready.
He has one about that is inspired by me that will come out eventually over time.
That raises a question too, Hammy.
Sage, I'm just not ready. Calm down.
What the fuck is time?
Time is a change in events.
It's okay, Hammy. If Will Byers can stop, a plan to save the world and come out, you can too, buddy.
Thanks for ruining it. I haven't watched the last few episodes that came out.
It's okay. Goku comes out of nowhere to save the day.
Oh, Goku? Oh, yeah. I mean, that totally, I saw that coming like a mile away.
But if you have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or, something like that.
Did you guys say Goku?
Request up. God damn it.
Sorry, I have a bad habit of interrupting you, Thrayle. I gotta try harder.
Yes, we did say Goku. Goku comes and saves the day in Stranger Things.
I thought Goku was in DBZ.
We'll see.
Correct.
We'll see. Goku transcends multiversal level feats, so it's entirely possible.
His power level is over 9,000 after all.
I just know Thrayle is
What about Goku versus Plastic Man?
I just know Thrayle's like banging his head against the wall right now, like fucking Christ, god damn it, every time.
Did you guys see that there's a new mermaid gift?
I did. I was gifted
You're the only
a
mermaid
few
gift I need,
mermaids.
Philly.
I have one for you, Philly.
Does it have to do with mermaids or being 7 feet tall? Soup.
It's got a mermaid in it.
It's got a mermaid in the suit
Wait. Oh, I see it.
in front of the neck of Nessie.
It is the neck of Nessie. The full screen has a head, but yeah, I should have maybe shrunk it down.
My job here is done. I checked like the live preview thing, and it said they are discussing Goku's power level. My job here is done.
This is what they do.
Look, at least it didn't say we're debating it.
We're not debating. We are questioning your beliefs and what the fuck is a power level.
I don't know about you guys, but the next time I go to a restaurant, I really want to try the super salad.
I don't know what a power level is, but I do know that it's over 9,000.
It's right up there with having a lot of metachlorians.
Is that what Jesus said?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods? Can you save us from ourselves?
Metachlorian is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yes, we know this, Hammy. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I needed that good job.
Wait,
No, metachlorians was
felt like
Space
you needed a
Wizard's
sticker.
attempt to go scientific.
I was gonna ask, do you not know what metachlorians are, Thrayle?
Yes, I know what metachlorians are.
What are they?
They're the powerhouse of the cell. I already said it, Magnus.
They're what you use to sterilize your meta pool.
Clearly, they are the powerhouse of the cell, rooted in the Force, of course. The more metachlorians you have, the more powerful your cells are in the Force.
So I'm gonna attempt. So this is to prove that my belief in the Force is real. So I'm gonna attempt to do something hammy from across the country.
Well, if you main Orc and Warhammer, all of your beliefs are true if you believe them hard enough. So just be a Warhammer Orc.
Do you feel it, Hammy? Do you feel it?
Dude, why are you grabbing my ass, Magnus?
Misinput.
Okay. The rails are gone. There's no rails left. If you have
We're off the thigh rails.
in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, please go ahead and request on up. I don't even know how to segue from whatever the fuck this is.
I could have sworn that thigh rails were like exclusive to the champagne room.
I thought Thrayle's thighs were fake.
Thighs are clearly all bones because he's just a skeleton man.
I don't think you were here. Do you remember when I accidentally dropped the whole panel?
No. Do.
No.
Oh no, our table, it's broken.
Who's got a belief? You got a belief. If you got a belief in something like a god, and you can question whatever the fuck that is, go ahead and request on up.
Step right up and question your beliefs. Free questioning of your beliefs right here.
He's begging you at this point. He wants saved from this conversation.
Well, I also remember the one time that you did the tactical snooking of the entire panel.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I do.
I missed that little soundbite.
I did get that. Get rid of that button.
All right, and with that, I take my leave, everyone. Have a good day, except you, Hammy.
Yeah, because I'm going to have a phenomenal day.
Appreciate you, Magnus. Now there's one less intimidating questioner on the panel. Can you actually question your beliefs? Is it the numbers that has you afraid, or is it the questioning in general? Do you fear your God's retribution, the possibility of its non-existence?
Maybe the Batcolyte just doesn't have the full flavored body of the Batco Heavy.
That might be it. That might be it. I mean, I might have to threaten them with poetry.
Or we can sit here in the silence.
You have
are red.
We can just sit here with this one and see how it goes. Same question.
If you have a belief in AI poetry and would like to come up and question it,
I believe that the panel was funnier when Magnus was here.
I think it was. It was definitely funnier.
I was sitting in the silence, and I want to say that I wasn't the one who broke it this time.
Good job, Hammy.
You know, I don't have to always be on all the time.
I'm on like 75% of the time.
I mean, like, I am on all the time, I just don't have to be.
I like to rock and roll all night and part of every day.
And part of every day.
I give you like
day means like 1,000 years, apparently.
I give you like, maybe like from noon to like 4. I got other things I gotta do that day. Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Quigley sat through our entire interview last night.
Quickly, what did you think?
Did Hammy tell?
You'll have to ask
Yeah.
him that.
Hammy told all about, as far as like what was relevant to the topic of conversation.
I like how you answered it in the third person.
Both of y'all said Hammy, so I only felt right to say Hammy as well.
Do you always try to fit in?
Absolutely not, but it felt funny to do at the time.
So only at the expense.
I feel like most men like to fit into tight spaces.
Roger Rabbit levels of, things. Like, only do things if I think it's funny.
What did we tell you about thinking, Hammy?
It's necessary for it.
No, we didn't tell you anything about thinking. Why are you making things up?
Because I'm working without tools again.
Fair enough.
And if you're working without tools, but still trying to question your beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. Maybe we can help find you the hammer or the chisel that you're looking for.
It was a really decent. It was really a decent attempt, and I for one enjoyed it.
I've heard you do better, but that was okay.
Such a suck up.
How's it being a suck up? We both are saying it's decent. It's not like it was the greatest. It's not that it was the world's shittiest, but it was decent.
If you think that this live is decent, why don't you like the live, share the live, make a comment, repost the live, do something to help us get a believer in here who's willing to question their belief in a god.
I can invite P. Mars if you like.
Nope.
No, thank you.
Never gonna be that
About
desperate.
Lono the pig.
Don't think I've ever spoken to them. Not sure.
I just started to barely get along with him. He's rather off-putting, and he prefers to be asking the question.
I know, Bree.
Oh, we've devolved way further before.
We've devolved so much that there was one time Thrayle eventually kicked me because I was the one who started it.
There's no such thing as devolution. There's only evolution.
Is that a firm belief you have there, Sage?
No.
Can you question it?
Evolution just means change over time. So irrespective of the direction of the change, it's still evolution.
Okay.
But I get what you
I don't
mean.
I don't think devolving in this sense is referring to the fact of evolution.
I'm not limiting it to biological evolution. Just the
I don't think that it's necessarily even attacking the concept.
Would devolving just be bad evolving?
I think according to Sage,
Yes, that's
devolving
like
is
what
just
people are
evolving.
trying to like devolving. No.
And if you know what pedantry is and how not to do it in a conversation, then go ahead and request on up. If you can question your belief, of course, that is the one you might have in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. Yeah, if you can question that, then request on up. Though not exhibit pedantry.
I can't make any promises.
Worst segue.
Give me 1 moment while I go look up the.
And definitions are subjective anyway. If you like slick transitions, why don't you...
Not bad. I mean, not the worst.
Good try.
It was an effort.
And we all like seeing effort. So why don't you put some effort into getting on the panel if you have a belief that you would like to explore?
Better timing. You just did one. You can't have another one right afterwards.
If you can have another, I don't know how to work that one in. But thank you, Donna B, Gabby, Cat DeWitch, and 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. And if you appreciate having your beliefs questioned in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request on that. What are you waiting for? We're not here to debate or argue. We're not looking to tear you apart. We just want to know if you can question it. And if you can. Sometimes I think about, oh, well, you know what? I'll ponder that out loud later.
Join.
Hello, Circle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? 18. What year were you born? Sorry. Yeah, okay. So, if anybody's over the age of 18 and has the ability to question their beliefs, beliefs in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
Hello, brother.
Oh, can I get your age for TikTok,
I'm
TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
2000.
Oh, that sucks. You don't know how to do math.
It's crazy how they
Are these kids? Are these kids like just getting ready for school and they're like, hey, let's go do some pranks on TikTok?
I don't know what their plans are for people over the age of 18 only.
Yeah, math is hard sometimes, kids.
If you're doing it right, it is.
Not gonna lie, I don't like how TikTok decided that it wants to shift people around on its own. Like
the musical chairs?
Yeah, the musical chairs where it's like we're at one location and then it will shift and bring us up.
I think there's a way to do. Hang on.
I haven't seen it happen on any other panel than yours, though, Thrayle.
That is interesting. Maybe there's a setting I've got to fix.
Are you hosting through your computer or through?
No.
So it's the phone, so it should be the more stable version, right?
Yes. It's strange it made the board big and not. I mean, there's always that.
Too bad we're not in the bottom squares.
If you think Hammy's a bottom,
No.
you need to brush up and question the belief if Hammy's actually a bottom or not.
Whoa. Heretical. How dare you?
Hammy's not a bottom, but his persona is.
I think I'm having one too many, or a few too many friends these days.
Where are you again?
I think we should all learn this.
I wanted to make a joke earlier before Philly fell asleep and left, and I'm gonna say it now, but I don't know if it will hit. Just
because you are not a.
She's closed-minded because she's not a nudist. I have special revelation from God.
Because Canada land is too cold to be a nudist.
If you're brave enough.
I mean, if you're 7 feet tall.
If you're 7 feet tall, it makes
Isn't it even colder up there? At altitude, Thrayle?
I don't know. I'm always cold. Bone couch. I must have missed the bone couch.
That was when that one guest was metaphorically stepping on the couch.
Oh yes, I forgot about that.
No,
Is that where the boning involving D happens?
Because of the deboning. I meant the removal of bones, Sage.
I think Sage was also referencing the removing of bones, but just not in the same context.
Well, it goes in and out and in and out.
God damn it.
That's what a hamburger is all about. If you know what a hamburger is all about and you have some beliefs you want to share with us, please come up on to the panel.
Being so innocent. Like nothing just happened.
Like he just wasn't referencing explicit content just 2 seconds ago.
What? You mean I wasn't talking about fucking and sucking?
If you can explicitly question your beliefs, fuck. In a god or gods, go ahead and request on us.
Oh, Thrayle. That one was the worst.
I know, well, it doesn't help.
You need a god for help in order to do your daily live request stuff.
A god for help in order to do your daily life.
Yeah, because God
help you find.
Come on up. We're reading our daily Bible verses and doing our devotionals. And we would love some guests who have beliefs in God to help us with them.
We're trying to read to me because, joke's on everyone, I can't read.
Hello, Steve. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, a little bit. We've talked a couple times through the course of that. I've definitely, I guess I still have some questions that, I don't know, maybe you can help me suss out why I still feel the need to deify things instead of just letting things be.
You feel like you're gaining something from deifying things?
I think the main thing is a sense of comfort, I guess.
How does deifying things provide comfort?
Just, the the way that, I belief is that everything is connected, and that I would be what's called a pantheist, and that the whole universe is kind of what God is, and just the comfort that there's, this connection between everything, and that what we do in our lives doesn't really matter because we're part of this existence.
Even if everything is connected, can you still distinguish between particulars?
Yeah. It's it's not that there's no individuals, it's that, at the end of the day, we're all, part of the universe, and part of, we're made of the same thing. Everything is just orientation. So it's, it doesn't mean that we're not a sense of self, but we're also connected. It's like a sense of comfort that at the end of the day, yeah.
Have you heard of mereological nihilism?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember the concept.
Mereology is about whole-part relationships. You might want to look into it a little bit. I think you might find it interesting. Mereological nihilism.
Mereological nihilism. All right, I'll write that down and look that up.
Basically, it's the idea that there are no wholes, that everything is just parts. Like they would say simples, which would be like the most simple thing you could, that is possible, arranged in patterns. So you are not Steve, you are simples arranged.
Kind of aligned with what I kind of believe, and I think intellectually I understand that there's no deity involved, but I guess my sense of self hasn't quite let go of it, because I grew up in the church, in the Protestant church, and there's still this part. I think that's why it brings me comfort, but that's why I'm here, because it's
so comfort through familiarity.
Yeah, and just a sense that I guess that at the end of the day, my choices and my feels like it gives it greater meaning, while at the same time kind of while it has greater meaning for being connected, at the same time it's just there's we're not going to be around forever, and we might as well make the best of it and love people and treat people with respect and things like that.
Is moving towards a world where you don't deify things something that you would like to do?
I think so, because intellectually I'm there. I think that I don't like it. Yeah, I think that it's something I would like to do. It's just there's this disconnect of what my brain, I guess emotionally maybe is what it is that I need.
I think maybe you could start pushing yourself towards a sense of reverence for things that you like or that you are in awe of, and then remove the God part from that. But just remember to give yourself time. Like changes in like this, you'll get there.
It's
give
definitely
yourself a break.
It's definitely been a journey. I actually feel a lot more sense of comfort since I've kind of, I'd say 99% let go of my upbringing in the church. And it, things like hell or heaven and what I need to do to get into an afterlife has really helped. I just, like I said, have that emotional thing. And I think I've made a lot of progress. Like I've talked to Thrayle a couple
To
times.
avoid Jordan Peterson at all costs.
Yeah, I try not to. He sounds so good, but when you actually like dive into it, it's nonsense. All right. Well, I think that's all I have, unless you guys have any more questions.
Yep. Else.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not, Steve? I think Sage asked you something similar.
Regardless of whether I have a deity involved, that it's just I guess with my beliefs, it doesn't matter whether there's a why I haven't let go, and but I'm working towards it. I think I'm almost there, but I don't think it really matters.
Sure, you're answering the question that Thrayle asked.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting to that part. I don't think it matters to me. My belief and understanding of whether I'm right or wrong is irrelevant because it's just an immutable fact. Regardless of what that fact is, it is what it is, and there's nothing I can do to change it. So I don't think it really matters.
With the belief that you have, do you think you would behave differently if you moved away from the deification?
No, I don't think so, because I think that my sense of morality and my sense of purpose is not derived from my understanding of a deity or my desire to believe in a deity. I'm good to those around me and, building people up instead of tearing people down. And I think that at the end of the day, that's what matters. And if there is a God, if there is a deity, whether it's the universe or one of the other religions, I think that at the end of the day, I don't care what they say. I have my inbuilt sense of morality.
Do you think there is no utility around you?
I guess I think at the end of the day that there's no proof one way or the other. So until something comes out and proves definitively there is no God or there is God, that I can only do my best with what I understand.
I mean, you could apply this to God, but this is just about belief in general.
Yeah.
Like if I believe someone is going to hurt me and it's accurate that they're going to hurt me, then I can at least be prepared for that, right? I can gain something about having this correct prediction. So I don't understand why you would think that they're it doesn't matter if your beliefs are true or not.
Well, the same thing, and we're all just stardust, and so if I die tomorrow, I don't want to die tomorrow, but if I die tomorrow, in the grander scheme, it doesn't matter. So I'm accepting of that. But really I like to think of myself as very logical and very into the reality and science and empirical facts. So if somebody's going to hurt me, I definitely would want to know that and understand that, and that's important. But it's the grander scheme, I guess, where I put my, I guess I have that comfort.
Well, clearly, if there is no, it would not matter. But while you are here, shouldn't it still matter?
Yeah, I agree. I think that regardless of what you think of what self and identity is, we are here to, that's, the underlying purpose of life is to pass on some part of yourself.
When you to others and yourself, like from something external, that does seem like a case of deifying things.
Say ultimate purpose, that was more like a biological sense for evolution. Everything alive, at least on our planet, is here because we're here to procreate and make more of ourselves. I think
and things without minds can have purposes for things.
Sure. I think machines have purpose. I think mathematics is a more abstract.
I think we give purpose to machines and to I don't think they have their own purpose.
I see what you're saying.
Without minds, they just have function.
Yeah, animals or things who may or may not have a sense of self.
Well, I think animals do have a sense of.
Okay. Yeah.
Does purpose require self-awareness?
Well, I think my understanding of what Sage was saying is that our self have purpose, otherwise your purpose is derived by somebody else.
Then are you deriving your own purpose?
Actually, yeah, I'm on, and my friend's also on disability, recently decided to try and make a video game just to give ourselves some sense of purpose, even if it never comes to fruition or makes any money. It's something that we can work towards and have goals and
Raccoon is asking in the comments, are you non-dualist?
not sure what that means personally.
dualist would think that there are two types of material.
I'm not sure because I don't know if there is a spiritual component at all. I'm not sure, honestly.
That's a fair answer.
How long has it been since you started your journey towards deconstruction?
Started my journey probably a decade or more, but it was still believing, but not actively participating because I had questions and things, but my family was still very devout, so it was hard to fully exit. And it's only recently that I started to truly question, and the previous times I've talked to Thrayle and you guys and been able to truly question and have people that aren't judgmental to talk about it. So I would say that 6 months.
Well, welcome. Expect that it will be hard to find community because atheists are not good at doing that, as far as I'm aware, at least. But you can get there, and
that's why I think intellectually I'm there, and I'm getting very close to just being able to let go completely.
When you say let go, what do you think you're holding?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure if it's just maybe a sense of anxiety that I might be wrong, that what I grew up with might be right. There's just that still completely let go of the idea of, well, there might be a hell, so I need to still have that like back door, that parachute to say, oh, well, I never completely stopped believing kind of thing.
I need to find my tarot deck so I could tell Lord Satan that we fooled another one.
Do you, so it's mostly the fear of hell that you're still holding to.
And it's not even necessarily a fear of what the Christian hell is, but it's this, if I truly let go of the idea of a god or deity, then it's a little scary, because what if I'm wrong and then have a, more pleasant afterlife, if there even is that. And I think it's not a big worry anymore, but that's like the last little tiny bit that causes my subconscious to hesitate.
With the hesitation, for does it also give you the opposite? Do you have any sort of lingering desire for the heaven that was promised?
I don't think so. I don't have any really positive feelings about Christianity, especially when you look at like what the Old Testament portrays God. And then, I've been in pain every day of my life, and it's hard to read the Bible and see where it says, "Oh, God formed you in the womb, and then I was born with birth defects," and it's to a heaven where there's a God that supposedly rules it that's like that. So I don't think I would want that anyway. There's that little bit of fear and doubt and hesitation about, well, if I don't want that, maybe the only alternative is this separation and hell, and it's a weird, just still this little seed of doubt.
Does that seed of doubt show up more at certain times rather than other times?
I think probably when I'm laying kind of a sleep state, my brain wanders into my anxieties a lot at that point, and I kind of think and dwell upon it then. Sometimes, not very often anymore, but it kind of comes up, and my brain catastrophe.
Do you have any positive associations of your time within Christianity?
Oh, sure. I think the general teachings of like Jesus, of love your neighbor and be kind and support the poor and the needy, and those kind of positive messages that the Bible has.
Always make a foreign woman call herself and her daughter a dog before helping them.
Yeah,
that's
well,
my favorite behavior of Jesus.
I like to take the good moralistic views and say, hey, I don't mind that believe that, but that doesn't require there to have been a deity part, just a good philosopher teaching.
A point of clarification: when Jesus says neighbor, he doesn't just mean like people who live next to you or everyone else. He means people who are of your own.
Yeah, and I know a lot of church apologists, like to caveat things, but I think that interpretation, my personal understanding and belief is that interpretation is something that was added to the Bible later to kind of later when they were compiling the Bible, but the people who wrote it were trying to focus community on, because community is a big talking point in the Bible. So my thoughts on it would be that's just the human side saying, hey, we're, you got to love your other church members to try and build community, but it doesn't mean
Jesus is saying, like, be kind to other Jews. Fuck everyone else.
Well, that's what the Bible would have you believe, but I think that there's fully room for the possibility that was just the people who wrote the New Testament after Jesus had long since passed, because most of that was written at least 80 years later, if not hundreds of years later, that we just have their account. That doesn't mean that Jesus actually was saying that, in my understanding of the kind of belief that it's only your Jewish neighbors.
I was speaking a little loosely. What I really mean when I say that Jesus says, I mean that's what the author who wrote that book is trying to say.
Yeah. I agree, and I think that because I can accept that the author believed that while still applying it to everybody.
So do you need this, need religion and need Jesus to be that morally good? So you could let go of that aspect and just be a good person without the teachings?
Yeah, oh, I agree. The question was just, is there any positive feelings? And that was that's, I don't, I feel positive about the ideas of being good to people and all of that. I think that regardless of it, the overall moralistic message is good, and so my feelings of it are positive. I don't need that statement and that teachings to be good, but uh, you know, I I think religion is irrelevant in the equation. It's just happens to be where I learned.
So if you have found that ideal or those teachings in a different book, would it have swayed you to that book instead of the Bible or Jesus's teachings?
Hard to say, because so much of my youth and my time in the church was dominated because it was just what I was raised to believe and what pretty much all of my family around me believed and still believes to this day. And I meant the same, but I can't say for sure because that's just not how it happened. So I don't know. There's there's a lot of rose tinted glasses. I just can't possibly know the answer. In church.
Did you already share what the breaking point was?
The breaking point for me was why, like just this question of why did I have to suffer from birth with this birth defect and have every day of my life have pain? I have there's this all good God who is all powerful. Why did he have to, why would he design the universe and everything in such a way that there is suffering? Like, surely he could have given meaning to life and everything without suffering if he's the one designing the system. I don't know what it would look like, but if he's all powerful, designed it that way, and there was just that I'm not trying to say that word, that
juxtaposition.
Yeah, that word of this is what they're teaching, but it just didn't resonate with me and actually kind of caused a dissonance and did anything wrong. And it kind of broke that idea. Like praying for hours for years just to not have pain and no answer. And then I started reading the Bible and studying and looking at consistencies and contradictions in the Bible, and I just kind of realized intellectually that it just probably isn't actually true. It's just stories and whatnot. And it took a long time to let go emotionally and kind of in a spiritual sense, but
why bad things happen to good people.
Yeah, I don't think that the Bible provides one. I think that the Christians who believe in it try and justify it a lot of ways, but like I've had multiple.
That's what Job is an attempt to explain that.
Yeah, I think that it's a bad attempt. I think that it's an attempt by people to let the world have suffering, and but really that story tells me that God caused the suffering. So if anything, if there is a God of the Bible, then God is the source of suffering, and he uses it according to his quote plan.
If I remember correctly, the resolution to Job is, fuck you, you're a human, I'm God. It happened because I wanted it to.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that, honestly, I think the story of Job is one of the the questions I had as a youth, and it just never made sense, because that looked to me as just like a mean kid, using a magnifying glass on an anthill because he was bored, kind of thing, is the sense I get from Job.
Were you ever told that the reason, that the answer to human suffering?
No, I've never heard that assertion, no. It's an interesting idea, but I feel like that goes against at least the teachings I grew up with, where God is just this immutable.
Can you repeat that, Philly?
When I was in Christianity.
To interrupt, Steve.
No worries.
When I was in Christianity, I studied a seminary class I took about suffering. The conclusion that we came to, and that is the way that God deals with it. God deals with suffering by choosing to enter into suffering with us. Emmanuel, the suffering servant, those kind of ideas. I don't think that allows.
God, that's a weird theodicy.
I don't think that allows for God as all powerful in the same way. But that was the conclusion of the class.
I can see that interpretation. It just still in the back of my brain, the teachings, at least that I grew up with, of this idea of God, of him knowing, was everywhere, and it didn't make it when you raise that question, if God joins us in suffering, why is there even suffering to begin with if he's an all good creator?
It makes sense.
Yeah, it seems like a weird response for something that prefers for things to not suffer, to instead create more suffering in response to suffering.
Yeah, I agree.
The analogy I used to use was, I don't want my child to suffer. When my child is suffering, I can't always remove the suffering, but I can be there with my child and empathize and hold space.
I think the difference between that and that's great, and I know especially my mom did that. I have very few memories of my childhood, but like my first memory is just crawling into my parents' bed because I was in so much pain, and my mom just kind of holding me and rocking me and comforting me. And I know as an adult that she suffered for seeing me like that. But I think the difference, at least in how I was raised, is that God is all powerful, and my parents and you and everything are not all powerful. So God would have the power to change and take away the suffering. But, we just have to empathize and experience that with the people so that we can understand and comfort them better.
Hmm. That's why I say that that conclusion.
I agree, and I think that if anything, if I believe anything that the Christian church is true, or the Christian Bible is true, like even the Bible talks about multiple gods and other gods. So if you really read the Bible, I don't think there is this idea of God being all powerful. I think that is just dogma added by the church. So, I mean, make of that what you will.
There are definitely verses in the Bible that present God as being all powerful.
Just as there are verses in the Bible that present God as not being all powerful.
Yeah, like times in the Old Testament when they failed in a conquering because God left, because they were fighting outside of Israel, and before I think it was Isaiah, God was just the God of Israel and not like an overarching God. He was just this, like if you look at the old translations, the idea of the creator God and the God of Israel are two separate beings, because they call the God of Israel the Son of God himself. And so there's kind of they transition this belief of God where somehow he's conquered the cosmos or whatever, and now he's in charge of everything. So there's definitely contradictions, and they never explain why that difference is there.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I just wanted to say before things go any further, I loved your name.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I loved your name so much, Philly, that I named a character in a video game after you when I was trying to think of a name, because I liked that. Yep. I love him. I have been more and more able to let go. I think he still is LDS and believes in that. But his perspective of just, a scholarly perspective of the Bible is one of the big reasons why I actually solidified my beliefs that, oh yeah, well, the Bible definitely isn't what I believed growing up. I still had that kind of desire for comfort and fear and hesitation, but that was probably one of the big intellectual awakenings where I felt seen and confirmed beyond just my own personal readings and studying. And ironically, my best friend his cousin is married into Dan McClellan's. Like, I think there's the 3 degrees of separation between my friend and Dan McClellan. Just a random little fact. It's irrelevant.
What a braggart.
I mean, I would rather be connected to Dan McClellan because he seems like a pretty cool dude. And I love his t-shirts. He's always excited about his nerd t-shirts. And that's the only kind of t-shirt I wear.
How long ago did your faith crack apart?
I think the initial cracks were in my late teens. I at that time was still heavily in the church and was actually living in Mexico after high school as a missionary. Worked and all of these things came together, and I was still in pain and suffering, and it felt like, I'm doing all these good works for God. Why am I still suffering? Like I felt like I was doing everything right, and yet nothing about my life actually improved in any kind of meaningful way. And that was probably the beginning. Oh, probably within the last few months, probably after the first time I talked to Thrayle, really. Maybe a little before that. Maybe I was already questioning, but I don't think I really settled on it until after my first discussion with Thrayle.
How does that feel, Thrayle?
Well, I mean,
That's
I feel like he was questioning before he met me. I might have shown a light where he was already looking.
Yeah, I feel like that's accurate. I feel like you were just somebody who had the right questions, like had the background and understanding to have the right questions without having any judgment and without having an agenda, and question without feeling like there was a predetermined answer that the person was expecting me to have.
Are Christian Cloak?
I would say 98% happier, because I feel less pressure and less anxiety about it. But the probably 2% where I'm less happy is it's lost me a certain amount of connection with my family, deep into kind of justifying things with the Bible, and they're not seeing things in a practical, real way causes me anxiety and discomfort. But I think overall, that release from the pressure and the fear and the stuff that's probably 98% gone has made my life a lot more comfortable and given me new perspectives. And it was what allowed me to think, oh, well, if I'm going to get purpose, I can't turn it into helping me make this video game, because if there's not going to be an external purpose, I have to make my own.
Does it feel to you like purpose has to come with a sense of accomplishment?
I think that following your purpose, I think, naturally leads to a sense of accomplishment, but I don't think maybe always, because there's people who have a purpose to, that puts them in a more of a place of suffering, but because of them, in countries with a lot less freedom than we have, who truly risk, life and limb to share their beliefs. I feel like while they have a purpose, it might not be a sense of accomplishment, because a lot of them don't actually accomplish anything, but the purpose itself is what matters. I think if you have a sense of accomplishment, all the better. I know I get a sense of accomplishment out of just making a little goal, like coming up with a new character idea in the game design, like just that little, even if I don't flesh it out, just coming up with that, I set myself a goal. And with my ADHD and OCD, that's always enough and motivated enough to do that, even though we haven't even started any code or anything. Just the ideas and talking about it has led to that.
What kind of game is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's gonna be like a kind of a Stardew Valley like graphics with the a deck, and but also like party, and you swap people out, and it's going to be an open world adventure where you're going around, and the combat and the crafting and stuff is all done with card battling.
Have you designed a game or a video game before?
I took some classes in university for it, but no, not really. Well, that's not true. I've made like a Pong game, and I've made a good.
I have never designed a video game, but what you're describing does sound like it might encompass a bit much for as a consumer.
It's
Don't let him dissuade you. I'd play it.
Yeah, it's gonna take work, but the turn-based kind of card battling, because I have arthritis in my hands, so quick reflexes didn't sound as fun. But I wanted to add in ideas I've always had about like open world games. It's not going to be some big beautiful Skyrim or Red Dead 2. It's going to be more Stardew graphics quality, kind of top down, like 2D, 2.5D, and
I want to say that there's nothing wrong with that type of game.
I may be like in the minority here, but like if I want to play a game that's based on cards, I want to play a game that's based on cards. If I want to play a fighting game, I want to play a fighting game. I don't want to play a fighting game that has a card game in it, because I think that both aspects of the game suffer.
Well, I think it's more like a traditional turn-based game. It's just that the combat mechanics are based off of.
And I do want to point out that we are so far off the rails now.
Yeah,
we are
that's
on
true.
What the fuck.
Sorry.
But I appreciate you, Steve, coming up. I appreciate you sharing where you are on your journey and your questions, and answering the questions that we had for you. Thank you so much.
May I ask
Go ahead.
one more WTF question?
Go for it, Phil.
The Philly character in your game. Would I like this character or no?
Probably. It's in a
Is she
kind
7
of
feet tall?
No, it's in a like the doctor, the healer kind of person.
I was gonna say the Philly red character is actually the antagonist and is the one trying to destroy the world.
I mean, she could be an evil scientist. I'm still early in that game.
While simultaneously trying to heal everybody.
Exactly.
Philly the Red.
Thrayle, protect your life.
Did you hear that laugh? That is the laugh of someone who has destroyed and devoured 1,000 worlds.
All right.
Don't you hear it?
I appreciate you, Steve. Thank you so much.
I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Thank you, guys. It's been a wonderful time.
Questioning his beliefs and doing a great job at it. Thank you, Steve, for sharing your journey with us. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue or tell you that you're wrong. We just want to know if you can question your Rata Gandalf. It's been a while. How you been?
It has been a while. I've been busy. I moved. I started a new job. I doing, Sage? I missed you. I was wondering when I'd actually... No. I was wondering when I'd bump into you again. And I was wondering when I'd bump into the rest of y'all again. A different job now that is still in the mental health industry, unfortunately, but oddly enough is less stressful despite the subject matter. So yeah. And they're still dangling. They're still curling. You know, they haven't all turned gray yet, so that's good. I definitely have more time now to take care of them in between shifts.
And how are the beacons looking?
Can we get your age for TikTok purposes?
5,000 years old.
And do you have any beliefs in a god or gods or anything like that?
What is a god? Supposedly Iluvatar. Of course I believe in him.
How do you feel about singing?
How do I feel about what?
Singing.
Singing?
How do you feel about people whose name are Tom?
People whose name is... Oh, are we still doing the Gandalf bit?
Specifically Bombadil.
He is old. Older than I. Some say he's older than the trees. Say he was here when the first songs were sung by the Valar.
Some say he is even older than that toaster you just heard pop. Speaking of, he likes it. There is hope.
I'm the only one who's not super impressed with Lord of the Rings.
Probably. I'm sure there's others, but like for now, I think you're the only one. Maybe.
I do like that it pioneered like a new genre.
I mean, I think I love it. But it's...
Enjoy the movies.
You know, it's not always, as much as it pains me to say it, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. You know? But, and yeah, like the movies were, I mean, I will say, like the movies though, understand how like you can't look at that and not feel something.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their wrong opinion about Lord of the Rings.
I don't understand how Tolkien enjoys so much to go off on tangents that have nothing to do with the story and just provide a historical background and do world building, much like when we get our WTF backgrounds.
He was a professor in Oxford, and then he went into the First World War. I think after that, and after those experiences, you're just gonna want to like retreat into yourself. And Raccoon says it eloquently. This is the way of the fantasy author.
I couldn't finish the Two Towers.
On my second read through of the Silmarillion, I really had to like buckle down when I first read it. And then like, yeah, like I don't know. I think like the Silmarillion is like easier to read than the actual trilogy proper.
Too much Hobbit smoke.
I bet it was toast dust. They're not crumbs anymore. Once it's toast, it's dust. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and it's more than dust, and you can question it, then go ahead and request on it. That was a terrible segue.
Thrayle, Sage, Philly, Hammy, how have you?
We talked on Tiny's panel. We talked on Tiny's panel, Rad.
Yeah, but that was like a few weeks ago.
Mm.
That's an age in TikTok time.
I don't want to get the WTF.
How have you been?
I have been well.
Great.
I too have been
It was a
busy.
very elaborate answer, wasn't it?
I'm glad to hear that, Hammy. And yeah, very elaborate.
Did it do it again? No, it didn't do it again. Good.
We were almost all dropped, weren't we, Thrayle?
Maybe.
Did you make a new WTF background?
It would have been Hammy's fault.
Oh no.
Because I forgot all about the frozen hell and the flying pigs. And I went ahead and added demons playing polo on unicorns.
This is definitely a me. I love it. I love it so much.
But that's Satan in a fur coat.
When hell freezes over.
I have hell freezing over flying pigs, and I'm like, what else would be an impossibility? Oh, demons playing polo on
An impossibility? I would say the contrary.
I'm sure you would.
Yep.
The impossibility of the contrary is just definitely, it should be in there.
It's just the impossibility of the contrary.
Right, I think Thrayle's pivoting right now.
Poem.
I am actually. The poem is nearly ready. It does exist. It is a poem.
The poem is not a Schrodinger's poem of whether or not it exists or it doesn't at the same time. It is firmly in the exist.
Is the poem a necessary precondition? Oh, I like that.
That is at least the title is built to be obeyed.
Well,
yes, it was a necessary precondition.
It feels like it was like that kind of feels like the answer's in the title.
I feel as though I don't have any actual evidence of this poem until I see this poem, or I can at least hear it.
It will be heard.
Well, I actually
Raccoon, you're not wrong. Polo is basically croquet on horseback.
Barfing Toaster is here to encourage us to get back to the poetry, but I do want to point out that earlier, Rad, you said that the toaster popped, and I do need to correct you. According to my friend, they barf.
Oh. How did? Oh, that's a disturbing.
Thrayle, are you? Are you telling Brad that he's wrong?
I think the toaster doesn't pop, it just, the toaster barfs.
At least according to Barfing Toaster.
I don't like, I don't know how to describe this like in any other way. I just don't like that.
You didn't put honey on it, did you?
No. I put scrambled eggs on it with Cholula's.
Put on toast.
Yeah, with Cholula's hot sauce.
If you put honey on it, it's barfed up toast and barfed up.
Why would you put
bee stuff
on the bread before putting it in the toaster?
That's not a good
after
idea.
the toaster.
Oh.
We need a WTF on the WTF.
I know.
TF-ceptioning it.
Just want to say that is the only hot sauce that you should be putting on anything is the Cholula hot sauce.
Amen.
Oh no, there are much better hot sauces, but they
Cholula
come in
ain't
smaller
that good.
bottles and have silly names about how.
And they're
like Tears of the Sun or something.
Yeah, you use them. You only have like.
Where's my Tapatio at?
Yeah, you only got like the ability to use them like 4 times or so, and then you're done.
I'm Texan. I use base Bacolyte.
I do have a quick question actually for some of y'all. I debated someone yesterday on whether or not laws in the universe are descriptive or whether or not they're prescriptive. And he messaged me back saying that, well, it's not a dichotomy, that they're both descriptive and prescriptive because of that the values could, like, certain constants in the universe couldn't be any other way, and I'm not sure how to like respond to that. What are your thoughts?
But like they're conjunctive. It's descriptive and not prescriptive.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay, but he's arguing that they're both descriptive and prescriptive.
Feels like it's impossible to be.
I know, right? I don't know how to like address that. When you say it's conjunctive, Sage, what do you mean by that?
That's what the and means.
Oh.
It's conjunctive.
Oh. Cool.
I don't know if we can get WTF than the WTF we're on. The pigs are already flying.
I was hoping that my question could at least maybe stem some of the WTF, since it does go to sort of whether or not a god exists.
Like, you might point out that follow them to follow them. Like, we have the option to not follow traffic laws. Right? The like phenomenon in the universe.
Oh, interesting. I never thought about it like that. Okay.
I think the only thing to cure this WTF is the poem, so the end is nigh. I appreciate all of you being here. I do. But we are at, nearly 11 hours. This is the 7th level of what the fuck, yes.
Oh, I see we updated the end is nigh.
It's been this one for a little while, but yeah. They're all basically similar now. I like
Look, there was a long stretch of time where I wasn't here and I wasn't, like, even on TikTok. I was just watching D&D campaigns and doing other stuff. So, I didn't see the change.
There is that, they all have a similar theme now. I like them. But it is that time. The end is nigh. I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate all of your questions. I appreciate, all of everything. I'm tired enough. I'm just gonna blather about how much I appreciate you until I drop you. So I'm just gonna do that.
Can we inundate the Batcolyte with mermaids and reach that live goal before the end of the poem? I think we can.
I think it's possible. Appreciate you, Rat. Take care. It was good to see you. Hammy, thank you. Pleasure as always. As with you, Sage, thank you. Thank you, Heretical Apothecary. It was a pleasure to have you on the panel. Your questions were very welcomed and grateful. Or I'm very grateful for it. And thank you, Philly. I hope that you have a pleasant rest of your day. As with the rest of you, thank you all for being here. Thank you for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for all of the engagements, or if you just showed up to fall asleep. Thank you for being here. And thank you for all the gifts, for gifting the panel, for showing your appreciation that way. And if you do want to be a part of this community, well, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. I really do thank every one of you that helped that way. And I think there's only one thing left. We were taught our truths like loaded guns handed down before our thinking runs. Don't touch, don't ask, don't test the weight. Obedience was framed as fate. Certainty was poured like wet cement, set before we knew what it meant. Once hardened, it demanded we pretend the cracks were features, not an end. They told us age was proof enough that dead men's words were made of stuff too sacred to inspect or doubt, as if time alone could sort truth out. Questions were renamed as threats, curiosity filed under incurred debts. Ask too much and watch the crowd turn faith on you like a toxic cloud. Every gap was filled with something grand, a god, a force, a hidden hand, not because it showed itself as real, but because the silence wouldn't kneel. They called comfort wisdom, fear belief, sold a promised forever and called it relief. But calm achieved by closing your eyes is not in sight. It's a shroud for lies.
I stripped the stories to the bone until the answers couldn't show a higher power, an ancient claim, nor mystery repackaged in a name never taught. That which cannot face the questions rots. If certainty demands that you never doubt, what does it really have to be certain about? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.